is the mic doesn't pick up anything. I tell you, half the time, like actually more than half the time, when you're like puttering around in the background having conversations, nobody hears. Nobody cares. He's not even listening to me anymore. Ha! See, you weren't even listening. Nothing. Said something really sweet about you. Much I care, but no. Too late now. Too late now. No, don't. What are you gonna do to me? What are you gonna do to me? Nothing. I just said something really insulting. It's fine. I'm not posting anything that I learned my mistake of anything with feet in it. Doesn't work. Feet in it doesn't work. Because I get for free in the comments. I just can't live with that. What even is this? I don't even know what this picture. Oh, it's the thing with Ira. That one. This would be funny. Yeah, sure. A life for escapes her. What is this? I can't tell you. It's a secret. It's a shame. If you'd been here yesterday, I could have told you, but it's a common error to ask me what I'm doing on Tuesday, and when really the only time I'm allowed to answer that question is on a Monday. So ratio, huh? Well, I didn't have anything to eat, so it's not just gonna like swallow. I mean, I guess not. Old guide discussion on counterplay into counterplay coaching, lots of juice, succulent stuff. Lincoln replies, "Hey Blurb, all I for escapes her." Thanks, man. All right, I'm getting my little thing set up here. Hi, Kokuja. Good to see you, mate. Getting my Discord ping and ready, and then we're gonna get into some coaching, and then we're gonna get juiced out the wazoo. I am going to continue saying that. I think we're good. I think we're ready. Beautiful voice, mate. Thank you, Javelin Monkey. It's one of my many talents. Diamond Ape Hand, aka Steve. No, Diamond Ape Hand, aka Steve. Thank you for the hello there. Hello, Thathy. Good to see you, mate. You ready to get going? I really messed up because I forgot. I didn't expect a patch today. I don't think there is actually a patch today, but I like freaked out because it's like, crap, they wiped codes. They didn't wipe codes. So we're good. So yeah, that was good. What can't we ask about? I can't tell you. It's a secret. Cheers, Buva. Hello, Ganyo. And also hello, Exion. Let's get our juice ready to go. Okay, so this is Thathy. This is Gold Diamond. Thathy, who are you in this game? Is this the right code? Oh yeah. Why am I asking who you are when you're Diva? Holy crap! For some reason I didn't see your name. So Diva. And what rank is this, Thathy? You said you're Gold a Diamond, but what rank are you on Tank, or I guess Diva? Ready for battle. Thank you. That looks really good. I won't be able to eat it for a little bit. Do you want to like put it in the oven for like 30 minutes? Or the microwave or whatever. Gold 2 or 1? All right. No, I can't. No, I can't. Thank you. All right, thank you. All right, so we got to get our rank set up, and we'll go. Okay. Hello, Emerald. Gold Diva. What do you hope to get out of the session? Rank up. Okay. Gold to Diamond. What heroes do you play in ranked flex? Well, ranking up in flex is tricky just because there is so much to learn in Overwatch, even within the heroes, much less the roles. And if you play all 3 roles and a lot of different heroes, it can be a little bit challenging. So That might be a conversation that we have at a future point in time. If you have any questions about hero pool, I actually have a video. Pull up the video real spanking quick. Hero pool. Let me send you a little short video that you can watch. And if you have any questions about it, you can message me afterwards. Okay? Hey, Paulify. Hello, Dr. Smale. Fawn, thank you. Abasta, hello. You normally play Diva, Orisa, Reaper, Moira Zen. That's not too bad. That's not too large. It's just still one of those things where you might want to spend time focusing a little bit on one role more seriously, and then have the other roles be more like for fun. So when you train, you generally try to train your Orisa Diva or your Reaper or your Moira Zen first, whatever role is more important. And then get a couple of games in, 3-4 games in, maybe an hour and a half, if you can. And then just for fun, play for whatever afterwards. And so it's like, even though you're playing a lot of different heroes, a lot of different rules, the first priority is always the role or the heroes that you want to improve at the most. 10 streak, nice. How often do you play Overwatch? I play almost every day for about 2 to 3 hours. So yeah, you could absolutely do like the first hour and a half on the role or hero. And that can change too. Like you could be like, I want to get my tank up to around plat. Maybe like high plat diamond, right? You could do that for a month or two, see how that goes. And then, if the patch changes, you move on, you go back, you play DPS, and you just kind of like, I think individually like segmenting. I put a little bit more emphasis on my tank for a couple of weeks. I put a little more emphasis on my support for a couple of weeks. If you're going to be a flex player, that's probably the best way to do it. Okay. I appreciate the high level of trolling happening in my chat today. I'll give you guys credit. You guys are leveling up. You almost had me for just a half second. I think the bar is set so low for my general engagement to Twitch chat that I almost lost my mind. I'm like, wait a second. They're being clever. That's good. That's good, guys. You little frickers. You know what I'm saying? Okay. You will need to work on your planning, timing, positioning, mechanics. Okay. Sounds good. 6 hours of sleep per night on average is definitely a little bit low for somebody who's committing so very hard to try and rank up. I would definitely try to get those numbers up. 6.5, 7, even just a little bit. I think people try to fix their sleep like you fix a car. When in reality, anything that's personal just takes more time. So be patient with it, but continue to try to improve yourself a little bit by a little bit by a little bit by a little bit. Okay, let's take a look here. So Thathy, this is Gold Diva. Let me check the audio volume. I think we're good. Wait, my headphones are. There we go. I've been sleeping 6 hours all my life, and my family sleeps 3 hours a night. Okay, then maybe you're the overslept one. Okay. Okay. We'll take it. So Diva is basically let's think about like what is Diva when it comes to dive tank, right? And I think a lot of people, let's be honest, there are a lot of complexities with Diva. I'm not going to sit here and try and dumb it down and be like, this is the only way that you need to play. But to initially understand what the character makes the character unique compared to other dive tanks, is that she is one of the dive tanks that is a little bit more confident, has a little bit less dive options, or she has fewer dive options. But to compensate, she has generally more of a frontline presence. What I mean by that is she's better in the tank trades than most of the other dive tanks. It does not mean that that's something that you should be actively pursuing, but it's not quite as bad as it would be with like a Winston or a Doomfist or a Wrecking Ball. So what you do is you do play to try and take angles and to harass DPS and harass squishies, but you're more flexible with what you can. So for you, it's like you want to be finding squishies that you can actively pressure, that you can actively shoot here. So right here, you're engaging on the enemy tank. And that's not always bad if that's a tank that you do very well of versus the matchup. But the problem is that Ryan's going to hold shield, take no damage, and you're going to be definitely taking damage. So if you're going to take an angle here, what I'd prefer is for you to do this kind of action here, but to do it on a squishy instead. Get in there, you blast them, right? Micro missiles, and then Matrix when you get to a little bit low, lose some of your armor. You can Matrix, drop to cover, fly out, and do it again. And that's kind of like what we'll call the very basic Diva cycle. So the problem is here is you're not awful versus Ryan, but you're also not very good versus Ryan. And you could be putting your attention on different, more valuable targets. Get your HP back. I probably would not use micro missiles here. And this is where it comes to like you need to spend more time in this character, thinking about how to use your cooldowns. And so what you could do now is chat, where could we go now? Who could we go on? Where could we go? Think about it. Dive take with quotation marks, yes. What do you guys think? We have a couple of options here. Moira, right? So we can immediately pressure the Moira instead of the Reinhardt. Big value. You're going to force Fade. You might get the kill. You're going to force Orb. It's going to be a better return on investment for your attention to go for the Moira. But like, let's say the Moira's not here. Let's say the Moira's over here healing the Rein, or maybe there's a Zenyatta back here. What would you do? Because your only option here is for the Moira's not there is to shoot the Rein, right? Or maybe the Mei. What do you do instead? Moira or high ground, right? So if there's no Moira here, if we flew up to here, to this cover here, we've now done what's called staging, which means that it's a two-step process where we were not immediately able to get to a squishy on an angle. So what we do is we take the angle first, then walk to a squishy, and then we'll either have an angle to shoot the Ana, drop in the Mei, or you ready for this one? If you want to shoot a Reinhardt, shoot the Rein in the back. Take the angle and then shoot the tank from that angle, right? It's an option. Much better than what we're doing here. And this is where, especially when they run things that, have like to say a Mei or a Symmetra or Zarya, this is where people like, even things like a Mei wall, right? Like, why are we struggling so much with these ice blocks and these ice walls and these Rein shields and these nades, right? It's because we're fighting on the front line. The best thing you could have done for your Mei there is not to front line for her. It's to pull all the attention that the Mei is getting this way or this way, right? Instead, you can't quite body block for your Mei. In fact, you can't matrix a Mei's freeze. You can't matrix a Rein swing. So even if you could body block for your Mei, it still probably would not have been enough. So you notice that we're kind of zooming through here because this is just a Deval fight. This is just deathmatch. Get the kill or you don't get the kill. But how the first couple of moments in a fight set up, how you use your cooldowns, how you use your positioning, what angles you're taking, it really dictates how the rest of the fights goes. Okay. Even here, like we end up frontlining. There's the Mei ult. We lose. GG's. Way too much damage we're taking on frontline. We are a dive tank with options. Oh, this might be big. Oh, they Mei walled it. They didn't Mei wall it. What happened? Oh, you rat! Oh, that's brilliant. Nice, Mei. Nice. We love to see it. That was really well done. Actually, it's like at the higher up you go, that those Mei walls or those Mei ults don't always work. But that one was well set up. That one was well set up, well positioned, well timed, the whole 9 yards. Love to see it. Nobody but the Rein and Moira can shoot here, so let's get a kill here. Let's get her. I want you chasing, even if you're just chasing her on the map. Yeah, this is great. This is great. Nice. You took an angle on him. You snuck up behind. That was really good. I mean, unironically calculated, that was almost a really good, even without that Mei wall, that would have been absolutely brutal for the enemy team. Get out of here, get. Okay. So you want to make sure that you're like finding and diving. So let's talk about the challenges of being a dive tank. The problem, okay, there's two people, okay? There are people that group up with their team and never have any problems with timing because they're always with their team, right? And then there's people that never, ever take, or that take off angles, right? And they take off angles, and then because they're split from their team, they go in way too fast or way too ahead of their team, and they're basically fighting by themselves. And the problem with that is you need to find the balance. You need to find the balance between taking off angles, setting up dives when you can, and playing around your team. It's like right now, as you went in ahead, you're one of those squishies. Get him, right? But you're so far ahead of your team, so you're like, oh shoot, I lost a lot of it. You got back up. Problem is then your team takes the opportunity to then push in afterwards. And so now we're playing a little bit of a seesaw back and forth and back and forth, back and forth. You guys are completely misunderstanding what dive actually means. Dive does not mean, at its fundamental root, that you have to be diving and killing targets. Dive means that there is a threat of diving and killing targets that either forces enemies to reposition around you or to pick characters that are good at denying your dive. D.Va is an excellent dive tank, not just because she can't, but because she is very good at controlling off angles in space with her mobility. She's not as mobile as other dive tanks, but it's because she has more options. We talked about that. If they go Brig, the very fact that they had to go Brig into your D.Va is what makes her a dive tank. Really semantics either way. Doesn't really matter. But yeah, she has mobility. We want to use that mobility. Okay. It picks her. So this is where Divas definitely does not shine. There's a lot of stuff happening in the choke, which makes it very hard to take an angle or control space. But you're doing a pretty good job of it. And obviously, they're walking through a choke, so while it might feel bad for you, it feels good for the rest of the team. Now, this is where we talked about angles. This is good. We found a squishy. Obviously, we should have Matrix sleeped right here. The problem here is that where is the rest of our team? Right? And this is the danger. A lot of Spilo viewers. I'm going to call myself out on this one. There's a lot of Spilo viewers out there that are very obsessed with off angles, right? And I think that's why I always emphasize angles and timing, because you can't take one of those without the other. You cannot take an off angle like this and pressure squishies, which is what should have been doing for most of this VOD, if you're not aware of where your team is positioned. Because there's a very real, you see, good disengage, because you couldn't win that. You couldn't win that. You were essentially by yourself. Even though you make him in afterwards, it just wasn't going to work. Good try. Good try. Generally, I don't recommend always trying to eat mailed if you can, but it is what it is. Oh my gosh, what a fire strike. Look at this guy. Freaking LH Cloudy out here. Look at this guy. Look at this guy. What is he going? I think Diva is... My problems with Diva, I think Diva is fine in ranked. Here's where Diva is, okay? Diva is a fine hero pick all the way up to Grandmaster in a lot of circumstances. She's relatively flexible. She's generally never the best pick for any one situation, but she's good enough to fit a lot of situations. Where she really starts to fall off is in top 500 plus, where she becomes more of a more situational and more map and composition situational. She's a bit of a jack of all trades. Yeah, she's a bit of a jack of all trades, but she really, at higher levels, it's more about playing her in dive matchups, but she's not as good in dive matchups as other tanks. And part of it is because she doesn't have a hard commit, which is kind of true, but it's actually more to do with her ultimate. Her ultimate is the worst dive ultimate by far. It's even worse than Doomfist ultimate. So it's tricky. But we've also talked a lot about Diva's design in the hero design tier list, where we feel that Matrix is the ability that was unbelievably important in Overwatch 1 because of what it allowed your other tank to do. And because that other tank doesn't exist anymore, Matrix has lost a lot of viability, because peeling back with Diva is just not something you always want to be doing. I like this. This is a good little angle here. You disengage. I would have disengaged the Mega there, just so that you can regenerate your HP and go back in. But see, this is cute. Like, this is cute. I don't... maybe we don't... The only thing I would say here is you don't have to be so cute, okay? Not everyone can be me. You know what I'm saying? That's a joke. Okay, so you have this high ground here. Chat, what should we do right now? No, I don't think micro missiles should have tracking. Hey, Lucky. Speaking of washed Diva players, what do you guys think? What should be happening right now? You guys know the answer to this, right? We have the angle. Timing is good because there's a fight happening at the choke, even if it's over there. What should we do? Yes, you treat micro like hit scan at close range. Yes. We'll talk about Malga and Zarya at the end, Thathy, because it's more of what we're going to talk about with all the other characters. Just sit right here and blast any one of these three targets. Because if you turn their attention to you, the Rhine dies. And you're in no position to die because you're almost full HP and you have full Matrix. You're good. And you have cover. It's great. You got the high ground, you got an angle on him, go back. So I'm concerned that by the time you get point pressure here, okay, no, they backed off. This is good. You ate nade, you ate sleep, or you survived sleep dart. She just missed. I think she just missed. This is a Spilo sleep dart for real. See, this is what makes Diva great. Think about it. Look at where the enemy team was and look at the positioning that they do. Look at how much space that they give up. Because everybody, not just the BAP window, but because the Rhine, they weren't getting support. They weren't taking space. The only thing I would say here from you is more of the micro. Where here, you're tracking, you would need to cancel your boosters faster, right? You don't need a booster through the Ana. Once you boop them, you can just stop and keep them in front. We talked about this already before. But when you're diving a squishy, first off, you'd love to be able to position them without using boosters. But even when you do use boosters, you really need to make sure that you cancel your boosters once you hit the boop. You don't keep pursuing through unless you're trying to run away. So like here, one of the easiest ways to lose a target is to booster through them. You booster, you boop, you reposition them. So you go like here. You keep them on your sideline. If you booster and you're just like, blah, 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 what the, where, you know, you're going to lose them. And I think that's kind of what happens here. A Spilo Sleep that would be hitting a wall, making a map rework. Yeah, okay, he's a funny guy. He's a funny guy. This guy's sense of humor somehow has gotten better since becoming a father because it was so rock bottom before. Okay. Yeah, wait, where are we? I'm lost, chat. Where are we? We're further up, aren't we? Yes, we're much further up. Okay, so we take our angle. We mess up some of our mechanics on the Ana. That's all right. Stay on her, and then disengage, get your HP back, set up your next angle, set up your next space. Two-step process. So you need to ask yourself, where can I go right now? Now, obviously, point is a little bit of a concern, but let's just, for the sake of argument, pretend that point's not a concern. Where would we go? We could shoot Ryan May. Not that great. Moira Ana over here. Okay, so we can't just booster and fly to them. So what do we do, chat? What do we do? His sense of humor has really become apparent, huh? Give me just a second, chat. Give me just a second here. Mercurial. Bad news, buddy. Wait, how do I time you out? Chat, why is it not working? How do I time this guy out? Wait, there you go. There. Good. Go take the high ground so your team can take it too. Right. Well, not just so that your team can take it too, although that's useful, is you now are set up in a much better position to pressure squishies. You guys get that? You see that? You avoid the Ryan May, which are just kind of annoying, and you immediately get on an angle, a distraction, and harassment to get to the squishies that are a little bit easier for you to kill. Exactly. Now, again, I understand if you don't do that here because we're really close to overtime, so I get it. But even here, if you had time to do that, then touch the last possible second, that might have been more appropriate because we're ending up in that Ryan trade, which thankfully you guys have Blizzard, so maybe you guys win it out. But man, it feels ugly sometimes. What about pressure drunk in the right high ground? That would work as well. So instead of going up this way, you take a different angle and pressure drunk right out of this angle here. Exactly. Yep. 100%. 100%. And that's what makes D.Va great is asking yourself, what angle makes the most sense for either pressuring backline or who should I go for? I'm not responding to that. I see you. I'm not going to even say your name. You don't deserve my attention. But it is kind of funny. Yeah, Ryan is one of the toughest tanks to trade with. I think a fortified Orisa, Ramatra can be tough to trade with as well. Ramatra's okay for D.Va. It's not terrible for D.Va when he's in Nemesis form. Because his hitbox is big and his punches don't do as much damage as Reinhardt swings, but yeah. Still, where's my angle? Where's my angle? You see kind of what you're doing here, this indecision here? You got to make a decision here. Do I want to harass these? Do I want to caress these? Okay. Do I want to harass people over here? Do I want to go harass the angle over here? I just patched a leak in my house. Hey, nice, dude. But do you guys notice this? Do you guys notice this? Do you notice this? The first priority here is really like, who's more dangerous here, Junker Queen or May? Kind of tricky. I mean, we're not bad versus Junker Queen. We're better versus Junker Queen than Ryan. But I'm not really sure. I think it's pretty close. Like, both are really scary for this Bastion, right? But the May is closer. And the May it's easy to force a May's cooldown. So you could force the May, just shoot the May here without even using boosters, force her ice block immediately, then booster and go kill the Moira or go kill the Junker Queen. So there seems like you're very centered on the tank trade, even when it's not fully appropriate. Now, right now, it's not the worst thing you could be doing, right? Because Junker Queen is a little easier to kill, and a lot of the other squishies are dead. But there you go, there you go. Now down here, go back and look at the Junker Queen. Nice. Spilo is dangerous in this moment. I don't know what you're talking about. I'm smoother than a bottle of butter. Right. So, okay. So we got to find out where's our team fighting, where's a good angle around that. Ram punches have higher DPS than Brine Strings, right? But the difference is that Ram's head hitbox, I find personally to be a lot easier to whittle down a Ram. Maybe it's just me. Good, get him. And see, here's the thing. Here's the crazy thing. So first off, be very careful about using your boosters here, especially because you need them. Look at the response here. So we're down one first off. Our Bastion messed up. He fed. What do we do? Okay, so watch the response. Moira, what the frick? Help her. First off, you should have killed him. Second off, Moira's like, what the frick, man? Soldier, what the frick, man? Right? And look at your HP. You're not even like lost. In fact, you could already fly out right now. So you need a little bit of your HP back. So be careful. And that's it. You have just held space for your team because you have prevented the Junker Queen or Mei from getting any sort of healing, the Zenyatta from getting any sort of damage, the Soldier from getting any sort of damage, the Moira from getting any sort of damage. And keep in mind, this is all while down one. That's good. The idea was good. The execution was bad. The execution was bad because you didn't need boosters. Also, your mechanics could have been a little bit better there. But the idea was good. And the funny thing is that you still have HP, and you still have your cooldowns, and you have your ult. And now, chat, what should we be going for here? Would you consider a Soldier as a counter to D.Va? No. D.Va does a little D.Va dumps on Soldier, usually. What do you guys think? I think initial positioning here, first off, is awesome. Immediately, if they push anybody, we're going to punish them and be able to peel, right? Question is who should we go for here? Go on Zen? I disagree, actually. I actually disagree. I think that you have the right idea, but you have to look at with what's given. Zen is too far away. Right? So that's the problem with D.Va is like we have the time to set up for the Zen, but I think it's too far away. I think we have to go for 76, which is why we pay Locky the big bucks. And we actually pay Locky we pay Locky nothing. But yeah, maybe not use our boosters in here. That's a good point. Maybe we walk forward here, but we need See, guys, Titan was right after all. Titan foretold the future. Titan knew that the Zenyatta was going to walk for it because his positioning was terrible, and we were ready for him. You are the Titan, that's true. And bam. Now, you have full Matrix here. So just hold down that Matrix. Oh, we're going to launch the bomb. So one little thing about your bombs. I know they're pretty, but listen, let me give you a good analogy. When I get up first thing in the morning and I brush my teeth or, I work out and then I shower, I just want to stand in the mirror and look at myself. And I'll be like, man, that is just, I wipe a tear and it's just beautiful, right? And I could sit there all day long. But the reality of the situation is that I got to get stuff done. I got to get stuff done. You might look at this and be like, that's beautiful. But you got to get stuff done. What do you need to get done? Well, there's two things you need to get done. First off, you need to be pistoling. Actually, three things. Second off, you need to be finding cover. Third off, you need to be getting the funny squish off of your bomb. This does nothing. Look at that. Right? This is not it, right? Find a corner, go squish somebody, pistol somebody, something. Or just get back in mech as soon as you possibly can, because if you're staying out in the open like this, you will be killed. And so the bomb itself was okay. It created a lot of space, even though it didn't get the kill. But man, oh man, that was risky, and you could have done more with that. Ah! Didn't know the Mei was there. Fly, Peter Pan. Okay, next target. Moira, get her. Yeah. Yes, good. Stay on her. This is where it's like the tricky moments where it's like, should I matrix my Mei? Should I not? That's where it gets really tricky. I wouldn't worry as much about it. I think for the most part, you've made good decisions when it was appropriate. So, how do they not kill Baby there? One of those things that without context would sound really disturbing. And your Mei is just a freaking champion. What is going on? Guys, I want you guys to just watch this. This guy is almost as awe-inspiring as myself. Look at this. Bash him. Bam, bam, bam. Oh! Ah! Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no. See, I have a nose for clutch players. Zen's close, kill him. Oh, the micro missiles really got to work. So we talk about mechanics here. Micro missiles needs to be something that's a little bit more guaranteed with you instead of just reacting to it or predicting it, excuse me. There's no huge rush. Like once you see something that is you are committing on, then use the micro missiles or do it for poke from far away, right? Like right here, this was good micro missiles. Why? Because you know there's nowhere that he could go. Was it good micro missiles? Yeah, it was okay. The Jungle Queen did come out of there with the ultimate, but yeah. I think some of the micro missiles have been a little rushed here. So, yeah. So we have more time, Thathy. If you have another code, we could look at a few more minutes if you'd like to. We have about 5-10 more minutes. Chat, any questions so far? And also, what do you guys think of Thathy's D.Va? What do you think is good? What do you think needs work? Let me get one. All right, sounds good. I have some thoughts, but I want to hear y'all's thoughts first. Surprised the other tank didn't go Zara after losing one fight. True. The bomb could be better. Always aim at the sky. I think it's pretty good for gold. Can I be your bathroom mirror? No. Sadly, that position has a waiting list. Not a single Moira orb is eaten. Yeah, I think Moira orb, if possible, is pretty useful to eat. But yeah. Choice of skin is awful. Can we look at Reaper? Sure. Shoot me the Reaper code, and then we'll take some notes for D.Va then. Besides crying in front of the mirror. I think you misunderstood, Lucky. It's not crying. Okay, actually, I did say crying, didn't I? Crap. Do you be more offensive with bomb and make space or save it for DMAC? It depends on the composition. I think if they're running something with dive or something that's going to be able to blow your head off easily, then using it for bomb can be okay. But try and use it for remake whenever you can. Allow yourself to go a little bit more aggressively. Remake is the more consistent value if you can get back in the mech. But if you see an opportunity, just roll with it. So, while you're getting your Reaper code here, let's type some D.Va notes. D.Va notes. Practice taking angles around your team. Set up engages. Avoid turning off brain and only focusing enemy tank unless it makes sense. Keep an eye on your team's positions to know which angles to take. Positions. And then finally, don't rush your micro missiles until you're either let's just put it this way, don't mash your micro missiles off of cooldown. Think before you use it. It's definitely a cooldown that you're going to be using frequently, very often, but don't just really make sure there's a target on your screen before you press a button. Hello, Varashi. Speaking of old grumpy fathers, Varashi and Locky can have a barbecue, and Locky and Varashi have barbecues, and the only competitive sport that those guys compete in is who's going to fall asleep in the armchair first. Okay, let's take a look at the Reaper here. You can TP out here. You can Wraith and then TP out. Try to take an early corner cover, and then by the time the fight starts, you'll have your Wraith again. It's not been 4 people. This guy's just straight up lying. By the way, you're way too slow here. You need to be at least Wraithing out of spawn. You want to at least be matching your tank tempo. So Reaper is... Reaper's kind of what D.Va is to dive for DPS. So like not really a dive DPS because he does pretty well versus tanks, but if you can take an angle on a squishy, you will. The problem is that your mobility, like D.Va, is really kind of limited. It's not near as good as other dive DPS. So you kind of can't take angles that are super deep. Yeah, Wraith gives speed boost. Yep. But it's not a lot. It used to be worse, but it's... Okay. So you could so here's what you could do. You see nothing here, right? There's nothing here. So what could you do from here, chat, right? Do what you do as D.Va. Take an angle, harass, shoot here, commit, and then fly out. It's really very similar. It's very similar. So you're going to kind of come here, but the problem with here is that like not only are you walking in front of Widow Silencer, but you don't really have an off angle. Like, there's no sort of distraction, and you have to, even though the tank is Winston, which is best case scenario for you, right? You still have to kind of go through the grime and the grit and the whip shots and the bubbles and the thing. And you're chasing this Winston around, which is fine. But you could even drop here, shoot, and do the exact same thing from a better, safer angle. don't spend the entire map because then you see what happens as soon as the Winston's dead, as soon as the tank's dead, you freeze up. You don't know what to do. You don't know what to do. So what should he do right now? Or what should we do? What should the Reaper do right now, guys? First off, we need a little healing, right? But what should we do? Hey, Nodlin. Speaking of awful human beings. Go flank the Widow? Maybe, right? Can we TP to here without getting shot by Widow? I think so. And then we can either harass the Widow. I think she's still too far away, but at least we could get an angle on the Moira Brig. We could TP even here, or even just turn the corner and shoot the supports at the back here. But you see, it's like, you're peeking main, and then you TP very directly. Careful, you don't have your Wraith. Careful. Nelden, that's a new one. It's all about short off angles. I don't know if you guys have seen Awkward's, was it Unranked to GM or whatever video on Reaper? Awkward, I don't always see eye to eye with Awkward on every detail. I think he does a really good job, but not always perfectly. But I do think his Reaper Unranked to GM was really, really good. Now, okay, so this is okay. But short off angle, right? Oh no, we've wraithed out. Now where do we go next? Short off angle, short off angle. Even if you shoot the tank, short off angle. So instead of going here, wrap here. Because the Moira's going to be looking here. You catch her by surprise. Cover and don't be in the middle of the enemy team. Because this is where you get shot in the back and die. I would say 50% of your deaths as Reaper are going to come from people that you don't see if you play like this. I don't give a frick what his actual name is. Here it comes. The Wraith in. Oh, maybe not. We're deciding. We're not sure. Yeah, so you're very lost in the sauce because you're in the heat of battle and you're not thinking short off angles. Short off angles. Short off angles. Yeah, I mean, it is, to be fair, I would be lost too. It's very confusing to be surrounded by that, right? So you got, when you're in the middle of the entire brawl, that's really not where any tier thrives. I know there's this fantasy with Reaper that he's in there just like, going like Conan out here. Is that 80s guy's name? But like, really, and then here, you could peel back here, but there's a good argument here that when he dives in, first off, you're not here, you're holding here. But when he dives in, you don't chase, it's too far away. Instead, you kill the Moira. And then you kill the Pharah, because unironically do decent damage at that range. And then you kill the Brig. And then you kill you know what I'm saying? So you need to spend less time chasing, because what happened is that the Winston did exactly what he wanted you to do. He had made you look. He made you go all the way backwards, and now look at his entire team has all the space in the map, all the high grounds, everything that they want. And you're running around like a chicken with your head cut off. When you look in the mirror, crying in the mirror, do you get lost in your eyes? Yes, I do. Beautiful. I think it's with one N, Qualify. Watch Qualify spell it like Kana. Do it, 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 do it. I want you to angle. I want you to angle. No! Take the angle. Because again, even if the Winston jukes you, fine, go kill the Brig. Look how close you are to the Bastion from this angle. What martial arts do I know? I used to train Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, Muay Thai, a little bit of boxing. So remember a lot of what I learned, but I haven't trained consistently in a few years. I used to teach. Okay. Now be careful, you're a little bit ahead of your team, so wait for your Zarya to walk forward a little bit first. How old are you? 29. Yes, yes, this is a greedy one. It's deep, right? But if you time this well, this is well timed. Look at that, look at that. Brig's on you. Bastion's on you. No chance of dying here. Moira's back on you. And look at now, see, they're doing to you what you did to the Winston. Look at how much space they controlled, and look at now where the space is now. And look at how much better that is for your BAP and for your Zarya and for your Bastion and for point pressure. Beautiful. The only thing you need to do here was actually Wraith all the way out. Wraith back to your team, back to a short cover, and then reset. Your problem is you Wraith and you stayed in the same spot. No, I have the looks and charisma of a 22-year-old athlete. Are athletes charismatic? I feel like athletes are just kind of stupid. I am an athlete. Wait, no, that doesn't work. But yeah. So let's stop there. Let's make some notes for Reaper. So short off angles around your team's timing. Make sure to use your Wraith as a... I never even finished my statement about the athlete thing. Never mind. As a cycle of aggression, like Diva boosters. And avoid chasing tank targets too much if your position has other targets available. Do you have any questions, Thathy? This is... I'm actually... You know what? I want chat. Should I play a Reaper game? Should I try and play a Reaper game? Should I try and play a Reaper game? I'm going to play a Reaper game. I'm going to do it. Oh no, here it comes. I'm not playing Rain because I don't want to play... I don't want to spend that much time on it. You are very welcome, Thathy. If you have any questions, let me know. No 24-year-old would think Spilo is 24. Man, screw off! Do what I say, not what I do. That's the idea. Yeah, that's the idea. Actually, I should warm up. I haven't played any Overwatch in like 3 days. Since actually the last stream. I think Reaper kind of sucks, I'm not going to lie. The good news, Thathy, is that that's not going to be a problem for you for quite a long time. You'll be able to play Reaper for until Grandmaster. So, don't listen to what I say. The only reason I give the impression of being older than 24 is because I have such beautiful, beautiful wisdom. The only time you might use Wraith besides getting out is to avoid CC. See, I look at this here and I'm like, I think she's going to sleep dart me here. So if I could use cover there and save my save my Wraith, that means... And that's really good. Now I might have to Wraith here. I don't really want to... Ah! I thought I could jump over it. I jumped, but the splash still got me. Oh, crap. What are your weaknesses? I care too much. I try too hard. Isn't that the cliche thing to say, right? I care too much and I try too hard. What are the other cliche things that everyone says in interviews? I'm a perfectionist. Yes, that's another great weakness to have. I get lost in my work. Yes! Yes, exactly. Exactly. Too much of a team player. Yeah, exactly, guys. I care too much. I try too hard. I'm a perfectionist. I get too lost in my work. I'm just a, I cannot dance. No, see, but that one isn't true. I dance beautifully.
You couldn't stop Overwatch.
I dance beautifully.
Now look at us.
TP top left elevator. All right, so we gotta find short off angle, wall time, short off angle, wall time, and then watch me feed. Because Reaper is actually underrated when it comes to mechanical difficulty. Not because he's hard mechanically difficult, but because he's not super easy. Because you can get the dopamine of hitting a lot of headshots, but the difference between, we've said this before, but the difference between getting a 2-shot kill and a 3-shot kill is a big deal with Reaper. Yeah, it's an ugly skin, I know. I don't give a frick.
One. Attack commencing. Capture objective A.
Death appears.
Alright, I think I need to go left side. Short off angle. Go. Going off my Winston timing. And then when Winston commits, I probably could have waited there. I should have finished that kill off there. Crap. Yeah, I should have been able to finish the kill. I think I turned on the Zarya too fast. Okay.
Death in my wake.
Okay. Chad's already giving up on me, man.
Beware
So my Winston's on this side, so this is technically an off angle. I'm off angling from my tank by shooting the enemy tank. You guys see that? Because my Winston's elsewhere. Please. Please. What was my life favor doing? Oh.
Enemy here.
Man, guys. Look. Trust. I ran away from this, shoot the tornado because I thought he was going to heal me.
The shadows coalesce.
All right, so I have Wraith here. Need to wait for my Winston to go. I'm actually go with my Ana here, or go with the Winston here. Oh, I can't even Wraith. I forgot about that. I don't know, chat. I'm blaming Elo Hell. Trust! That angle is just bad. I think that angle is just not that good. So I did have time to set up an angle there, but my Winston went in, so it worked. I'm trying to risk it now. I don't know if I can hold this here. I'm gonna try, but they might just come top. They're definitely gonna come top. Do they know I'm here? They know I'm here. I greeted the shot. Why did I greet the shot? Why? That was so unnecessary. That was so unnecessary. This is so unnecessary. Especially because my Winston, somebody died. Oh my gosh. So I'm not gonna immediately just go in and shoot. I did not mean to do that. Okay, well, that's unfortunate. Short off angle. Oh, he's chasing us all the way in. I'm gonna go back and peel him off.
Death stops for no one.
Nobody really to chase right now, so just kill Orisa. Now there's somebody to chase. Get her out, and then Orisa dies. Ha! Work! Holy crap! I think she might have pulled some here. Why? What is he doing? This isn't really a good short off angle here. Really know what to do here. I think TP top. I think that's probably the best off angle I can get here. Let him come out. Oh, the Hanzo rotate the other side. Oh yeah, they're rotating the other side. Oh, he sees me. Crap. Jeez. Now the Orisa's isolated, so she dies. Or should have died. Man. Man, are we still not capped? Yeah, that was super awkward. But you can kind of see, like, that's where Reaper kind of struggles a little bit. So it's like, it feels like everything's too far away, very high open, you know? It's like the D.Va problem. When everything's so far away, it's really hard to kind of solve the situation. There's need to flank when there's a Hanzo staring at me.
A dark step.
Okay, I can't go in there, it's too far. Since Hanzo can't one-shot Reaper anymore, I mean, it's... Okay, that was ping diff, y'all. I'm not gonna even lie. I didn't even see the Widow Knight die on her screen. Set up my angle. I will not lose this 1v1 versus the Mercy. Will not happen. Need a little bit more help from my team here. Really don't want to leave this angle here. Need to deflect out first. Deflected, too late. Where is she? She's up here. I think. Where'd she go? Oh. Chasing, 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 chasing. Right. Yeah. It was fine. It was fine. I get play of the game. That's all that matters. That's all that matters. Still the greatest. No, I did. What? No. No, I gave it to her. I gave it to her. I gave it to her. Crap. Okay. Well. Anyway. I'm gonna get some food and then let's talk about what we're gonna do the rest of the stream because we got a lot of exciting stuff to do today. I sat in the bathtub, my bubble bath like real men, and we talked. I had some plans for it to do today. Thoughts on the gunshot? Yep. What's going on? Wait, what the heck? What was that? What did I miss? What did I miss? What did I miss? I was getting potatoes. Don't know. What did I miss? Wait, really? Thathy? Holy crap, dude. I appreciate it. Yeah, speaking of which, Thathy actually asked a question. Wow. Jeez, dude. That's incredible. That's super generous. I really appreciate that. But Thathy has a question, and we didn't get to Thathy's question. So, Thathy, do you want to know where to aim with Diva and Reaper? I think aiming towards neck is good. I think aiming towards neck is better. I think even with shotgun heroes, you still want to aim closer towards the head, but with the way spread works and the way 80-80 strafing works, I think the most consistent is probably aiming a little bit towards the neck. Because the way the head hitboxes work, it's that you'll still hit the majority of your shots. So, like, for context, you are the potato. My bad. It's like the worst timing. So, like, if I'm shooting, like, I don't know, like a roadhog here, you could aim directly at the head, but you could just be like, you know, that's kind of where you can aim. That's totally fine. Yeah, what's up, Rag? And the same thing kind of goes with the Ana. Like, instead of trying to aim, like, up here, try to aim, like, right around here. You know? Because the difference between that even that noticeable? So, like, it's really not all. You see, it's actually, I'm missing more shots, right? So if I aim just a little lower, it's actually more damage. Thank you, Froki. Let's actually check a couple other hitboxes with that. Cassidy, right on the head. Yeah, you see that? And then if I aim at the head, but aim like the chin, it does more. Yeah.
Barrels.
And it's if you're a tiny bit closer, right? And that's crucial as well. So and that goes for Diva as well. So good question. But yeah, seriously, holy crap! Thank you for the $200, man. Did you hear my answer to your question? I assume you're still here. Is it better to aim for Kiriko's legs? Depends on your character. I've heard that before, but I don't know. It depends on if you're actually trying to kill her or if you're just trying to get rid of her. If you're trying to get rid of her, sure. But if you're going to try to kill her, you know. Thank you, Chili Cheesy. We have a roast my highlight here. Let me get this pulled up. All right, roast your highlight. You know, here's the amount of effort I'm going to put into this roast. You're very welcome, Fathy. Thank you for the donation, man. That's super, super generous. Here's how much effort I'm going to put into this roast my highlight. I'm going to eat. I don't give a rip. You're not going to do anything worth talking about. You don't deserve my attention. Really? You have aim so bad that it would make a bronze Moira main blush. And you have the audacity to put this in roast my highlight? This is the type of person, be like a 4-year-old, like fall down the stairs and be like, Mom, I didn't rip my pants on the way to the hospital. Like, congrats on the tech, I guess. If you can even call this tech, you don't even get it. You see, you're so sweaty with your techs because your time to kill from just hitting your shots is so atrociously bad that you have nothing else to rely off of. Nah. I'm triple the ball. Trust. Easily. No, I don't even have to. You guys have seen me in my pugs. You know how good my ball is. You know my mechanics. You guys ever heard of the quadruple boop? Huh? I didn't think so. It's a tech that I developed. Nobody's been able to do it besides me. That's right. Know your place. Nah, it's on myth when I play ball. Just because you can't do it doesn't mean I can't. Chasm 2? Who? Chasm who? You know what I'm saying? No, I'm not going to do it. You know what my mama told me? She said, son, get off the counter, stop stealing food. No, she said, listen, when you have a skill that you're just amazing at, when you're really good at it, you don't have to tell everybody about how good you are. You don't have to prove it to anybody. You just have quiet confidence that you know that you're the greatest. You know? And so, I'm not going to sit here and tell you guys how amazing my ball is or how good my mechanics are or how the quad boop and how I'm so much better than everybody else. This trash can, whoever this guy is. Like, what? I'm not going to do that. I could do that. I could tell you how bad you are over and over and over again. But I'm not going to. I could, but I'm not going to. So. And the ideal turkey sandwich. Oh. How about just turkey thighs and then a turkey drumstick and then turkey thighs with like the absolute spiciest barbecue sauce that you can possibly conjure up, and that's it. Wasn't there a video about how your coaching video is the best resource out there? well, you know, every now and then I make a mistake just to let you guys know that, make you guys feel like I'm still human. You know what I'm saying? But if I was perfect every time, and if I never told you guys how wonderful I am, then you guys would start to think that I'm wonderful, and so I have to kind of keep you all grounded. Why not just eat an entire turkey? Yeah. That's a good point. I should consider that. What L? There is no L. There's no L to be had here. If you have a deli meat turkey only, what I would recommend is just deli meat turkey wrapped around the biggest sausage that you can find. Like the most obnoxiously, hilariously, like something that you see out of like one of like the Disney cartoons from 1947. Just the biggest sausage you can find and just wrap that sucker in turkey. And there's your sandwich. No, it's not Spilo. I'm almost done eating. I'm sorry. I haven't eaten all day long. If I don't hit my anabolic window right now, my muscles will literally deflate like DVD's ego. Live on stream too. It'd be disturbing. Very NDA. I ain't under any NDA. Hi guys, this is terrible table manners. Don't do this at home. Don't do that at home. I'm just tired of people asking me like, what do you think of the leaked patch? I don't know. I haven't even looked at the leaked patch yet. I'll talk about it when it gets released. All right, we're done. Although I'm sure I have some thoughts on it. But yeah. Use turrets to block 3 Hanzo arrows in a row. Oh, that's sad. Is dashing on enemy's feet viable against you? Yes. It's helpful for the one-shot combo when you don't need to make the person turn around. It was potatoes and beef. Good. It's not that I don't like theory crafting. It's just that I don't like, we don't know. I don't want to spend a lot of time thinking and bemoaning and freaking out when we don't even know the full story and like what patching is. I try to think of it as like I don't know. Just kind of a wait and see. Wait and see. Like it's gonna come. It's gonna like new stuff's gonna happen anyway. So I'm sure. I think the patch is probably real, personally, but I'm sure they'll make some adjustments. So we'll cross that road when we get there. Yeah, who knows? Who knows? Okay, let's do this, guys. Let's do this. Do you guys want to do? Do you guys want to do the? Do you guys want to do the ultimate guide to ultimates or the counterplay to counterplay first? So basically, the ultimate guide to ultimates is where we will go through all the Overwatch heroes, talk about their ultimates, ways of dealing with them, ways of dealing versus them. We'll take some notes, and then I'll make a video on it. And or do you want to go to like, you guys remember the SWAT video I did? Yeah. So I'll hear myself talk. This video here, and go through all the counters and be like, how do you play Wrecking Ball into your counters? And give like a quick detail, how do you play Wrecking Ball into your counters? How do you play Doomfist into your counters? How do you play D.Va into your counters? How do you play Jungle Queen into your counters? How do you play Risk in your counters? Your Macho, Reinhardt, Roadhog, Sigma, Winston, Zarya, and so on. Which one do you guys want to do? Complete ult guide or counters? I'll let you guys vote. Let's set up a poll. Let's set up a poll. Because this is going to be fun either way. I think both of them are going to be really fun. Hang on. Poll. Which one? Ult guide, counter to counters. All right. Whole his life. Vote, 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 vote. When will Spilo open a fitness coaching channel? Humor. I mean, I don't know. I've had thoughts where I wanted to talk about more about fitness, but I feel like the way that I train is like more niche. So counters to counters is pulling away. Maybe we do counters to counters then. I don't really know if we're gonna be able to do. Well, I mean, there's still a lot of time left. There's like 8:13 here. I'm not really sure if we're gonna do all tanks, all DPS, and all supports in one day with the counter to counters. So, but we'll see. We'll at least get a big chunk of it done. Can you make a haircut guide? I haven't figured it out myself, so how would I tell? Why would I tell you guys about it? We will do the ult guide. I imagine either later this week or next week. So it's not like that idea is just gonna fade into the west. But hey, cheers, Thathy. I appreciate it. Thank you so much for the donation, mate. I'll send you the link to the recording tomorrow in the post-coaching checklist and then yada, yada, yada. Okay, let's talk about counters to counters then. So, I sadly, I don't even think I have the, yeah, I don't have the screenshots anymore. So, let's talk about this. Actually, you know what? Here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna close on Overwatch so I can actually use Epic Pen because Epic Pen always freaks on me. So let's talk about counters here. We'll start with Wrecking Ball, actually. So yeah, we actually start with Wrecking Ball. So what we'll do is, just to be very clear, is this is going to be, because we talk a lot about the guide to Overwatch 2 counters and soft counters and hard counters. If you haven't seen this video already, it's a bit of a big chew, but it is really important. You can at least skip around and get the intro. Basically, the idea is that soft counters are characters that make you have to make significant adjustments to how you play, whereas hard counters make it so that's almost impossible to play. You not only have to make significant adjustments, but it's also very difficult to play into. So what I'm not going to do is I'm not going to give you the chasm level, this is how to play versus every single hero. I'm going to give you the short TLDR that as an average player, low rank player, even a high rank player starting to learn the character, you at least have a checklist of what you should be looking for. So let's talk about Wrecking Ball first. So Wrecking Ball is definitely one of those characters that has a lot of soft counters. There's a lot of things that can counter him. The soft CC, the hard CC, even just the burst damage in general can be very, very difficult. The key thing with Wrecking Ball when playing at your counters is really to revisit your fundamentals first off, to make sure that your timing is really, really, really good, that you're never ever going in by yourself without your team at least soft pressuring, because even if you do die because they have so many soft CC, you want that to cost the enemy team resources. Like the other thing as well is that if you go in at a good time, they're less likely to be putting all those resources on you. So the key thing is one of the fundamentals. But the other thing that you need to consider with ball, and this is something that I spent a lot of time coaching, especially my higher ranked ball players, is that it's the downtime for uptime. Downtime for uptime. You want to actually screw this? I'm not going to do. I'm going to pull up Overwatch so I can actually demonstrate some of these questions. So what I mean downtime for uptime is a lot of ball players get obsessed with like going in and slamming and then shooting some more and then rolling through again and then slamming. And the problem with that is once you bait people's attention with Wrecking Ball, they're going to stay locked in you for quite some time until you give them some other reason to look elsewhere. Because you're really big, you're really fat, and especially if they have soft CC, they're going to be focusing you down. In fact, they probably swapped to that soft CC to counter you. And so what a lot of balls fail to do is they fail to utilize downtime. And the reason why that's important is because if you fail to utilize downtime, you will get yourself killed. So here's how it works. You're going to go ball, and you're going to go through. All right? And they're going to go Sombra, Cassidy, right? What you're going to do is you're going to do the softest engage that you could possibly can. Either that's going to be peeking out and shooting to bait their attention, shooting, rolling through, right? Another one is just generally slamming and then rolling through, right? So you engage with one cooldown, out with the other. And you don't even stop and shoot, really. You just go through and go right through. And there's one of two things that's going to happen. One is best case scenario, two is worst case scenario. One is they're going to give you cooldowns. They're going to throw cooldowns at your way. But because you're just going in and out super quickly, you have way higher chance of actually living that cooldown, avoiding it, dodging it, or just straight up. Even if you do tank it, you live it, all right? Because you're just immediately out. You're not exposing your head, hitbox, you're doing nothing. The other thing, which is I got to turn this down a little bit. The thing is, the worst case scenario is they don't use the cooldowns, but they look at you. Still value. They're going to do damage to you. And this is where the recent ball changes have really been important. Because you have shields now. You're going to roll through. They're going to shoot you. They're going to give you attention. You're going to roll out. And you're going to chill. You're going to get your cooldowns back. You're going to regenerate a little bit of your HP. And you're going to go in again. And you're going to shoot. Ooh. And then you're going to go in again. Do you guys get what I'm saying when I'm saying downtime for uptime? Because you're managing the amount of damage that you're taking and you're not really going all in, you're allowing yourself to kind of go in and then 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 in, ultimately actually increasing your total amount of uptime because the only time you really cash out is when they've used those cooldowns or your team is hard committed or you see somebody low. So the key thing with ball and encounters is to not full engage, not just because you don't want to die, but because the amount of burst damage that you're going to take. That means even if you live, like let's say you slam into this comp and they don't even have CC, but they just burst you down. If you have to run over here, regenerate, grab a mega, roll over here, grab another mega, that is so much downtime. And that's what so many ball players miss. You really have to utilize downtime for uptime. So a little bit of tickle, a little roll through, a slam that'll roll through, a distraction, harassment, over and over and over and over and over and over and over again, utilizing that shields, utilizing your ability to grab a health back here and there, utilizing your downtime to get your cooldowns back in so that your overall uptime will be higher and your chance of death is a lot lower. Soft engages, yes. There's downtime for everything, but Wrecking Ball can have larger downtime because when he's out, he's out. And the reason why Ball is really good at that is because not only is Ball really good at going in, Ball is really good at going out. Okay, let's keep going here. Wrecking Ball, fine. We talked about Wrecking Ball. Doomfist is very similar, frankly. Doomfist is very similar to Wrecking Ball, where again, it comes down to a timing question and not going for a double cooldown engage until you've softened people up. The other thing with Doomfist and Wrecking Ball as well is that the way people will counter you they'll often group up. Okay, so how many times have you guys played Wrecking Ball and Doomfist, and the entire clump of enemy CC just clumps up in one giant ball, right? And so you're like, well, how do I even penetrate that? Well, that's where you do your soft engages. You get a 5-man slam, or you get a 5-man slam that roll out, or you just roll through, or you shoot and distract. You get a seismic slam as Doomfist, and then punch out, or you punch in and slam out. You got to get these soft cycles. The good news is that when the enemy team is grouped up, they are operating at a passive disadvantage. They are doing less damage to your team right now because they're grouped up to counter you. So you might feel like I have less opportunity to actually punish anybody when they're all grouped up. There's no isolated targets. But the good news is there's less need for you to punish everybody when they're all grouped up because they're operating at a disadvantage by not controlling the map. So you do a drive-by, right? You do your drive-by, you utilize your downtime for uptime, you harass, you distract, exactly what we're talking with Wrecking Ball. You soft engage, you build that ultimate, you see an opportunity to hard commit, and you finish the kill. You finish the kill. Now, notice that we're not talking about individual characters. I think characters like Sombra can be a real nuisance. Obviously, there's some characters like Farah that you can't even touch at all. But in the general way of you countering Doomfist, you can still, that's what you need to be thinking about to improve that experience. It's still difficult, but it's a way you can improve that experience. Operating at a disadvantage as a group means that when the enemy team is entirely grouped up, because they are taking no off angles, the DPS and supports are operating at a damage pressure output disadvantage. If the Cassidy is here, the Cassidy is in a bad position to harass your backline or to pressure your DPS. So while you might be operating at a disadvantage, the entire enemy team is operating at a disadvantage, which means that your teammates will have more space to do the things that they want to do. You might have less to do because you're scared of entering the horde, but your teammates can do more. So soft cycles, downtime for uptime, playing around timing very importantly, and respecting the clump as being a disadvantage for you, but an advantage for your team. Those are my tips. Okay, let's keep going. Diva, a little similar to Doomfist and Wrecking Ball. The difference with Diva's counters, a lot of them, with the exception of Brigitte, we'll talk about that one in a second, is just about avoiding them as much as you possibly can until you don't want to avoid them. Sorry, without bubbles, if you have full HP, you can absolutely murder her in point blank range. Same thing with Mei. Mei without an ice block, Mei without any consistent support, very, very easy kill, excuse me. I know a lot of people obsess about eating their ultimates, which is actually exactly why they're so dangerous. Because what they do is they give you a good reason to play closer to them, and then they kill you, and then they ult anyway. So I generally recommend holding off angles, holding high grounds, avoiding these guys, especially when she's charged, especially when she has ice block, and finding angles to get around and harass backlines instead. Brigitte's a bit of a trickier one. She is a trickier support to kill. If she doesn't have shield, you can kill her. If she doesn't have bash, you can kill her. The big thing with Brigitte that makes her hard to play around is the fact that you don't really have any counterplay around pack. So a target that gets pack means that a target that you can't really dive consistently. The good news is that if the target that you're diving gets packed, that means the Brigitte is looking at that target, which means that you might not kill the target, but you're getting a 2-for-1. And the problem with Brig is that Brig can't really kill you. So if you dive a target, and let's say it's a Zenyatta and the Zenyatta Harmony Orbs, that's just as good as an armor pack, almost as good as an armor pack, and the Zenyatta can kill you, right? Whereas the Brigitte is not really going to kill you. So Brig is more of a soft counter because she will stop you from securing kills, but she cannot stop you from securing distraction and pressure. Okay. Yeah, I don't include Symmetra as a D.Va counter since she lost her 225 HP. Because Symmetra is pretty easy to angle on, and she is very squishy and much more killable, I find, than Mei. Okay, Junker Queen. So, Junker Queen is a bit of a tricky one where there's a lot of things that you don't really have counterplay around. Hard counter, Mei. You cannot get involved. Mei is a hard counter, especially when paired with another tank that's going to have frontline presence. So Orion plus Mei, Ram plus Mei, Zarya plus Mei, anything that can wall you up and pressure you out, even another Junker Queen in Mei, you need to really be careful. Now, the good news is that a lot of these Brawler DPS, when they don't have cooldowns, are very fragile to you. So it's a hard counter with an asterisk with Mei. Same thing with Reaper, where if it doesn't have Wraith, doesn't have Ice Block, you can kill it very quickly. But you want to generally avoid it, poke it out, play angles, try to keep your distance. Don't stand in the middle of the choke in those situations. Kiriko, you can't really deal with her as an individual, so that's important to note. She can dink you pretty well. And you need to worry about Suzu with your ultimate. So the counterplay with Kiriko, with Suzu, is because Junker Queen doesn't have a reliable way of forcing Suzu all the time, outside of just playing really good and hitting shots and hitting Gracies. But that's not a really good tip. So what I would say is the counterplay to Kiriko is to try to look for Junker Queen ults where you can hit multiple targets that are split up. So you will find success as playing Junker Queen into Kiriko when you hit a Junker Queen ult with targets that are like this. She cannot Suzu all of them. She has to pick and choose. And that's where if you're able to hit multiple targets that are slightly split, then she can't Suzu it. And that's honestly the more consistent way of looking for it. Obviously, Suzu, if you can see it, is great too, but that's the key thing here. Ana's more of a doozy just because Sleep Dart and Nade are really, really difficult to deal with. What I would say with Ana is Ana just punishes lack of cover usage really hard. Because if cover doesn't really stop you from getting naded because you can get splash naded, but cover will allow you to disengage a fight so that you can recover from being naded more. So you really want to be careful about it. Ana punishes mistakes really hard. Now, Sleep Dart is unfortunately one thing that you can't 100% guarantee, like Suzu. If she hits it, she hits it. But you can make it difficult, again, by playing cover well and by timing your ultimate more mid-fight and not just using it right down the middle. Cause a little chaos, fish it out, see if it happens. And again, Sleep Dart, when you're not ulting, cover, because you can absolutely hear the Sleep Dart, react to it. And even if you do get slept, if you're next to cover, you're more likely to be able to live it. So the key things with this guy is cover, split targets with your ultimate, don't engage unless you have an advantage. Reaper soft counter, this is more of a mid-rank thing, qualify, where mid-rank players will struggle a little bit more. And I think for a lot of the more pokey heroes, so there's one thing that doesn't really fall into the hard counter, soft counter thing. You guys look at like Hanzo, Pharah, Zenyatta, Widow, Ashe. Those all are the same answer. Very similar to Ana, cover. Find a way to either get close to them in a sneaky fashion or take an angle where they can't see you. So if there's a Widowmaker that's here, you don't have the mobility to reach her over here, or the Hanzo or Ashe. You just don't. So what you do is you do one of two things. You either rotate around and get on top of them, or if the enemy tank is here, you take an angle where they can't see you really and just shoot the tank. Jungle Queen is not bad at tank trades. And so what she lacks that for in mobility, she does have some capabilities to win tank trades consistently. So what you do is you would either find a way to rotate under the squishies or you don't peek them at all because Jungle Queen is very fragile to poke damage. Very, very fragile. The other ones like the Ryan, the Reaper, very similar to the Mei. You'd want to avoid getting in their face until you have an advantage. Lucio could boop you back. There's not a whole lot you can do about that. I don't think Zarya is 100% always a soft counter, but again, it's like kind of engage the Zarya whenever you'd like to. One thing with the Zarya I'd say is like try to poke out to force a bubble, force her out. Really try to avoid carnaging a bubble, that kind of thing. Well, the problem is that Widow Hanzo are not wasting their time shooting a tank if it's you, because they can kill you. They can 100% kill you. Okay. Shut up, Anima. Okay, Orisa. So Orisa has some of the least counterplay options to the counterplay out of all the characters. So that's the bad news. You talk about how to play into Zarya. Now, since the change, there's a little bit more counterplay because she has slightly better poke damage because she doesn't have the fall off. So your best bet is to try to play like mid-ish range, just outside of her beam range, so that you can shoot her down. It's not consistent, and if you can avoid Zarya, do so. But that's one option. The other option with Zenyatta is kind of similar to the other options, where if you can't touch it, don't stand in front of it. So if you can't dive the Zen because he's too far away and you don't have any mobility, don't peek it. And the same thing goes with really all of these characters, right? Sigma's a little bit different, but we'll get to that one in a second. Do not play patty cake with any of these characters. If you can't get to it, you don't play patty cake. Zarya is mostly just playing just outside of her beam range and shooting her down. Like I said, the recent change to her gun, Orisa's gun, has definitely made this matchup a little bit more favorable. Maybe I put Zarya in a soft counter. I haven't played enough Orisa to know. But yeah. And Sigma is actually a little bit interesting where it's like you can poke him out at extreme ranges, so just outside of his range. That's really, really, really good. You either want to do that or you want to get up and close in his face to force his shift early and then rock or fortify his rock. And then you can definitely deal with Sigma. So Orisa is either extreme ranges with Sigma or up in his face because his rock forcing fortify, his shift is really good, his shield is really good, his damage is really good versus you, stuff like that. Okay, let's keep going here. Ramattra. Now Ramatra's received some pretty big buffs recently, so he definitely feels a little bit less bad in many of these characters. Sleep Dart nade still really, really messes him up. Sleep Dart especially because it cancels the block, which is really his self-sustain. You can live through nade with block, so keep that in mind when you are naded. Even if you're not particularly low, unless you're actually killing something, I would hold block just to make sure that you don't get low. Sleep Dart, there's not a lot of counterplay. You need to play cover carefully. You need to try to utilize your shield into your Nemesis form. One of the things that you'll see a lot of high-level Ramatras do into Ana is when they're looking to use their Nemesis form or their ultimate, is they'll try to place their shield near the Ana or place the shield near where they want to brawl. So they have ways to kind of shield dance in and out of that shield to deal with the Ana. Same kind of thing deals with the Zenyatta, where it's just you can either bait the Discord and then push, or you can use your shield to block the Zenyatta's LOS. Zenyatta is going to be the most important person probably to block with your shield when you're playing into anything, so keep that in mind. And then obviously if you can get on top of these guys, you're cooking, but you need your shield to be able to do it. Okay, let's talk about soft counters here. So a lot of the soft counters with Ramatra, there really isn't a good solution. Echo, Pharah, Tracer, even Sojourn to an extent, are not characters that you can really interact with. They're too mobile, they're too hard to track. The best thing that you could do is occasionally if Sojourn miss positions, you can punch her. Echo miss positions, you can punch her. Tracer and so on, you can definitely punch her. But really the way to play into a lot of the counters that you can't reach as Ramatra is to try and kill the other stuff. If you can't deal with them, don't worry about it. Go find value elsewhere. And I think that definitely applies with a lot of the other things as well. Mercy as well. Bastion's one of the few exceptions, I think, to this rule because Bastion is not a character that can avoid you, but also he's a character that can really mess you up. Bastion definitely should pivot slightly how you view your Nemesis and your Omnic form because Bastion chews up your Nemesis form. He can't kill you if you block quickly enough, but you will spend your entire Nemesis form doing this. The entire. So you need, because you don't have a consistent shield like Ryan and no way to block, and it's just not as good as Fortify, you don't have a gun. And the punch just does nothing to Bastion, really. It's not enough damage with his armor and his damage reduction through tank mode. So I recommend with Bastion utilizing your Omnic form more if you can. But yeah, no Malga. I really feel like I guess we should go back and talk about if any of these are Malga. I feel like Malga falls into the category. You know what? Let's actually just insert this right now. Malga is kind of an X factor here. I'm not inserting Malga in here. I think Malga definitely hard counters a lot of things, but the answer to dealing with Malga for most characters is just to avoid him as much as you possibly can. Avoid him as much as you possibly can. That's pretty much all there is to it. There's no other really way of dealing with Malga. And I guess the only other thing I'd say is with Malga is try to disengage his cardiac overdrive. If he does use that, it is a really long cooldown, and that is a really strong cooldown. So if you're able to disengage that cooldown, it's good. Mercy soft counter is just enabling the poke characters, and because Mercy with a Sky character is not a support that you can consider touching ever. So yeah, we'll just leave that at Malga for now. Reinhardt. So Reinhardt doesn't really have any hard counters directly, but there's a lot of things that can make his life miserable. There's lots of things that can make his life miserable. Lots of ways of counterplaying these things, but it's generally Reinhardt's like one of the characters where like the soft counters are really boring to play into, right? So you can't really interact with Pharah. Life Weaver is a doozy to deal with, especially now that you can't fire strike through his freaking his pedal. So let's actually talk about these. Pharah, you can't deal with it. Don't worry about Pharah. Find something else. Kiriko, you really can't deal with her either. She's generally going to be positioned too far on angles or too far away to deal with her. I generally would not worry too much about Kiriko either. All right, so those two characters kind of fall into the same category. Then let's talk about the characters that all kind of fall into the same category where you could do okay versus them with an asterisk. Okay? Bastion, Orisa, Roadhog, when the stars align, you could deal with them really well. When the stars don't align, you suck. You're done. It's over. Shatter ruins these characters if they don't have the cooldown to deal with it. No damage mitigation for Roadhog, no armor. Melts pretty quickly. Orisa, if she doesn't have Fortify, although she does have that tool to deal with it, dies pretty fast. Bastion dies instantly. Your shield can be really good at denying their damage follow-up, and your shield can be really good at denying their overall poke value. So Roadhog, Orisa, Bastion want to get in your face. Your shield should be allowed to get you to be able to disengage them. The thing with playing Reinhardt into these compositions is it's really going to separate the meh from the good Reinhardt players and how good is their cooldown management. If you have great cover usage and great shield management, and you're able to consistently block javelins and hooks and disengage turret forms, disengage fortifies, and so on, you're going to have an okay time. It's not going to be fun playing it, but you'll be okay. You'll survive. You'll provide more value to your team than you think you are. The problem is if you make a mistake, and that's where these characters really can ruin you. Orisa can javelin your pen, Log can hook you out of position, then whole hog you. Bastion turret just melts you instantly. So what I would say with Reinhardt is you need to, if you can avoid these characters and get value elsewhere, do so. You actually have significant superior mobility to these characters. Way better mobility. But if you can't disengage these characters, cover, shield management, impactful fire strikes, impactful earth shatters, and if you see an opportunity, impactful pins. Echo is a good one where it's like maybe a soft counter, but it's not as she doesn't consistently fly so far away that you can't totally interact with her entirely. Malga is Malga. We talked about Malga already. Malga's not going to be on this list. Malga is basically the same thing as these characters right here, but he's harder to avoid. Okay, so let's talk about Life Weaver, because Life Weaver is definitely an odd one. Life Weaver is basically a support that you can never really interact with, but changes how you interact with things. You can't really interact with his life grip. The only interaction that you can do with Life Weaver that's really, really important to adjust is do not solo shatter. Do not solo shatter. Pin, there's nothing you can do about it. If you hit a pin, he pulls it out, it's fine. Nothing you can do about that one. But do not solo shatter versus a Life Weaver unless you've seen grip. It's not a good trade. Try to always either put pressure on the Life Weaver to make him out of position, or force a loot grip, or hit a two-man shatter, because that really sucks. Yeah. So no comment on Life Weaver, no interaction, no fire strikes even anymore, because consistency. And yeah. Okay. Roadhog. So Roadhog is a tricky one, where there could be a lot of things that feel really bad in Roadhog, a lot of things that feel really bad playing Roadhog, because we love our reworks, ladies and gentlemen. Or you could solo crit shatter. I mean, that is true. Unironically, that is true. Okay. So Roadhog. Ana Sleep Dart, the free damage that she gets on you, which is not great, but it's something, and most importantly, the nade. The best thing you can do versus Roadhog is, again, going back to like how do you play Jungle Queen, is you got to be super disciplined with your cover. You got to be super disciplined with your peaks. A Sleep Dart and a nade will not kill you as Roadhog if you are on a corner. It will kill you if you're out in the open because you have no way of disengaging that disadvantage. You could get slept and naded, and it is almost impossible to burst you before you can get to cover if you're playing near the cover. It's just almost impossible. You just need to be super disciplined. One of the things that Hog players mess up is they want to walk forward and take aggression, which is discouraged in Overwatch 2. You don't do anything proactive. When you do take proactivity, you just need to be super disciplined moving from cover to cover to cover to cover. I think because we have a character that has so much self-survivability through his vape that people lose a lot of discipline with their positioning. You need to treat yourself like a Zenyatta. You need to treat yourself like a Zenyatta, cover to cover to cover to cover, so that anything happens, whether it's a Discord, a nade, a sleep, a couple of Hanzo headshots, a rock, a javelin, that you're able to quickly move to cover and disengage. And the reason why that works well for Roadhog is that while he is a brawl character, he has enough range with this hook to where he doesn't have to always be in your face to get value. So if you ever find yourself struggling versus an Ana, consider, am I playing too much like I'm just completely disrespecting the enemy tank, standing in front of the open, just blah, 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 and vaping and whatever? That's probably where your problems are coming from. And really that applies to both the Zenyatta, the Hanzo, the Sojourn, and even to a lesser extent these characters as well. We could talk briefly about the value here. D.Va can deny a lot of your one-shot value, but you can also hook her a lot and mess her up. So just keep that in mind. It's more about like denying your hook value in your whole hog, which there isn't a whole lot that you can do to deny that. So you just have to deal with it. But then Sigma and Orisa is a little bit of a matchup where it becomes, with Sigma, try to put as much shield pressure as possible. Try to keep your HP relatively high because both of these CCs will kill you if you try to vape at low HP. A rock's not going to kill you when you're full HP. A javelin's not going to kill you when you're anywhere near close to full HP. What happens is, especially with the new cooldown change, where it's a longer cooldown. What is it now, Chad? Is it 1.5 seconds? What is it now? When you get canceled, 1.5. That's going to kill you. That's going to kill you. Is when you get low, you don't vape until late, you get rock, javelined, or slept, and then you die. That's what's going to kill you. So just be very hyper aware of your HP. And these are tanks that you can force their cooldowns out relatively easily. A hook on an Orisa to force a Fortify is a great cooldown trade. Forcing Sigma Grasp, breaking his shield quickly. Roadhog is not bad in these frontline trades if you play very, very well. And that's the key thing. Keep in mind, Orisa can javelin spin and block your hook as well. Although one little detail as well, chat, if I remember correctly, if you get sucked into Orisa's ultimate, yes, you get sucked into Orisa's ultimate, whole hog ruins her. Absolutely ruins her. Even though she's fortified, because she can't move, she eats every single pellet. Yeah, so Titan, when you're trying to deal with all these counters at the same time, you're making a mistake. Your job should be to be able to practice dealing with one type of these counters. You're going to notice it, by the way, a lot of these counters kind of fall into like different archetypes of like utilize cover more or avoid them or play around their cooldowns. And you need to practice dealing with different types of counters until, like, if you're playing ball in the Sombra, paying attention to, like, when is she here? When is she there? Soft engaging and so on is important. Bastion is not a Roadhog counter. Bastion is a significantly worse Hanzo when it comes to burst. Reaper, we considered Reaper, but I think Reaper's screwed by the new hook one-shot combo. And it's difficult to consistently value there. Jungle Queen, I don't find Jungle Queen to be a counter to Roadhog. At best, a neutral matchup. Yeah. So you don't worry about trying to deal with your counters all at the same time. Pick one that you want to practice, and then as you get better, you'll be able to do more and more and more. Okay, Sigma. So the bad news with Sigma is that he has some of the least counterplay out of all the options, because a lot of the counterplay options for him are just simply maintain your distance with Ramatra and Reinhardt until they're lower down. So you need to spam early and often. But if they're really good with cover usage, it can be difficult, especially on certain maps, right? So spam early and often. Definitely try to save Rock for Nemesis form to force a block. I think same thing with Reinhardt. Rock to deal with his pin. Even if he blocks it, canceling his pin is really important. Do not throw a rock at a Reinhardt that's close to you and has pin. Because he will pin you and you'll have nothing to stop him. Flux can also be really good versus these tanks. When they push you, you kind of catch the engage. That could be very useful. And then obviously things like shield does block Earth Shatter and shield does block Annihilation. So something to consider as well. But yeah, still could be very difficult, especially when paired with Lucio. Okay, these is kind of what I was talking about earlier, where it's like these are really, really difficult to deal with because you can't really interact with them because they're too far away. I guess you could throw in Pharah in here as well, and you don't really have a lot of counterplay. The only thing that you need to know is know what not to do. First off, don't put too much attention on a Kiriko or Echo that's spamming you, or Pharah spamming you from too far away. There's not a whole lot that you can do. Find a target that you can shoot instead. Shield these targets off if you need to. Not a whole lot you can do. Sombra, if you can shoot her to force her Translocator, that's great. But you need to be very careful of your Flux getting hacked and your Shift getting hacked. And that would be good shield placement, and honestly, more than anything else, the good timing. So when Sombra's out, that's when you ult. When Sombra has already hacked you, that's when you ult, because she can't rehack you immediately afterwards. So yeah, that's the big thing there. Tricky matchups, but there's timing windows. Also, EMP, there's no real counter to EMP to Flux, but it's not a terrible trade. So just keep that in mind. Yeah, there's a lot of tanks. If they can avoid the Sigma, they do pretty well in the Sigma, but it's more of a map-specific situational thing. Okay. Winston. So, Winston. So, we got to love our boy Winston because he has a whole cornucopia. And the vast majority of these counters fall into two categories. Don't peek them or avoid them. Do not peek a Cassidy. I mean, really any poke damage. Cassidy's kind of a weird one with his current fall off, but like, do not let an Echo poke you. Do not peek a Torbjorn. Do not peek a Roadhog. Do not peek a Zenyatta. Do not let these characters poke you out. Even a Junker Queen can cause major issues. Do not peek them. Do not get near a Brig, a Reaper, a Junker Queen, a Roadhog, a Cassidy, a D.Va, a Bastion. These are all targets that you need to be avoiding for the most part. There are windows where Cassidy's vulnerable, I think after roll specifically, or after not even Hinder really, because you have Bubble to deal with Hinder, but avoid him when he has his roll, unless there's no other better target available, because he can roll fan, and obviously he's very difficult to kill. You need to be careful about how much damage you're taking from poke from a Zenyatta. Echo. The reason I include Echo here, not Pharah, is because Echo is a little bit more flexibility, has more flexibility with her movement, so she's a little bit harder to avoid entirely. Brig is not a target that you should always avoid, but Brig is less attractive than other squishies. You can absolutely jump on a Brig. You often will jump on a Brig, but you wish that she wasn't a Brig. You wish she was something else. Brig is the best of the supports to play. Yeah. So same thing with Zenyatta. Like, you're not going to be like, oh, I can't jump the Zenyatta, he's a soft counter. You just don't peek the Zenyatta. Land directly on his little smooth robotic head. But do not let him shoot you prior to that. Do not, and same thing with Brig. Like I said, just try to not let her whip you. If you are going to engage, try to engage either directly on top of her or directly on top of the support or DPS that she doesn't have LOS onto. Bash is just a mixture of both, really, where Bastion you want to avoid, but also Bastion you don't want to peek, because even in his I think Sentry form, he still does decent poke damage with his headshots, so Bastion just all around feels terrible. D.Va, okay, so let's actually talk about the hard counters a little bit more in detail. So Bastion, you need to try and play around his turret timing and jump to where he cannot see you. The best case scenario for Bastion is he saves his turret form for your jump, but you jump onto a corner, cover, or a target where he cannot see you. If they're all grouped up, you jump, if they're all like, let's see here. They're all grouped up like this here, right? And you engage here, back over here or over here, right? And Bastion pops his turret form, turns around and tries to chase you, but you have a little bit of a wall here. That's best case scenario, because you get both the turret form for your team and you're still serving a distraction and not dying. You want Bastion to try and turret you. You do. You really do. You just don't want him to be able to shoot you in the face with it, right? You can also definitely peek Bastions, especially in mid to low ranks. They'll get the turret baited really easy. So if you look like you're going to dive, they'll pop the turret form. That's something to be aware of as well. But yeah, that's the main one. Now, D.Va is a little bit different. Where Diva is you're very much trying to avoid her, but because she has her own form of mobility, she can chase you. So she's not quite as lethal as Sebastian, but she's close and she can chase you. So that's really, really, really annoying. Nothing's more annoying than Diva that marks you. The difference, though, between Winston and Diva, and we've showcased this a few times before, the difference between Winston and Diva is the mobility speed. This is so much faster than what Diva can do. And you need to try and exploit that. You need to make, like, if I'm playing Diva here, and there's a Winston, and he dives my Widowmaker over there, I'm going to go, right? But because I'm slow and because I'm a shotgun character, I don't even break your bubble that fast until I get close to it. So you need to try and exploit that as Winston. If you're going to try and dive, avoid the Diva, and then try to make her chase you from a greater distance. So with Bastion, it's about using cover. With Diva, it's still important to use cover too, but it's more important to try and force her to close distances. Because again, imagine having your tank here just going over and chasing, and by the time she gets here, you're 1 second away from jump, and you're able to disengage. Bronze to diamond, yeah, I'd say bronze to diamond. Right, so that's the key thing with playing Winston into Diva, which is why this is why we talk about maps a lot, because if the maps don't allow you to jump away from the Diva, then the map, it might not be playable. But yeah, that's a really key thing playing Winston. The rest of these, there's nothing really unique. Echo is really hard to interact with. Right clicks will be your friend versus an Echo, which is useful. Brig is tricky. Not a whole lot you can do about that. I think there's things that you can... The Brig definitely influences when you use your bubble. So you might use your bubble a little bit earlier to avoid the whip shot. So keep that one in mind. Same thing kind of goes with Zenyatta and Kick. Just be aware of Kick. Torbjorn Overload can be really annoying. Road Whole Hog will ruin you as Winston. So you need to be aware of that. Roll. We talked about Cassidy's roll. Junker Queen. The big thing with Junker Queen is you need to be careful of the knife. So this happens to me a lot when I'm playing Winston into a Junker Queen comp, and I'm just not thinking that Junker Queen's going to chase me. But what ends up happening is, like, let's actually go Junker Queen here. What ends up happening is I dive the backline as Winston, and everything's fine and dandy, but the Junker Queen peels, turns around, and runs at me, and knifes me. And so then when I try to run back to my team, she pulls me back. So let's say the example we talked about earlier, like the Winston dives in. Well, the Junker Queen will chase you. She'll shoot you, she'll shoot you, she'll shoot you as you're diving that Widow. She knifes you. You start to jump back, and she yanks you. Be aware of that. Be aware of that. There's different ways of playing around it. Bubble dancing is the most consistent way. You can also look like you're about to pretend to jump, so she yanks it earlier, then jumps out. And then obviously don't face tank a Junker Queen because she'll freaking wreck you. So yeah, just avoid getting in her face. And I think that's mostly it. Reaper is pretty much similar as the Junker Queen. Just avoid him. Avoid him. You can jump a Reaper that doesn't have Wraith. I think a Winston actually has an advantage in that 1v1 if the Reaper doesn't have Wraith, especially if you get a good bubble, good jump. It can be actually a very killable target. I love Reaper is probably my favorite soft counter to play into because people usually think that that's a great swap hard counter to Winston, and usually they don't know how to play Reaper, and then usually I kill them a lot. So, do with that information as you will. Zarya. So I guess we should probably stop with Zarya because we've been going on for some time. Maybe we'll go a little longer. Zarya. So Zarya is hard counter. I mean, it's not a whole lot to say here. You can't solo grab anybody because it gets pulled. Pedal also pulls people out of grab. And the other thing too is that when we talk about like what does a Brawl tank want to do, a Brawl tank would like to engage with squishies. And if a Life Weaver is playing on a good map, there's a real chance that you'll never be able to interact with the Life Weaver the entire game. No damage. You can't even reach him with right clicks because he's too high up on the pedal. You just don't engage with him the entire game. His tree can really, it's a good Brawl defensive ultimate as well. So it doesn't necessarily counter grab. It doesn't necessarily counter a full high charge, but it makes your life miserable. So Life Weaver has so many tools to mess you up, especially if the map's bad, right? Soft counter. Really a lot of heroes that are better in the Brawl, right? So Zarya has this like hybrid of like pokey-ish, brawly-ish, kind of can support dive a little too with bubbles, kind of, sort of. And what ends up happening is similarly to a lot of the other off-tank heroes, D.Va being the king, is that she really struggles in the solo tank environment. Orion with any sort of Brawl support destroys you. Mei with a Brawl tank destroys you. Ramattra destroys you. Winston, Wrecking Ball, totally avoids you. You can't even shoot them. So the tank trade that you wouldn't necessarily always mind taking if it's not a Brawl tank, oh no, I can't interact with you at all. And even worse, heroes like Winston and Wrecking Ball are notorious at not feeding a whole lot of charge. So unless you hit it in a slam or maybe a mine, you're not going to get a lot of charge from Wrecking Ball. He's just going to stop shooting. And same thing with Winston, but even worse. So Yeah, I mean, actually a soft counter here. It's a little bit busted up. And then there's a lot of other DPS characters like Bastion, Mei, that with the tank support can kill you very quickly. A Mei or a Bastion is also not always a bad thing because they are things that you can reach. But if you don't play your cooldowns right, they can kill you. And then there's a whole cornucopia of characters that you cannot interact with at all, both dive and spam. Hanzo, Sojourn, Ashe, Widow, characters that you just are too far away and will take huge chunks of your HP, are hard to grab, are hard to right-click, and sometimes they're even hard to build charge off of because they can selectively choose when and when not to feed you bubbles. It will feed charge, but it's a little bit harder, especially on maps that are sniper maps. Don't even try. And then there's a whole category of characters, even dive characters like Kiriko and Echo, and to a lesser extent Iyari, who can just avoid you entirely and poke you out, take off angles. And again, that's just a character without a lot of mobility that really, really struggles. So Zarya, I would say, has very few situations where Zarya feels really good and a lot of situations where Zarya feels really bad. Again, it's not like you can't play Zarya into these. You absolutely can, and you will frequently play Zarya into these. But you need to understand that I need to avoid peeking snipers if I can, unless they're close. I need to try and save both bubbles and play a little bit more distance if they're playing Rein Mei. So you need to manage your range, play a little bit pokier versus these heavier brawl characters, and then catch their aggression with your bubbles. And then versus these spammier characters, you need to try to avoid their sightlines unless you're on top of them. Maybe feed some charge off of them and then try to engage their tank. And then the characters like Life Weaver, there's really nothing you can do at all besides pressuring and forcing pedal then grabbing or trying to burn yeah, it's rough. Rockbrook, thank you. But yeah. Okay. What do you guys think? Should we stop there? Or should we keep going? Should we just keep going? Should we just keep going? Should we just bite the bullet and keep going? How do you play Ram into Zarya? Poke her out, force a bubble. Your Nemesis farm is like, you can outpoke a Zarya pretty easily if she's not charged. Okay, let's keep going then. All right, I think that it'll be the tanks are definitely the hardest ones because the tanks are the ones that have to directly deal with the enemy team more. So they deal with the worst of the enemy team. So for example, I freaking hate playing like a lot of these characters. I hate playing Genji or Tracer or even a Hanzo or Widow into, but I don't have to deal with them as much. So yeah, okay. Ashe is actually a pretty counterable DPS. I think one of the more counterable DPS that we'll talk about because she's in this weird position where she's not like a true sniper, but she is a sniper-ish because she has like the longest range out of any of the non-hard sniper characters, but those sniper characters offer very little counterplay for her. Any Widowmaker sightline, she's at a massive disadvantage. And Hanzo's even worse because you're worse at long ranges, and in many ways, he's actually better in close ranges because Storm Arrow just freaking wrecks your life. So I think Ashe is provides a lot more team value than a Hanzo. Bob is a better ultimate than Dragon. Dynamite's better utility. The positioning stuff, it's easier to hit your shots more consistently. But in the 1v1, generally try to avoid Hanzo unless you know that he doesn't have Storm Arrow, he's distracted, or you have your Dynamite. Dynamite is still a really, really good 1v1 tool. I think we have this fantasy of the Overwatch 1 5-man Dynamites that's just not realistic very often in Overwatch 1, and Dynamite is more consistently used to just win duels. And I think that's really, really important. The reason why Widow is not a hard counter is because Widow is not as positionally flexible as Hanzo. So there's many times where you can take an angle and avoid the Widowmaker's sightlines and still get value shooting tanks or supports. So for example, if the Widowmaker's way back here, enemy team is here. A Hanzo would see you hiding here, right? And here's here, and you're shooting, pew-pewing the enemy. This is an Ashe, by the way. Right, and he'd go, man, screw that. I'm getting up in here. I'm getting dirty. I'm going to beat up on this Ashe, right? But a Widow can't really do that. So an Ashe can always take an angle that avoids the Widowmaker's sightlines. Not always, but often can, which is why I put her in a soft counter. Joy to Beast, I'm going to break you like a bad habit. Usual dive characters, she is squishy, she is fragile. There are characters that are able to close the distance if the map's good. All these dive characters find ways of doing that. The best way to play into dive is there's a couple of things. Everybody knows Coach Gun to safety. The underrated tips, though, are, first off, Dynamite it's okay to not use Dynamite if you know there's a threat of a Genji or a Sombra or so on. Even a Tracer, right? Not so much versus the tanks, but that can allow you to hold more aggressive angles because the dynamite means that you're less scared of these 1v1s, especially if you have any support. But the most underrated tip, this doesn't apply to Sombra, I'll explain why in a second. The most underrated tip for playing Ashe and really any character that's fragile to dive, is to not lose their positioning. So if I'm playing into Wrecking Ball, I just can't forget where he is. If I'm playing a Tracer, don't be surprised. You could do stuff that we talked about, dynamic positioning, being able to rotate. So if like the Wrecking Ball is staging this way, I as an Ashe might rotate my angle from here to here, right? That way I have a little bit more distance between myself and the threat. And that's even easier with dive characters like Genji, Tracer, and so on, because they're a little bit slower than Wrecking Ball. It takes them a little bit of time to set up. So just as long as you maintain a little bit of distance through proactive, not wait till they dive you, but proactively rotating to good sightlines, you can have a much easier time. They'll either lose you, they'll try to close the distance and get shot and so on. The reason why Sombra doesn't fall in that category, obviously, is because she's invisible. So you don't always know exactly where. Now you can try to guess when she's going to go in, but yeah. That's mostly it. Kiriko kind of falls in that category as well. Try to keep your distance. And with Kiriko, the big thing is really be careful about scoping in versus a Kiriko. Better to just try and throw your dynamite, 80-80 strafe, spam some shots, get to cover. Try and force. If you force her Suzu, though, it's really good value. Dynamite for Suzu is a great trade. Okay. Sigma kind of falls into his own category where it's like he could do a really good job spamming you out. So try to stay outside of his range. Also, your shield break is decent, but it's not quite as efficient as some of the other characters. So he can be kind of annoying to play into. So just try to stay outside of his primary fire range and try to take angles to where if he's shielding you, he's not shielding your team. And I think the same thing goes with D.Va to a lesser extent in terms of like that hybrid of like denying your angle, but also can dive you. The nice thing about D.Va is that if you keep your distance, she is really slow compared to the other dive characters, so you can poke her HP down, force all of her matrix, and so on. But yeah. Yeah, okay, I think that's mostly it. Let's talk a little bit about Cassidy. Cassidy is just kind of bad. He has no range whatsoever. So anything that has any sort of poke, he has to find a way to close the distance with these targets, but he's not even super lethal in close ranges, not as much as he used to be. The lack of mag grenade is just not all that good versus poke characters. And then characters like D.Va and Sigma can really deny his space. So the best way to play Cassidy into all this crap is to try desperately to close the distance on the Ashe and the Widow and Sojourn and so on, because they will ruin your lives otherwise. I definitely think mag grenade is not very good in those matchups, but it's better than nothing. It's free damage. You can animation cancel it between your shots as well, I believe. Chad, that's correct, right? So this thing is just close the distance. You know, close the distance. You basically play like a brawl character versus a sniper character. So like, yeah, you just weave it in there. So Sigma and D.Va is a little bit different, where like you want to kind of, they can do such a good job shutting down your sightlines, and you can't really out brawl them. So you do need to maintain your distance versus Sigma and D.Va for the most part. You could, in theory, burst Sigma. You could, in theory, burst D.Va. But mostly maintain your distance because you're not likely to do either of that. And they have really easy ways of not only punishing you, but denying your damage on them. So, okay. Let's move on to Echo. Now, Echo is... EDR is in there. Echo is a bit of an interesting one where, you know, obviously flying character means more vulnerability to hit scan because there's a chance that they are out in the open and getting shot in the face. But you have lots of flexibility with being able to get up and close and dirty with characters like Ashe and Sojourn. So, especially if these characters don't have things like their slide, or even if they do have their slide and coach gun, if you're able to find a way to poke them from cover and find a way to sneak up on them with stickies, you can do a pretty good job versus them. You just need to be really attentive to your positioning here. And the same thing actually goes with Iliari, where you could very easily break Pylon from an angle, and even if she has her shift, you can kill an Iliari pretty quickly here. So a lot of these pokier hit scan characters, with the exception of Cassidy, you do want to try and get up and dirty with them. Sojourn, you can poke out as long as she doesn't have rail. Like, you can actually out poke a Sojourn if she doesn't have rail. It's when she has rail that she becomes, I would say, a soft counter. So just be careful about that. So Cassidy is a little bit trickier because Cassidy is something you can absolutely one-shot. You can really one-shot any squishy as Echo if you can land your stickies. The problem with Cassidy is there's a lot more risk involved than there is with other squishies because of his mag grenade cutting down your shift, and because his weapon is not a scope. So it's very easy for him to kind of keep his angle and keep awareness of you. So Be very careful. You can actually outpoke a Cassidy as well because of his fall off being in right now quite bad. But if you do find a way to close the distance, it's okay. Tracer is okay versus Echo, but her verticality makes it inconsistent, and you can always shift away from a Tracer. Also, Tracer is one of the few characters where like Echo, if you stay calm and aim your shots on a Tracer, you can mess her up pretty good. But I would say Tracer is okay versus Echo. Yeah. Diva can eat your stickies. Diva can chase you out of the sky. Just poke her out. Maintain your distance. I think one of the things that a lot of Echoes kind of fall into, trap-wise, is they feel like the old Overwatch 1 Echo where you just hit a shot, landed stickies, she dies. That's not the case in Overwatch 2 very much anymore. The extra tank HP means it's a lot harder to just nuke a tank, so you need to be a little bit more carefully about dive bombing a Diva. Sombra, if you're out of position on an angle, she will kill you. Even just virus plus shooting will kill you. She has ways she can cleanse your stickies with her translocator. Losing your abilities by EMP feels terrible. There's just Sombra just need to be really careful. BAP is too slow. BAP can do well versus Echo, but BAP is also doesn't have as much mobility as some of these other characters and is pretty vulnerable to them. It's very easy to force a BAP cooldowns with Echo positioning well. And ironically, I actually think BAP is actually a pretty good copy too. Iliari is much better than BAP. Iliari is much better than BAP because it's a lot easier to just relax and just hit your shots than it is with the BAP. BAP generally has a little bit more responsibilities. Let's put it this way. If a BAP is strictly DPSing, then BAP is scary, but BAP is not usually strictly DPSing, which opens up windows of opportunity. Why not Soldier? Soldier's okay if he's really good at tracking, but the fact that you're a flying character really ruins his most valuable 1v1 tool, which is his Helix. So you can poke him reasonably, you can get up close to him, and if you have any sort of verticality, he has to hit his shots. Otherwise, the Helix makes it a lot harder. Right. Okay. This list is going to be far from exhaustive for a lot of characters, but it's going to be good general guidelines for playing into characters. Even the stuff that we talked about with the other things, it applies to Soldier too. Genji. Very simple with Genji. Either you avoid Pharah, avoid Echo, or you get close to them. Not very likely that you're going to be getting close to Pharah. Possible that you're going to be getting close to an Echo. That's it. That's all there really is to it. For Moira and Zarya, I know some people will be like, what about Mei? I guess we could throw Mei in there as well. It's about playing just outside their range and abusing the fact that you have better positioning than them. The thing that people need to understand with Genji is that they look at, I can't kill that character, therefore I'm being countered by that character. But keep in mind, the way that you control a Genji is by either killing him or denying him space. And what that means is, like, let's say the enemy backline is like rotating here. If there's an Echo up here on me and she's poking me out and she's not letting me hold the high ground, that's really annoying. But what if they're on Moira Zarya? What's going to stop me from being up here? Is Moira Zarya going to be stopping me from being up here? Absolutely not. They don't have the mobility to do so. I can just walk around them. So the key thing with Genji is that the way you deal with your soft counters is going, oh, you can't control that position because you're slow and immobile. So I'm going to take whatever angle I want, drop on your Moira, right-click, dash out. And the same thing applies with Symmetra as well, but the reason why Symmetra doesn't even make the soft counters list is because Symmetra is way more fragile than even Moira is. So abuse angles, abuse your mobility, abuse your mobility. I think we had a VOD review on this one not too long ago in Nepal, I think. I'm not sure if that was on stream or not. Where it's just like take heroes like Moira, Zarya, and Mei are annoying, but they just mean that you can take any off angle that you want. And if you time it well, even if they hard focus you, actually coincidentally, the last time that I played Genji versus Zarya, Mei, Moira was in freaking Patreon pugs. You guys remember that when I had like 20 freaking deaths? Because I'm terrible. I was terrible at disengaging. I messed up over and over and over again. But with a little bit of practice, that should never happen. And the funny thing is we actually almost won that match because my good friends on Moira, Zarya, and Mei were so playing the game of Focus the Streamer that they lost innumerable fights, chasing me on these crazy positions and dying to the rest of my team. So that might be your experience as Genji, is like, I take these angles and they still get hard focused and you still will be you might be winning fights. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. like I'm missing something here. Yeah. Okay. Hanzo. Do not get close to this character. Do not get close to the Sigma character either. Although you can break his shield, okay. He does a pretty good job of shutting it on your sight line and so on. Do not get close to the D.Va character. You could argue that some points in time, Sombra and Tracer, when played at a very high level, also do relatively well versus this character, but they generally require some form of dive support. So I'm not going to include them because this is not aimed at the highest levels necessarily. Kafara, not a lot you can do with her. Storm Arrow is pretty good. I know there's a lot of tips about like aim at her midsection helps you to hit your shots, but mostly just there's not a whole lot you're going to be able to do versus Farah unless she gets closer, and then you can actually mess her up. But keep your distance versus these characters. Again, dynamically rotate away from them as much as you possibly can. I think Storm Arrow is a big one with Genji. You really do not want to be caught without your Storm Arrow versus a Genji, and here's why. Storm Arrow is your guaranteed way of forcing deflect and forcing deflect safely. So what I'll do is I'll hold an angle. I'll try to rotate away from Genji. I'll scout the Genji with my Sonic Arrow so I'm not surprised when he's on me. And then I'm going to induct a shot. Storm Arrow. There's a deflect. He has to hit the deflect. Deflect cancels. I can even lunge when I think he's going to dash and then finish the kill. Because the nice thing about Storm Arrow is that if you force the deflect immediately with Storm Arrow, the deflect cooldown is shorter than Storm Arrow. You guys see that? So you'll be able to get your last couple of shots in there after his deflect, after his dash, and so on. But the big thing, again, is just keep your distance versus these characters as much as you possibly can. And obviously, Dragon can be eaten by D.Va, but if you're smart with your timing, with your positioning on it, it's generally okay. Ball player is dependent for sure. Ball can be annoying, but I think the big thing with Ball is don't get lazy with your shots. I think when a ball slams, it's very easy to just dump Storm Arrow into his butt cheeks. But if he does come out of ball form, do try to Storm Arrow him in the head, even if you miss more shots, because overall, as your aim improves, you'll be able to burst balls down a lot more. And not to mention, even if you miss most of your shots, the one time where you hit all your Storm Arrows, you might actually kill him, and that's way more valuable. But yeah, okay. Junkrat. You want to get close to things. You can't get close to this character. Avoid her. That's pretty much it. If you can't get close to Farah, get away from her. That's it. That's all there is to it. I mean, everyone loves those killing the Farah clips, but that's the vast minority of situations. Same thing applies with really all these characters. Echo is definitely a tricky one, but the difference is that these characters you can get close to if you're really sneaky, you're good at utilizing cover. Again, if you're not peeking these characters, or if you're not on top of these characters, don't peek them at all. Baptiste is a bit of a different one, where Baptiste is not just a character that can choo-choo, but also Baptiste is a character whose lamp is probably one of the best tools with dealing with Riptire. So one of the things to deal with Bap is if he has lamp, don't go for Bap. It's a lot hard. It's like Suzu, where it's actually kind of hard to lamp somebody that's across the map. It's even harder than Suzu in many ways. So you can get more consistent Riptire kills by going for a target that's split from the Baptiste when he has lamp. You could go for the BAP, and I know people are like, oh, bait his lamp and then go wait for the lamp to expire, but you're risking just getting your tire shot down. So I would generally try to stay away from the BAP when he has lamp. And then with, again, these characters, avoid them unless you can get close to them. Then always go for the tap combos. And these characters, they just eat your spam, and they do a pretty good job killing you if you're too exposed. Versus a Sigma, just try to not get spammed by him. You can still, doesn't really have a lot of mobility to stop you from taking flanks, but he can spam you out and shut you down pretty easily. And then D.Va is just really be careful with D.Va. Like D.Va can really murk you. One thing you can do with D.Va is utilize your trap. So like let's say you're taking an aggressive off angle, and you know that D.Va might dive you. One of the things you can do with Junkrat is use your trap not necessarily offensively, but as a way to prevent people from pushing you. So it's like, I want to hold this angle in this room. Let's say, I don't know why I would ever do this, but if the D.Va wants to push you, she has to run the risk of running into a trap. And if she's trapped, she's in serious trouble. But yeah, okay. I think Junkrat, there's obviously a lot of things at higher levels do very well versus Junkrat, but we're trying to be a little bit more mid-low rank mindset as well. Orisa maybe, but I think Orisa is a little bit easier to avoid and doesn't do as good, and it is also easier to punish in some ways. Yeah, Zarya doesn't. Can't consistently. Zarya is very easy to feed charge to, but she's very easy to avoid. You could consider Zarya being tough with bubbles with your Riptire, but I think Zarya is easier enough to avoid. And Bubble has more counterplay than I think Lamp. Okay, Mei. Mei is actually, we found a pretty flexible character, like in terms of how she can position. on play versus counters. It's mostly things that are really, really hard to shoot, which is like a Pharah because of how high she flies, and and Kiriko because she's so skinny and shoots you in the head, and crucially Suzu Mailed. And the difference between Mailed and Junker Queen Ultimate is that Junker Queen, in theory, can hit multiple targets, spread out, so it's hard to Suzu. Whereas Mailed's more of an area of effect, right? And so it's much easier for the Kiriko to mass Suzu, at least right now. But Mei has a lot more flexibility. Mei has a lot of things that are annoying or frustrating to play into, for sure. But there are very few things that are like you must swap off of Mei. Maybe more map design than hero design. Okay. Pharah. Wow, there's a long list here. So Pharah is really just about, let's just pull up Pharah here. So Pharah is really just, hey, you utilize vertical cover to close the distance on hit scan. That's really all there is to it. Like you look at these great Pharah players like Yazan and so on, and really all they're doing is they're using vertical cover like this to be able to either hit surprise rockets and hit scan where it's difficult for them to aim and then you go back to cover, or they're using this vertical cover to do funky little things like this here. You guys did not see that, where they shoot themselves up and over and they dive bomb the enemy backline. And that's where that's how you play Iran hit scan, is you either don't peek it or you dive bomb it, or you get over it, or you peek it briefly, because if the hit scan isn't Widowmaker, they're not going to one-shot you. Now there is a land, a land, what am I saying? There is a world, there is a world where you can spam hit scan at max range here, because you do have no fall off with your rockets, and an Ashe, even headshotting you at this range would take 2 shots, maybe 3, and a Cassidy, obviously, you're just going to laugh at him. So you can abuse hit scan at extreme ranges, but you really want to be careful about the sweet spot, right? Like I would never want to fight a hit scan at this range, ever. Those not very, very risky. But I would like to fight a hit scan at this range, right? Especially if you can get over them. And that's the key thing. It's not just about closing the distance. It's about changing your angle from being a 45-degree angle, God forbid, a 0-degree angle, to a 90-degree angle, right? You want to be shooting directly on them because it's easier for you to shoot down, especially with splash projectiles, than it is for them to shoot directly up. And that's exactly what it is. With or without the Mercy, though, really both. Obviously, Mercy definitely affects your ability to stay on those angles for long, but you can kind of treat it like I go in, hit a couple of rockets, I get a little healing, get a couple of rockets, a couple of healing. But yeah. Echo is not a hard counter because that's not going to be the rank experience of most people playing Pharah. In higher ranks, 100% hard counter Echo because she can fly to match you and she's much easier in the 1v1 to win. You could argue that in mid to low ranks, she's more of a hard counter even as well, but I think that was enough of a question mark to where we didn't put it there. But you're absolutely right. Now let's talk about the other hard counter here, Illari. The way to play around Echo, by the way, either hit crazy direct rockets or honestly avoid her. It's much easier for her to shoot you, so try to avoid her, crucially using her concussive blast to maintain your distance. Especially if there's a pocketed Echo. Illari. Illari is a bit of a mixed bag, where Illari is just because she is so easy to take her own off angle. Now, this was pre-nerf Illari, so maybe things are a little bit different because she's been nerfed and then she's been buffed again. But I think the best thing to do with Illari is just to take an angle on the Illari, and if you can get an angle to break pylon, great, but just really be careful about when you peek her. Really be careful about when you peek her. It's no different from really any other hit scan, to be honest with you. I'm trying to think if there's anything unusual about any of the hit scans that we need to bring up. Sojourn is not so bad, but obviously just be careful when she has rail. Cassidy's definitely one of the hit scans where we need to be careful about getting close to him because his mag grenade and because his hip fire is pretty accurate and useful. Baptiste, again, be careful. Be careful with those abilities. He has ways of living and then pushing you afterwards. Tracer, Sombra, maintain your distance whenever you can. You can selectively engage on them if you have the element of surprise. 1 damage boosted rocket can really one-shot a Tracer. But the problem with Tracer is that she can very easily avoid you and then harass your backline. And I would not recommend chasing Tracer, Sombra Ball too much. So I think just in general, trying to find less mobile characters to harass instead would be a better use of your time. Diva is definitely something that can be super, super difficult. You can even argue Diva can be a hard counter in some maps. If she can close the distance in you, not only is it about matrixing your shots, but she can harass and press you. I know a lot of Diva players that are like, how do I play into Pharah? Now, how do I play in the far? Because I can never reach her. But the thing with D.Va is that like she doesn't necessarily have to get on top of you. She can just force you to back out. So with Pharah, similarly to how we were talking about playing versus some of the other dive characters like the Echo, do try to maintain a little bit of distance from her. Keep yourself a little bit of space so that she can't just fly on you and threaten killing you, because that's really, 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 really annoying. Soldier is the scary one on some maps, because Soldier, even though his time to kill is a lot lower than some of the other hit scans, the problem with Soldier is he's hard to nail down because he can reposition so quickly. So Soldier is you're going to be paying attention to where he's at all times and trying to stay away from his sightlines or stay above him. And that's mostly it. Yeah, mostly it for Pharah. So yeah, okay, let's keep going here. Sojourn. Sojourn's actually quite hard to counter. I think she's a lot of flexibility versus a lot of dive characters, a lot of brawl characters. One thing is that the Hanzo and Widow, and the way to play Sojourn into Hanzo and Widow and just snipers in general is very easy. Number one, you don't peek the Hanzo Widow. Number two, you peek the Hanzo Widow. We're breaking the rules here. You peek the Hanzo Widow when you have rail. That's it. That's pretty much all there is to it. Sojourn has an argument for being one of the best characters, sniper characters in the game, especially when damage boosted, when she has rail. If she doesn't have rail, she's very fragile because her weapon is very inaccurate at longer ranges. The nice thing about Sojourn, though, that a lot of people don't utilize well enough, maybe some of you guys have seen this in my VOD reviews, is that Sojourn has a very, very low cooldown grapple. So like, let's say there's a Widowmaker back here, and I'm trying to avoid shooting that Widowmaker, and I'm like shooting the tank, shooting the tank, shooting the tank. I build my rail. Bam. Right? I can't build rail here, so you guys have to pretend, right? And because I can shift my position so frequently and so quickly, it can give me a real advantage in sniper duels. Something that you see a lot of the higher ranked Sojourns utilize a lot, not only in versus sniper mirrors, but also Sojourn mirrors, where the slide is not necessarily used an escape route. If you're not being dove, you don't need the slide as an escape route. You can instead use it to reposition quickly. So I think big thing with Sojourn versus snipers is avoid peeking them until you have rail. Then utilize your ability to reposition quickly to give you the element of surprise. I don't know why I'm doing quotation marks. It really is just the element of surprise in that duel. It's a big thing. I find it easier to contest Sojourn as Winston rather than with Doom. No, I think that makes sense. Okay. But yeah, Sojourn's hard to counter. Soldier is a bit of a weird one. Soldier's big advantage is that he's very, very good at medium to long ranges. But the problem is that he gets completely outclassed by characters that are slightly better than him at medium long ranges, like Sojourn with Rail, Widow, Hanzo's Ashe. There's just like you just have to get close to them. But the problem is not every single map has that opportunity, and that's where soldiers struggle. So let's talk about that. So Ashe, Sojourn with Rail, Widow, Hanzo, Ashe, whatever. You need to try to find ways to either, again, avoid their sightlines or find a way to close the distance. Take an angle, because you have superior mobility than they do. I mean, Sojourn's kind of a toss-up, but like at least you're quicker on the flanks, and so you need to be utilizing that. The other thing as well, yeah, I think Doomfist falls in this category as well, actually. I missed that one. This is far from perfect, as I said, but yeah. Is your helix is so important in those duels. Like, I think people your first reaction when you turn the corner on a Hanzo or a Widow is not to sit there and try and show off how your Kovacs has been paying off. Your job is to freaking hit the helix right now. Or if they're not looking at you, to hit a couple of headshots and then immediately helix afterwards. Like, your time to kill is your advantage. And your time to kill is your advantage because in theory, you have a positional element of surprise advantage. I don't know why I just fell off the map there. So you need to be quick. You need to be surgical. And you need to really, really prioritize. Like, let's say that you take an angle and they immediately look at you. Okay, if it's far away, don't peek again. Just find a different angle quickly. Do it quickly, right? Or certainly don't peek until you have your helix again. Very, 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 very important. So the other thing is that Soldier versus the extreme dive characters, Tracers and Sombras and Balls, and I guess Doomfist as well, although I think it's a little bit more of a mixed bag in mid to lower ranks. It's the complete opposite, where you act like a sniper. You run away. The second the ball catches a sniff of your old grumpy mister, of what would Soldier 76 smell like? I feel like menthol and whiskey. And as soon as he even catches a whiff of you, you need to move. You need to move to cover. You need to change your angle because you will get smoked. And the same thing goes with Tracer, and the same thing goes with Sombra. Sombra you can kill if she messes up. Tracer you can kill as well, but you need to maintain your distance because they will isolate you and they will kill you. So it doesn't mean that you can't play off angles. It just means that your off angles, you need to be, oh no, they look at me, run, rotate, find the next cover. Because actually you're still really pretty darn fast. Wrecking Ball will catch you, Sombra can catch you. Tracer will have to use blinks to catch you, but she can catch you. But like you can create enough distance, rotate to a different angle, find cover, find health back, find a different off angle. But yeah, exactly. Playing Soldier into like a hybrid comp of like ball. I played Matt's in chat, so he's gonna make fun of me. But I played Soldier into, we were playing Pugs, and it was Ball, Tracer, Widow. And it was like Kiriko. And it was miserable. I went James Bond in the first defensive round. I went 007. We actually won the match. After that, we actually won the game because I am the greatest player of all time. But it was really freaking hard because it was like every angle that the Widow controlled, I couldn't peek because it was Blizzard World was so long. And then I couldn't take an angle because Ball and it was Tracer or Genji, or it was Ball plus a flanker were marking every short off angle. And it was like, it felt like impossible. And that's exactly where Soldier's really going to struggle, especially on maps like that, where your long sight, your sniper soldiers gate capped, your flank soldiers gate capped. So whenever that's the case, it might be time to swap. But if there are flanks that you can take without flankers, you can win. If there are long sight lanes that you can take without snipers, you can still win. Yeah. Anyway, so Sombra is a bit of a tricky one. Sombra, it's like you really need to make sure that you dodge virus. A hack virus will kill you before you even get a chance to healing station if it's done properly. Ball, you need to make sure that you avoid slam because it cuts off your mobility. Tracer is a little bit less scary. Be careful of Pulse Bomb, but Helix really messes her up. I think everyone wants to do the cute one-shot combo with Helix plus melee, but just hit the Helix, force a recall now. Don't worry about going for some fancy combo. And yeah, that's pretty much it. Okay, Sombra. Sombra is another tricky one where I think that it's more of a skill check for many of the people that think that there are counters to Sombra. I call Torbjorn a hard counter. That might be less of a case now as he's kind of fallen out a little bit of favor. But turret is really, really annoying. You do have to break the turret. It will auto-lock on you if you come out of stealth. And it takes a long time to break. It is not something that you want to commit your virus to. And Overload does a phenomenal job of actually shutting your value down. In addition, you can't EMP his ultimate. So I would say Torb is at top of the soft counters list, if not hard counter. Overload makes him very difficult to kill. I don't think you can kill Torbjorn fast enough hack plus virus before he can overload. I might be wrong with that. And so that's something that you have to be aware of. Hanzo is hit or miss. Hanzo is literally hit or miss. Hanzo, I think, is more 50-50 than it used to be because virus, if you could just hit the virus on Hanzo, he is in a real dangerous spot if he does not receive immediate support. So situational. Now, the other ones are more characters that can either spy check or just really aren't scared of you in the 1v1 at all. D.Va's kind of a mixed bag to where she can definitely be a target you can hack and farm a little bit, but she can chase you, she can punish you, she can spy check you, she can cancel your hacks, she can dodge your EMP and then Matrix afterwards. I wouldn't say D.Va's the best, but it is a little bit tricky. Kiriko is just really hard to 1v1. Like it's just freaking hard. She's always one headshot away from just killing you. Virus is not very useful because even if it forces Suzu, there's a real risk that you're just going to freaking die. She's a really, really hard to track. I just did not enjoy playing the Kiriko whatsoever. And she can Suzu your EMP and Suzu your hacks. Not to mention when you're going for an assassination on an isolated target, she can just materialize and peel off that engagement instantly. Tracer is really just the superior flanker when it comes to 1v1s. The only difference is that you can kind of choose your engagements and have more of an element of surprise. But when it comes to you versus her, she should almost always win that duel unless you catch her with her pants down. One thing you can do versus Tracer is if she's distracted, going for the hack into virus. If you go to hack into virus while she's distracted, you can catch her before she recalls and you can kill her. Now, if you don't get the hack, or if the target is not isolated, like let's say I'm on Sombra and I just see a Tracer just walking by. I generally don't try to go for the manual hack first unless that Tracer sucks because they will blink, they will shoot you, they will recall, they will cancel that. So what I like to do instead is I'll just guarantee hit the virus. There's the recall almost instantly, and then I can either choose to take the engagement how I'm feeling mechanically or I can translocate out, and then they're really going to question whether they should chase or not because they're missing blinks and are down recall. Yeah, so it's not a good matchup for you, but it's not a terrible matchup. It's a very much a skill matchup and one that's more likely to punish you early fight and more likely to punish the Tracer mid fight. EMP as well really ruins the Tracer, especially with the ability lockout now. Big deal for Tracer right now. But yeah, still very scary to run into a Tracer in a dark alley at night. Let's put it that way. Symmetra. Symmetra, targets that you can't really hit. The Pharah's in the sky. I think Echo is a little bit more accessible because she doesn't quite fly as high and doesn't quite have the same level of consistent burst damage. Hanzo is scary because just Storm Arrow and one headshot and you're just dead. His Dragon also can kind of just pretty much ignore your wall, which is a little detailed, but it's important. I think one of the things you need to be doing versus Pharah is, again, try to avoid her as much as you possibly can. And I think the same thing goes... I guess with a lesser extent to characters like Wrecking Ball, where it's like if you can avoid his angle, if you can avoid, it's harder with Wrecking Ball because he's so much faster. You need to be very careful. Now let's actually talk about what you can do versus some of the other characters. So let's go on the list. Avoid the Pharah. Hanzo, try to peek him when he's distracted. If you can catch him when he's he just fired a shot and he has to induct a shot while you're on top of him, then it's okay. Storm Arrow, very scary. So what I recommend with Hanzo, try to poke him out when he's distracted a little bit, or try to dive him with your teleporter when he's distracted. He can be a kill that happens instantly, or he can kill you instantly. And I think that you need to wait for him to be slightly distracted, like Sombra versus Tracer, for you to have a heads up in that advantage. Doomfist. One of the things I like doing versus Doomfist, Wrecking Ball, and Sombra, especially Doomfist and Wrecking Ball, is I like to have what I call proactive teleports. Try to predict when they're coming in. Spam on an angle, hold an angle, whatever. And try to have a teleporters preset up before they engage. So what I mean by that is because you're such an attractive target, you're Symmetra and you're just looking beautiful and everything. Sit here and be like, oh, this Doomfist is coming in. And then if he's coming from a great distance, you will have time to quickly do this and disengage before he dies. Now, you got to be quick with it because Doomfist will engage and punch you out of your teleport so that you can't actually use your teleporter. So in those instances, you might want to use teleporters full duration. So for here, for example, I don't want to get poked out, but if I place it here, they can't break my teleporter. And if they dive any time here, I'm not only going to have a turret to slow them down slightly, but then I'm going to be able to 3, 2, 1, there. There's the last little bit of teleporter right there. So you need to be very careful about Doomfist and Wrecking Balls, but if you set up a proactive teleporter and bait yourself, then teleport when they come in. Ball is another one. If he slams you and you don't get your teleporter, you'll be too high in the air to actually teleport. So it's about anticipating that pressure and then teleporting right as that pressure arrives, even if it's just a little bit over. That's your counterplay option over and over and over and over and over and over again. The good news is that if you do survive that engage, your poke and your beam versus Doomfist and Wrecking Ball is decent damage. It's not bad. The other problem about Doomfist and Wrecking Ball is that your ultimate doesn't really help versus their ultimate as much. Mine's can be broken up a little bit by the wall, but it does go around it a lot of times. And then ult, obviously, Doomfist can just choose where to go, and it can be a little bit tricky for your team to shield dance in and out of it. So, Sombra, yes and no. I think Sombra is definitely tricky just because Virus and Shoot is so easy. That is true. That is true. And the key thing with Sombra is here, yeah. Is the key thing with Sombra is that because she can avoid you so quickly, she can virus you and then really force your teleport. So I think Sombra falls into a very similar category with Doomfist and Wrecking Ball, where it's about having that teleporter available when it's needed. And so if you do get pressured, you're able to quickly disengage. And yeah, obviously the EMP breaking wall is miserable. I honestly... There's rooms for counterplay with that, though. A dodging EMP may be one of the best things that you can do with Symmetra, if you can do. Because if you're able to counter EMP with Simwall, it can be very useful. Another thing you can do with Sombra is if I'm here, let's go back to our example here. If I'm here and I'm scared of Sombra, the best thing that I can do is have turrets like this, where if she comes out of stealth to hack me, or even if she does hack me, these turrets immediately lock on and she has to make a choice about whether she's going to keep shooting me or deal with my turret. So one of the things you can do is, again, like having the proactive teleporter, have a proactive turret as well. So when you hold these aggressive angles, these dive characters want to go for you and they have to deal with a turret plus a teleport at the same time. That's the big thing that I would say. But yeah, Hanzo is definitely scary. It's more about catching when he's distracted, and so on. Let's keep going. Torbjorn. I have no real solutions for you Torbjorn mains out there outside of poke versus any of these characters like Hanzo, Zen, Pharah, Ashe, Widow. Poke from cover. Be very careful about peeking them. Try and get closer to them as much as you possibly can. But the hard part is that you'd actually have it's really important to poke the tanks, right? You guys have seen this. Poke the Sigma, poke the Ram, poke the Orisa, poke the Rhine, poke the Zarya, poke the D.Va even. Poke the Mei, right? Poke the, and so on. Maybe not so much the Sem, but poke the Cassie for sure. But you don't want to be too far away peeking these guys. So playing Torbjorn is really a balancing act of trying to poke tanks, DPS, and squishies, mostly tanks that are too far to contest you, but not getting your head blown off from far away by Hanzo. So you're going to want to close the distance on many of these squishies as much as you possibly can while maintaining distance enough to poke on the tank. And that tricky balance is why I find Torbjorn to be a very easy counter. The reason why Torbjorn is still played is because the character is also very easy to play, so it requires some level of execution from these players to counter you. But if they do, there's not a lot that you can do. Right, exactly. And I think there's a certain characters like the Pharah and the Echo that you probably should not be looking too much at all. Instead, pressuring tank or taking short off angles. Like you can absolutely annihilate a Zenyatta as Torbjorn if you get close to him. If you peek him and play around his Discord, or don't peek him when he's right-clicking you. It's not that Torbjorn's range is bad. Torbjorn's range is just inconsistent. Whereas these guys, it's more of a skill check. Like a Hanzo versus Torbjorn, who wins at long range? Should be the Hanzo. And that's the case for most of these characters. So if you hit, let's say you're spamming down main and you accidentally headshot the Zenyatta from across the map, great. Keep spamming it. Maybe you get him again. Maybe you get the kill. But it's when we're on equal footing that you need to be a little bit careful. Yeah, that's mostly it. And one thing definitely for these characters is don't just throw your turret in the open. That's one of the big reasons why these characters get immediate value. Do throw your turret on an off angle hidden behind a corner where the enemy team has to commit first. I have placed turrets. The most value I get out of turret versus characters, many of these characters, these poke characters, are turrets that actually do nothing until the fight is already well underway. Let me give you an example of that really fast. So like, let's say that you are on, God forbid, second defense playing Torbjorn, right? And your team is all on high ground, right? What are you going to do? Put turret up here? Put turret on this flank here? No, it's going to get broken immediately. Guys, I'm not joking. Put your turret here. It's not going to do anything until the enemy team eventually walks forward 15 seconds later, 10 seconds later. But you know what? It's going to be at a really crucial point in that fight. So basically what you want to ask yourself with turret is if there's any sort of poke, I'm okay for my turret doing nothing for the first 5-10 seconds of this fight because it's going to actually do something later in the fight. Because otherwise, what are you going to do? Throw it here, it's going to get broken before the fight even starts. I would rather have a little bit of contribution late in the fight than no contribution at all. And that's kind of like that's kind of the option that you have, basically. Tracer. Tracer is a tricky one. You know, I don't know how Iliari feels. Again, this is pre-nerf, post-nerf. Maybe this is a little bit less of an issue, although that she did get buffed. But yeah, Tracer is all about engagement timing because the thing with Tracer is that if your engagement timing is good, you're going in with your tank or just even a teeny bit later, or at least when the distractions happened. All of these matchups immediately feel 25, 30, 37.242% better if you have the draw on them, if you catch them slightly off guard. If the enemy team is as simple as looking this way, and for the first clip, and I have to turn my camera to shoot the Tracer, that's the advantage that you need. Iliari isn't too bad anymore, good to know, clubs. And that's the key thing. Crucially timing, coming off on good angles, right? Not getting caught in main to get spammed. And then crucially versus a lot of these targets is more important than anything else is a mindset shift where like a lot of these targets are very killable if, okay? And so what you need to be doing is when you see these targets, don't necessarily always play for the one clip. Play more to hold a short angle, bait the abilities, pressure, and do what you can. Now, Kiriko sucks because that doesn't even consistently work. Same thing to an extent with Iliari. But it's more of a consistent and constant distraction than it is necessarily going for the hard commit. Because the nice thing about some of these characters, I'm looking at Brigitte, looking at Lucio, looking at D.Va, even looking at Baptiste to an extent, is that they don't really have the capability to kill you consistently. So you can play more for distraction. Now, characters like Kiriko and Iliari, yes, those are more difficult. One thing with Iliari, you can catch her off guard. That's a really important one. And try to break pylon as best as you possibly can. It's lower in HP. Take an angle. If you can take an angle where you give away your position, but break pylon before you take the engagement in Iliari, high value. Big thing with Kiriko is utilizing your blinks well. So Kiriko is going to do this. Here's what Kiriko is going to do when she sees a tracer. She's going to do this. And she's going to completely turn her brain off. So one thing that you need to do versus an Iliari, or Kiriko, excuse me, Freudian slip, is do not stand there and play that game with her. You must utilize your blinks. If you are not making the Kiriko move or crosshair, then you are screwed. The Kiriko needs to be doing this if you want to win this duel, right? In addition to that, have heard some people talk about how, like, should I be even aiming for the head and the Kiriko? Honestly, I'm honestly not too sure. That's not really my pay grade. That's so micro intensive. I'm honestly not too sure. But the big thing is you must utilize your blinks. You must make the Kiriko, and honestly, Iliari as well. You must make them move their crosshair. You must make them move their crosshair. Right, exactly. Do not meet in a hallway where you can't blink around them. You can blink around them or engage, play with cover. The matchup is not that bad. If they can just stand there and spam and spam and spam, don't try to out-mechanics them. They have the advantage in that mechanical duel. Your time to kill is too slow. Theirs is too fast. Okay. Characters like Torbjorn, it's more about just like waiting until he's distracted, forcing his overload. He's really easy pulse target. Brigitte is not just about like the 1v1, but she also can very easily peel off your pressure with armor packs. So again, a very consistent theme for most of these targets is mostly just play more for distraction and harassment and killing later in the fight rather than immediately killing early in the fight. Sly Hundo. But yeah, you shouldn't necessarily even be looking for the Kiriko duel. Yeah, I agree. But if it's there, it's there. Okay. Widowmaker. Oh boy, there's a big list here. Gosh darn. Sombra, Venomine placement on the angle where Sombra wants to engage on you. So like, let's say I'm playing Widowmaker up top here. I'm not 100% certain where Sombra's going to come from, but I guarantee you it's going to be either there or there. So if I can Venomine one of those, that allows me to like at least narrow down the possibilities and gives me a gambler's chance of potentially ruining her engage. The other thing with Sombra as well that I think is a little bit underrated is having the ability to quickly disengage. So like being really disciplined with your cover, right? So it's like here, I hear the Sombra start to disengage, just immediately being able to drop and drop off immediately. Like being able to, expecting her to come for you first off, Venomining one of those chokes, and then the second that you hear her decloak or even hit the virus on you, drop immediately. Drop like a rock. Find some sort of cover or some sort of high ground to disengage to as quickly as you possibly can. One other detail that I think is a little underrated as well. Yeah, do not ego with scope, right? The only time you ever ego with scope with Widowmaker versus Sombra is when you have to because you're being spawn camped and you're not going to be able to SMG or you're going to die. So you might as well roll the dice. Or B, she's starting to disengage and you think that I can catch her on the way out. The other thing you can do with Sombra as well that's really annoying, I can speak from experience here, are Widowmakers that occasionally reposition to positions I can't. So for example, if I'm here and I set up a Sombra on this staircase and the Widowmaker repositions into a different angle over here, I just wasted all this time going all this up the stairs. And for me to get to this Widowmaker, I'm going to have to throw my Translocator. And I'm not going to do that. That's scary, right? So with Widow, I'm not saying reposition like ADHD level here, but I'm saying if you're able to adjust your angle here and there, especially from high ground to high ground, something that Sombra doesn't have consistently mobility-wise, you can really buy yourself a lot of time. And that's really all you're playing with Widow and Sombra. It's like, how much time can I spend scoped in with a chance of me getting a kill before that Sombra actually punches me? Also, additional tip here. Play within support LOS, obviously, but make your infrasight timings awkward. All right? Wait for the fight to about to start. It's starting. Hi, Sombra. Oh my gosh, that has killed me more than any other ultimate in this video game. As somebody who put a lot of hours in Sombra during the rework, right? Like if you do that, you will not only ruin her engage, but you will likely kill her. So keep that one in mind. That is Sombra's worst enemy. So just keep that in mind. And then into Wrecking Ball, it's very similar to Sombra where you're trying to kind of rotate, but at least with Wrecking Ball, you can see him. So you have at least an idea of when he's going to engage. When he does slam you, don't try and ego this. I see a lot of people, you know, right? Widows get slammed and they're just like, oh, you know, whatever. I'm gonna give a rip. You know, let my supports heal me. You want to give him a little bit of attention, and then try to disengage towards cover so that you don't get headshot. Because one of the big things is if you're playing like a Widow Mirror or Hanzo or a Zen or Ashe or whatever, is the ball will engage and then you will be looking at the ball and then you'll die to somebody else. So give him attention, but give him attention and get to cover. Shoot him out and then you're free to go, right? And find those windows when the ball's out. That's when you need to be getting value done. Is like between the ball cycles, because there isn't really a great solution for wrecking ball, right? Grapple's not always consistent, although it's useful to grapple to opposite high grounds. It's not the most consistent. Venomine is not enough damage. So keep track of him, play to live his cycle, rotate to where your supports can see you. And then when he's out, remember that he is not helping his team, and you are. That's the key thing. But yeah. And then I guess for soft counters, soft counters here, Hanzo, it's mostly about don't peek a Hanzo where you have a disadvantage. Peek Hanzo's when you know where he is and he doesn't know where you are. Don't double peek a Hanzo that has a Sonic on you. Don't peek a Hanzo in super, super close range. Hanzo is really worse than you in longer sightlines, even though he has no fall off because his shots are a lot harder to hit, projectile, and also having the arc. So just be smart, respect Sonic, and find angles. Tracer, same thing as Wrecking Ball, but a little bit easier. Venomine is good versus a Tracer. You can track where the Tracer is, and you can grapple away from her. Similar to Sombra, she doesn't have a lot of vertical mobility, except for the case of Sombra. She doesn't want to use a vertical mobility Tracer. She doesn't have vertical mobility at all, so keep that in mind. Same kind of thing where I would not ego a Tracer scoped in unless I'm 100% sure that she's disengaging, or I have to, or I'm going to die because I'm getting spawn camped. Winston, keep your distance. Just maintain distance. Grapple is really good versus Winston because if he jumps you, it's pretty easy to just grapple away. And he will use his bubble, and he really doesn't want to pursue. This will fail when he has Primal Rage, so keep that in mind. Kiriko, ego her until she starts spamming at your head and doing this. Then consider your choices carefully. She doesn't really have any interaction with you, but she can also get a lot of aggressive angles in you, so be careful. Doomfist, similar to Winston, maintain your distance. I know Doomfist feels like a really, really, really fast character, but if Doomfist has to use 2 abilities to get to you, it is very dangerous for that Doomfist. So again, a situation where you could grapple away, SMG him, shoot him down, and so on. A lot of this is just maintaining distance. Don't be surprised. I think Sombra is by far the most micro-specific because you do need some micro to be able to win that 1v1 because it's so freaking hard. But the rest is mostly just keep your distance, don't ego for the most part. Okay. Ana, support time. Nice little arrow here. Ana, do not try to avoid throwing your cooldowns near a D.Va or wait for the D.Va to be distracted mid-fight before you throw your cooldowns because D.Va will eat your cooldowns and has the potential to dive you a little bit. Not a whole lot other to say other than that. I think the timing of cooldowns is really important. It's much easier to eat a nade when the Ana's throwing it pre-fight, right? And the D.Va's just sitting there waiting for the fight to start and they're like, oh, here comes a nade. Might as well matrix it. It's when the D.Va's distracted, that's when you can actually sleep in nade. It's almost impossible for the D.Va to be able to be shooting a target and then go like, bah! You know, that just doesn't happen very often. Sombra is a threat for sure. I would not say a hard counter because if she makes a mistake, you can nade her and shoot her. The big thing with Sombra is using cover. If you can live, like let's put it this way. If I get hacked as Ana and I'm near cover, even if I get hacked virused, I can tuck instantly to cover, live long enough for the hack to expire, nade, and then sleep dart. And there's a chance there that I live that, okay? And that's with 0 peel, all right? So the big thing with Sombra is just be very careful with your cover usage. Don't forget that you don't just play cover from one angle. You might need cover from a different angle. And then really having a cooldown or 2 in your pocket to deal with her. It might be frustrating saving your cooldowns, but it's not really saving them so much as it is spending them on another offensive threat, which is the Sombra. Because if you sleep or nade a Sombra, it's a big deal for the Sombra. It's very difficult. Tracer, same kind of thing. Tracer, the same thing. The only difference I would say is that maintain your distance because Sombra is a lot harder to track where she is. With Tracer, it's a lot easier to just be like, oh, Tracer's on the angle over here. I'm going to rotate to this high ground. Oh, Tracer's coming behind here. I'm going to rotate over here. And actually, Tracer is not always, unless she has Pulse Bomb, you don't always have to be scared of Tracer. Sometimes I'll see a Tracer rotating after me and be like, oh, she's coming up here. Okay. I'm going to sit here and be like, well, bah! And I'll, bah! One other little detail I'll say for the micro with Tracer is if you do sleep a Tracer, and I guess the same thing goes with Sombra as well, unless you have follow-up damage from your team, don't immediately nade. What I like to do is if I sleep a flanker that I don't have any follow-up on and they're full HP, I know that I'm not going to be able to shoot nade her and kill her. Oh, she's already low. Because it takes too long, essentially. There's no sleep animation. That's old Overwatch 1 stuff. You can't do that anymore. So what you need to do is you need to sleep, shoot melee. She's going to recall immediately. If she doesn't shoot her again, she dies. Or nade her and she dies. She'll immediately recall, and now you're going to this fight not totally naked. You still have your nade. And that's crucial. That's crucial. So if you sleep a Tracer without follow-up, do not walk away from her. Unless she has pulse bomb. Maybe even then you stay with her. Shoot melee, force a recall, and then so on. A little bit of micro can be very helpful with that 1v1. The longer Tracer sleeps, the more likely she is to recall exactly where she's sleeping. Yes. What about Kiriko against Ana? It's more of a, I mean, honestly, Suzu dealing with nade is fine, but it's more like ships passing in the night. She can't Suzu both sleep and nade. Your ultimate in many ways is more dynamic. Obviously, if she's spamming at your head, that's a bit difficult, but Ana is usually not spending a lot of time shooting a Kiriko, so it can be annoying, but I wouldn't quite classify it as counter. But the key thing with Ana is just, if you're playing Ana into Kirikos, just don't blow both cooldowns at once. You know, if you're using nade to force Suzu, that's a good cooldown trade, and you still have Sleep Dart and vice versa. Okay, Baptiste, honestly, not always the best support. Baptiste is more countered by his team's comp or the map than the enemy comp. But Doomfist is just maintain your distance. Maintain your distance, and crucially, utilize your verticality. Position on a location where if a Doomfist engages on you, similar to the Sombra, Widow versus Sombra, Doomfist engages on me, I drop. Doomfist tries to drop on me, I jump right back again. The problem with Doomfist is that you are such a big hitbox to hit, and he's very good at denying your lamp value. So be very careful. I mean, a lot of Baptiste is about positioning around that, and there's a little bit of micro here. So, for example, if a Doomfist pops ultimate, don't immediately drop your lamp until you're sure that he's landing on you. If he's landing on you, drop the lamp, take the damage, then immediately shift because it will break the lamp, and you need to immediately shift so that you go right back to full HP. But the big thing is more than anything else, maintain your distance, shoot, drop, disengage, use cover, re-engage on high ground again. Never use exo boots in LOS of a Widow? Yes. Yes. Okay. Yeah. Some of the other stuff can be annoying with Baptiste as well, but for the most part, I think Doomfist is the big one. There's always easier ways of counterplaying other characters. Yes, I will say that's a good point. If you are going to get punched into a wall, lamping the wall means that he can't punch you out of the lamp. So if ironically, whereas a lot of characters don't want to get punched, like Doomfist doesn't want to punch people in the open. He wants to punch people into a wall. But Baptiste is actually one of those characters where getting punched into a wall is actually not that bad because that allows you to actually get lamp value. Okay, let's keep going. Brigitte, pardon the scuff picture at the bottom here. Characters that you can't reach are very difficult. You either want to deny dive characters or you want to actually kind of pressure squishies. The problem is there's characters here that can either completely avoid you, like Pharah and Echo, or if you do get close to them, Ashe as well, can actually ruin your day. And I think Reinhardt, Ram, Bastion, Junkrat fall into that category. So here's what you do. Avoid Pharah and Echo. Avoid them. Avoid them. Ram, Rein, Bastion, Junkrat, also avoid them. Keep your distance. Also avoid them. That's pretty much all there is to it. There's really not a whole lot here. Like, you have to find a way to go around these targets. One of the details for characters like Ram and Rein, and even Junkrat to an extent that might want to close the distance on you, it's going to be utilizing that whip shot to create distance and also making sure that you're managing your shield bash well to make sure that they don't just throw vortex on you and run you down or pin you and just run you down. Whip shot plus shield bash should be enough versus every character to be able to maintain distance to keep yourself safe. And then characters like Ashe, Pharah, and Echo, it's more about finding cover in sightlines where it's not so easy for them to spam you out. No, she cannot. She cannot hack through Brick Shield. Okay, Idiari, characters that can out-sniper makes it really difficult because unlike a lot of the other supports, she has no utility to provide generally. So a Widowmaker can really deny those sightlines easily. She just wants to poke and hold an angle and poke, but snipers can make that quite difficult. Widowmaker being the key one. With EDR, it's really just avoid the Widowmaker sightline unless you're close to her. You can actually kill a Widow pretty easily if you can get close-ish to her, so keep that in mind. I also think that when we talk about soft counters, characters that can either eat her ultimate, Diva's one of them, Sigma's one of them as well as pressuring her. You really want to pop your ultimate and shoot it away from Diva. Remember, Diva's matrix is not 65 meters long, so you can always shoot an ult at the target that's not near the Diva. And also, you're really quite bad at killing Diva. So I would not spend a lot of time shooting Diva. Ironically, like there are a lot of supports, even like Ana, for crying out loud, I think has like competitive DPS on a Diva, especially considering how hard it would be to hit a headshot. So don't spend a whole lot of time shooting these tanks. Shield break's bad. You can't headshot a ball. Diva's headshot hitbox is really hard. So it's really hard to like actually do anything good to them. And the characters like Wrecking Ball can easily break your pylon and then pressure you, and the ultimate is irrelevant to them. So avoid these characters. Try to shoot around them, pressure their backlines, cut off their support as much as you possibly can. If the Diva does dive you, make it be a hard commit. Disengage with your shift. Wrecking Ball, honestly, you can pressure him as much as you possibly can. But the best thing you can do with Wrecking Ball is try to live his engages and find value elsewhere. There's not a whole lot that you can do versus Wrecking Ball. There really is not a lot you can do. Sombra's not a soft counter. No, I don't think Sombra's a soft counter. There's too much risk for the Sombra engaging. Sombra can virus your pylon, but that does mean that she can be shot, which then means that if you're even hitting a body shot, it means that the Sombra has to disengage and reset. Pylon is good versus ball, unless the ball can break the pylon pre-fight, which is very possible. But yeah, I think Sombra, keep in mind, this is not 100% accurate all the way through. This is more low to mid ranks. It's just general guidelines. So keep your distance. Avoid these characters. Don't spend too much time punishing them because there's not a whole lot that you can do. A Sigma without shield is your damage is decent versus him, but yeah. No, Genji's not a soft counter. No. Yeah. I think this goes without saying. No, Genji, if your spam is breaking pylon, then the EDR is messing up. Because either her pylon should be safer, or if you're taking an angle to break pylon, she should be shooting you in the face. Lifeweaver. Can't interact with Pharah at all. GG's. Your abilities also suck versus Pharah. GG's. Petal, Life Grip. Life Grip's not even that consistent. Yeah, you have no way of contesting the Pharah at all. So, good luck. I will say, avoid the Pharah spam as much as you possibly can. Try to rotate away from Pharah. It's easier to deal with a Pharah that's farther away than it is up close. And that's pretty much it. There's really nothing else to do. Just keep away from Pharah. Keep away from Pharah. Avoid it. Soft counters. Anything that can snipe you out from range. Because Lifeweaver is one of those characters that doesn't have a ton of range, but he likes to play range. His weapon his hitbox is big. His weapon is not super consistent. We'll talk a little bit about that. There is some good things about that. So you want to kind of keep your distance, but then things that if you keep your distance, you might get smoked by some of these sniper characters. So try to find an angle to where you're maintaining distance, but you're not having to peek the backline. So for example, if we go into the practice range here, if I go pick Lifeweaver here, and I just roll out on this high ground here, right? I'm like going to be looking at the, oops, that's not where I wanted to be. I'm going to be looking at this here. And I've got like, all the distance here to be able to heal and damage and whatever. But like, what if say there's a sniper here? I might want to maintain my distance without peeking that sniper, right? And I think that's the important thing though. Is just don't try to not peek the sniper. Now there's one exception to this rule. Not really one exception, but your fire has no spread for the first couple of shots, right? So you can see here, it's really tight and there's no fall off either. So I like to do this sometimes when the Widow or Ashe is really far away and they start dealing with fall off, right? Widow can't one-shot me all the way from the end of circuit right up to now. And I have gotten several kills with Lifeweaver and a lot of pressure doing this. And you can be a little bit of a rat if you're playing outside of their fall-off range. So you can be a bit annoying to the characters. Now, obviously, Hanzo doesn't have any fall-off there, so be careful of that. But yeah. Same thing with Yari. She can kind of mess you up. Your ultimate is decent at countering hers. It's not a counter, but it does give your team a much bigger HP buffer to Sunburst. And then Echo is, again, another character that I would just really keep your distance from. It's very hard to shoot her. She could melt you very, very easily. Use your lunge quickly to create distance, to create space. And then either poke these guys at extreme range or don't peek their sightlines at all. Another reason why these characters are very difficult to deal with is that life grip. It's hard to life grip a character that's one shot. So keeping that in mind, you might just accept the fact that your life grip is going to get a little bit less value, or you might focus on the other members of the enemy team that you might life grip instead. For example, I can't life grip a Widow headshot, but if they're playing Rhine, I will life grip a pin. So I'm not going to worry about the Widow headshots. Those are just going to happen, but I'm going to worry about the Rhine pin. Okay. Lucio. Lucio's pretty flexible. More of a map situational choice, compositional situational choice for sure. But not a lot of things I can directly deal with Lucio all the time. Soft counter is Cassidy. Very, very difficult to deal with that character. He's got 225 HP. The roll creates distance. The flash, the mag grenade ruins you. There's so many things that he doesn't have to scope in. So the big thing with Cassidy is it's actually quite a good 1v1 for you if he's distracted and if he doesn't have abilities. So this 1v1 goes from being a soft counter to being like, honestly, you can soft counter him because of how fat his hitbox is if he doesn't have mag grenade, if he doesn't have roll, and more importantly, if he's distracted. So if I'm shooting over here, and I use my mag grenade, and all of a sudden I get dive bombed by a Lucio, you can get the kill there. You can get the kill there. Just be very careful when he does have these abilities, because obviously if he's not distracted, it's very easy to just kind of like throw it at a Lucio and hit a couple of shots, and then he's dead. One other thing as well is if you're getting super saucy with your wall riding, be careful about wall riding when he has high noon. A smart Cassidy will be like, oh, what is he doing up there? High noon, and then you die. So pay attention to the cover usage. Pay attention to when you do pressure at Cassidy, and you should be okay. Soldier is a soft counter to Lucio. I don't find Soldier to be a soft counter to Lucio. If Lucio is good with movement and staying on walls, it's hard to get consistent helix value, and you can also boop him out of his healing station. Lucio doesn't really have any easy 1v1s. They're all skill based, but I would not find Soldier to be necessarily the hardest one. I'd find a Hanzo to be actually harder than a Soldier, in my opinion. Okay, Sombra is a tricky one. Sombra is, again, kind of goes into the Cassidy thing where it's like you need to be near cover, you need to be on a wall, to where one of the things with Sombra is that, again, it's going to punish bad Lucios more than it's going to punish good Lucios, because a Lucio that's on the floor is going to get hacked easier, it's going to get virused easier, it's going to get killed easier. Whereas a Lucio that's even on the wall or anywhere near cover, if you get hacked and you just freaking drop, it's actually kind of hard to track you, not to mention even virus you. And then by the time you hit the bottom, you're able to immediately amp up back to safety. So just keep that in mind. Characters like Cassidy and Sombra are going to punish poor positioning, and that's the key thing. There are ways of counterplaying. You just need to be very, very careful. And then things like EMP, that's a situation where you can absolutely try to dodge it by utilizing that cover and then beat it. And I actually think beating EMP is better than it used to be. It used to be really good, and then it was really bad. And then now it's really good again because EMP has the 3-second ability lockout time. And so trying to do that as much as you possibly can is really good. Mei, no. Because Mei is a hard target to kill, but remember, it's not strictly the 1v1 when it comes to counters. Mei is also very good at you can deny Mei value with boop on your tank or anything else. And also amp speed is really, really good into Blizzard. Yeah. So yeah. Lucio's counters are more his ability. That's his counter. If you're good with Lucio, you're going to have fewer issues unless it's the map. But yeah. Okay, Mercy. Mercy struggles with Sombra. Virus and shots can be really difficult for Mercy. Key thing with Mercy to deal with Sombra is very similar to Widowmaker, where you're constantly slightly repositioning yourself. The good news with Mercy has an easier time doing it than Widowmaker. Because verticality is the key to success. Because it takes Sombra so freaking long to get up here, and then you drop, and then you take another high ground, and you rotate around like that. If she hacks you while you're GAing, then it's very difficult. We talk about like abusing GA spam too much. That's something that I talk about in a lot of my reviews. Don't just GA for the sake of GAing, right? However, versus a Sombra, it might not be a bad idea. Because if you're constantly GAing and constantly repositioning, it becomes much more difficult to hack, and also, more importantly, more difficult to virus. So Mercy is a very fragile character versus Sombra, but there's lots of counterplays. If you can move quickly and move unpredictably, it can be hard for the Sombra to lock you down. I would not recommend generally Valkyring EMP unless you see that your team is stabilized, then it's probably okay. But just don't sit still. Don't sit still. Okay, and then let's keep going here. Soft counter, ball, same kind of thing. Avoid him. Use your verticality. Ball, if you can avoid his slam and avoid his grapple because you're utilizing verticality and cover, it's going to be good. Tracer. Honestly, a lot of these counters are dealt with a little bit of good movement. good cover usage, ability to create distance between yourself and them and create verticality as well. That's the key thing. And then again, one of the key things when dealing with counters, dive counters, is just don't be surprised. Sombra, you're going to be surprised. You can't stop her. But Ball, Tracer, Diva, you can see him coming. You can see him coming. So please don't be surprised. Please don't be surprised. If you see them coming from the left side and you're still on the left side and haven't taken that opportunity to rotate away to the right, if you see them on the right and you haven't taken that opportunity to rotate on the left, that's your fault. Creating distance buys you time. And that's exactly what you need when you're playing Mercy. Okay. Moira, bit of an odd one here. Moira feels really good in a lot of 1v1s, but these are just like the 1v1s that she doesn't feel that good at. We talked about 1v1s not really being that important for some supports, but I do think Moira is one of those characters because she leans into that DPS 1v1 mindset a large majority of the time. You do need to kind of like look at how favorable these matchups are. Character like Torbjorn, he could just spam in your general direction. It takes forever to kill him with his armor. It takes forever to kill him with his overload. His turret's kind of annoying. You don't have a way to break his turret. I would say generally avoid him unless he has overload or unless somebody has beaten him in the 1v1 or chipped down his armor or taken his overload. Just not a great 1v1 for you. It can be a little bit tricky. Not something that you would totally avoid, but it's just a little bit tricky. Cassidy, Hanzo fall into similar categories. The difference between those two is they are a little bit more fragile than Torbjorn, but they're also a little bit higher risk in some ways. Hanzo's more of a movement/skill check, especially attractive if he doesn't have his Storm Arrow, so pay attention to that. And the same thing goes with the Cassidy, with the nade as well. I know some of you guys might be like, I can just fade the nade, but the problem is that then once you fade the nade, you have committed if you're sticking in that 1v1. And it's not exactly the most favorable cooldown trade either. So movement, try to catch him when he's distracted. Otherwise, find other targets, find other distractions. Ball is just total waste of time. Ball can't really kill you. You can't really kill him, but that's more of, he's still going to be able to force your fade and force your heal orb. And meanwhile, you're not going to force any of his things really. Avoid him if you can. Avoid him if you can. Farm some HP off of him and then try to go back and find value elsewhere. Ball is really, really annoying as Moira. Roadhog, same as thing. You can't do anything to him. Stay away from him. He can kill you even easier than Ball can. Your ultimate is worthless versus him. Just keep your distance. Find value elsewhere. Bastion as well. Bastion, the only reason Bastion is not a hard counter is because his poke is not consistent at forcing you out. He has to commit turret, but when he's in turret form, there's nothing you can do. Really. Very difficult. Talk to the Tracer Master. Skill check. Yep, skill check for sure. Skill check, but it's actually, even in higher ranks, it's still not easy for the Tracer. So I would say I would never put Tracer into a soft counter situation. So more it's all about, these are characters that are really difficult for you to either kill or can very easily kill you. So keep that in mind. Characters like Widowmaker or Zenyatta can 100% kill a Moira, but Moira can also 100% kill them, and so that's why they're not on this list. So for Moira, it's going to be about avoiding these unless they have moments of fragility, and then you can. Even a Bastion without turret form is killable with damage orb. It's not easy, but it's killable, so something to keep in mind. All right. Zenyatta, chat, are we almost done? Zenyatta. Sombra, very easy to kill. Very easy to get killed if she catches you off guard. If you're super tight with your cover usage, if you have a health pack, if you have a corner, or you're expecting her to come in, you can punish Sombra. She is one headshot and then a Discord plus headshot away from being dead. So just keep that in mind. Trance does pretty well versus EMP nowadays, considering how powerful EMP is with the 3-second lockout. So if you can dodge EMP or react to it, it's really good. So just keep that in mind. But Sombra, again, it's going to be a lot of these are just going to be punishing your positioning or lack of mechanics. I would not say that Sombra has a disadvantage in the duel. She definitely has an advantage. But when you die to a Sombra, most of the time, unless you're being spawn camped on like Flashpoint, right? Then that's understandable difficult. There's always going to be, I should have been closer to that corner. And keep in mind that cover is contextual, right? So if I'm playing, screw it, I'm Zenyatta. This is Zenyatta, guys. This looks just like Zenyatta, right? If I'm playing cover here and a Sombra comes from me to here, I could still utilize this as cover, right? But if I'm playing cover like this here and a Sombra comes from me from behind, I'm just dead. There is no cover here. So you kind of have to be creative with the positions that you take and in many ways try to predict where that Sombra is going to be coming from. You might be like, it's so hard. Well, guess what? She's playing Sombra, you're playing Zen. You're going to have to learn to deal with it. And that's the way you need to counterplay that. Same thing goes with Tracer, where it's a little bit like that, but it's also like because Tracer is a little bit noisier, you can kind of rotate away and also far as well to maintain distance. Tracer is actually quite an easy 1v1 if you're able to maintain distance. Very scary for her, especially with cover and the 225 HP. So just keep that in mind. Pharah, the reason Pharah is a soft counter, I find, is because it's very easy. You're very slow. It's very hard to rotate away from her. So utilize cover or rotate away from her. Yeah, mostly it. Mostly it. Okay. Yeah, maintain your distance, hit your shots, use cover. I mean, it's really the Zenyatta is probably one of the more dull ones that we've talked about because there's not a lot of juicy, saucy. I mean, there is one little thing where like be careful about discording a tracer if she's right next to cover because she can use that wall to take off the discord. So just be aware of that. But yeah, I mean, I think that like I think like most of this is just pretty much fundamentals and good luck with that. Yeah, Symmetra doesn't really counter anybody, I don't find. Symmetra counters anybody. 225 HP, I could see her being a soft counter to maybe some characters. But I don't think Symmetra counters anybody. Oh, my mouth hurts. Joe Mama indeed. Jeez, chat. How was that? Was that 2 hours? I said we were going to do it a little bit quicker, but I kind of got stuck doing all the heroes a little bit more than I wanted to, so. That's all right. Does Sim not counter D.Va? No. Sim is too easy. D.Va's too easy to avoid. It's too easy to avoid D.Va with Sim. Or vice versa, excuse me. And also, Sim is still pretty fragile. So if a Symmetra makes a mistake, I think this whole mindset like beam characters counter characters with Matrix and Deflect is not entirely accurate. Even on like mid ranks, you know, I'm not trying to be like, you know, like high rank bias here, but even in mid ranks, I don't find that to be the case. It's a hot take, but I mean, I would say Widow for sure, but yeah, I mean, I get your logic here. And I think also like you have to consider like the context of how they position, and I think, you know, if you consider like how aggressively Symmetra positions, that's probably why you'd say that. Yeah, exactly. Like her escape cooldown has to be kind of used proactively, I find, in a lot of circumstances. Ogre RPing right now. There's something to it, but the reason why I put most people swap to Sim is just because, I mean, I understand the conventional impression of Symmetra, but it's also the conventional way that D.Va is played in lower ranks. So I cheated at the list a little bit because we try to consider lower ranks opinions as well. But if you're playing, the problem is that sometimes lower ranks play characters so entirely wrong that it leads to certain characters feeling good. You know what I'm saying? The same reason why people will swap to like, what's a common swap that you guys see? Like Reaper into Winston, right? Like we talked about that one where it's like not entirely terrible, but like it's because the way a lot of people play Winston is just entirely wrong. Oh, Pistol Mercy feels right. I mean, it is satisfying, I'm not gonna lie. I think it's the size of projectiles, you know?
Were you expecting a remedy?
You know what I'm grateful for, chat? Let's just take a moment to thank Blizzard developers for, you know, as stupid as the size of these projectiles are. I mean, look at this. This is ridiculous. Like, can you imagine if they made the projectiles bigger, guys? Like, what a disaster. Like, you know, all the things that the Blizzard devs have done, but at least they haven't done something like that. That would, you know, that would be disappointing. I may or may not have heard a couple of rumors about that. You know, I can't put my head entirely in the sand. I am completely oblivious of most of the changes. I know there's a projectile change. I've heard of the DPS passive, and that's pretty much it. So I am trying to remain ignorant as much as I possibly can, so you guys can have my first actual reaction to it. So that was not an open the door to discussing this, FYI. Yeah. No. You're throwing battleships across the map in your head? Yeah, I mean, I love that. If you guys don't love battleships launching themselves into your noggin, what's your problem? Giving hit scan thickness. Interesting. Can you freaking ask you about the freaking leak patch? No, you can't. I wasn't lying, guys. I don't want to talk about it, but I honestly don't even really fully know that. I do not know any of the hero changes. I don't know any of the hero changes. So no leaks. Classic pro players, though, am I right? Not even necessarily RuPaul, but whoever leaked it to RuPaul, and honestly, like RuPaul for leaking it on stream, like whatever. I don't know. I'm like kind of torn with it. I get it, like I don't know. It's situated. It's reasons like that why pro players like never get like told anything, because this has happened like almost every single freaking time that any sort of pro player like gets any sort of information, it gets leaked instantly, and then they cry and wonder like why they're not involved. Leaked for 10 subs. That's actually insane. That's actually insane. I mean, it wasn't even really him, you know, but I mean, I don't know. I'm not gonna lie with you guys. I have been aware of the leak of the patch notes for quite some time. Okay, I've known of some of the changes I heard down the grapevine, and I have not leaked it because I did not want to ruin the Blizzard developers' goals or whatever like that. Right? I don't feel like that makes me any great kind of special of a person. That should just be like the standard there's a couple other content creators that I was talking with about it, or the rumors that we'd heard, and it was just like they weren't even under an NDA. It was just like, you know, we don't do that, you know, like we don't do that. We don't do that, you know. We don't want to be that guy, you know. If you want to speculate behind the scenes, that's fine, but we're not going to leak this publicly, especially, you know. And I don't know. It is what it is. Genji Hero Mastery run win. Yeah, it's not even like a NDA thing, you know. It's just I don't know. It's just not very classy, you know. But I don't know. It's not surprising though. It's disappointing, but not surprising. Yeah, see, I think the content creators won't. I don't know what the deal is with pro NDAs and stuff like that. So I'm not sure like what the whole like. I'm in the content creator Discord, but I did not have access to the patch early. Everyone heard about the wanted leaks, right? Like what he was saying about it, right? So I think they have like an inner circle of guys that get invited to it. But yeah, then I don't know how the pro players got access to it. So I assume the pro players were maybe playing it as well as but it wasn't even RuPaul that was playing it though. Like he didn't even have access to it. He heard from somebody else. So I don't even know like who to throw under the bus here. So I assume Blizzard knows. And it's weird because Blizzard, I don't know like how tight Blizzard is with stuff like that. But like Samito's not even in the freaking Summit Discord. He got kicked after Mindplex, even though it has nothing to do with, it has no conflict with interest at all. And freaking Samito knew about the patch changes and didn't leak because Samito is not a bad dude. At least when he has some class in that run. And so Samito knew about it and didn't leak it. But some freaking pro player that actually had access is the guy that actually leaked it. So I don't even know. Anyway, so I don't know. We'll see what it is. To me, it's like one of those things where it's like, even if the patch notes are like actually terrible, like not good, you're not gonna like freaking like win over the devs by leaking the patch notes ahead of time. That's not the play. You know, that's not the play at all. You know, rip the and I think people are like, oh, it's not that big of a deal. It's just a patch. I mean, come on, it's the Season 9 reset patch. Like all these things, like they want like an organic hype to be built around it. And now the whole like narrative is being controlled by a lot of doomer content creators, right? And maybe the doomer is like accurate, right? But like it's just not gonna. It's not a productive way to provide criticism, right? It's not a productive way of providing criticism. I know, like you could call the developers idiots and call the people that leaked the things idiots at the same time. Yeah, leaking just poisons the well, in my opinion. Because what it does is it gives ammo to the dev defenders. You know what I'm saying? Because they can be like, oh well, you know, we didn't control the narrative, and there's this big negative narrative before the patch was even leaked, and so it's like, let them do it exactly as they want, and if it's a bad patch, we call it like it is. You know what I'm saying? Don't give them ammo to be like, oh, you know, well, you know, whatever. No, I agree with you. Like this has nothing to do with talking trash about the patch. Absolutely nothing to do with how the quality of the patch is. Really nothing to do with it. It's how leaking the patch in general is what I don't. I might have the most doomer take of all. I haven't even looked at the patch notes, right? From what I'm a little spooked from what I've heard, right? Honestly, but we'll give them a chance to let it run. I'll even give them a chance to actually test it out. I'm not gonna sit here and be like, oh, this is objectively a bad change. And some changes, maybe I'll say that, but for the most part, like let it play out a little bit, you know, see how it goes. Yeah, projector too. Now they'd figure it out too fast, but yeah, I don't know. Okay, let's do some hammer time here. Let's do some hammer time here. Let's just look at a few of these really fast here. I have not seen this Crow video. Have you guys seen this Crow video? Resolving the tank dilemma, rock, paper, scissors for tanks. Have you guys seen this yet? I have not seen this. We should give this a look. Crow has a pretty good channel. I think their videos are not always hits, I will say. Sometimes I think some of the videos I don't always agree with their takes. But for the most part, like really, really good production quality, and I think pretty good videos for the most part. So I don't know. I'm asking a question. I don't even have the thing pulled up. My bad, guys. All right, we should go.
Crow here. We've been building a beginner-friendly guide to Overwatch gameplay theories in the past year, and today we'll be talking about rock, paper, scissors specifically for the tanks. For anyone new to Overwatch, let's preface the topic with a quick introduction since we're discussing one of the most complex role in Overwatch 2. Out of the 3 roles you can play, tank is the most confusing and complex in terms of game sense and strategy, but with a reduction of the role down to 1 tank per team, the rock, paper, scissors concept began to surface as a critical component and mechanic for the role. So even for existing players from Overwatch 1, the topic is still pretty difficult to digest. So we've honestly been pushing off this topic for a while now, and I've also been traveling around all over the states, attending data and cloud related conferences, so that's just my excuse for not being able to upload in the past month. But I'm back now, so let's get started. The rock, paper, scissors for tanks is based on the more general rock, paper, scissors video we made previously, and at first glance it seems pretty straightforward. When the enemy tank plays hero A, playing hero B makes it much easier to win, but when you play hero B and the enemy plays tank C, the game just gets way more difficult. So to counterpick that, you start playing hero A, and wait, doesn't that sound familiar? And thus, the rock, paper, scissors game was born. But rather than presenting you with my personal flavor and interpretation of rock, paper, scissors for tanks, we've compiled comments from numerous community discussions and discussed the topic with 20 pro players, top 500 one-tricks, and coaches to give you the most well-seasoned information available. First, let's look at the data we've collected from our community site that's currently under development. In the site, we took community votes to assess the current perception of which heroes are strong or weak against others in both 1v1 and overall gameplay.
The problem with this discussion that always poisons the well of this discussion, I think it's entirely lost, is there is no objective truth when it comes to this answer, because the problem is that you have to consider your audience. You know, this is something that I learned from IOStex way back in the days, that like you have to consider your audience. You have to consider who you're talking to right now. And if you polled the average rank, if you viewed this, what would be the average rank of the viewer? You have to consider the demographic of who watches a Crow video, who watches the Tank Dilemma, what's the average rank in Overwatch. And we have this high rank bias, you know, but it would have to be around Plat Diamond. And that's being ambitious, right? So the question is when we ask Belisariya, or who ironically I thought was Diamond, Kellen, whatever, Piggy, their answers are valid, but they're valid in a certain subset. But for the vast, vast majority of the player base, how much of that factors in? Orisa versus Reinhardt, that's going to feel bad in lower ranks, right? That's going to feel bad in higher ranks. But you look at a matchup like a Diva versus a Reinhardt, you know what I'm saying? That's a really hard read. So we'll play it by ear, but yeah. I don't think you can just objectively pick this one out. I think that like it's a lot more complicated than that. And that's not even incorporating like the amount of times that even if this character is a counter in lower ranks, it's still not necessarily worth your time to counterpick because so-and-so, right? Because the irony is that in higher ranks, the goal isn't necessarily to rank up so much as to, the goal isn't so much as to like master your character as is to play the best character for the situation, right? But in lower ranks, it's probably smarter to play into your counters because you need to get good at the character that you're playing. The best way to rank up is to get good at the character that you're playing.
Others in both 1v1 and overall gameplay.
Not playing the counter
roughly 100,000 rows of data, and here's what that looks like when graphically plotted for the tanks. Let's take a look at Wrecking Ball as an example to show how to interpret this graph. The horizontal row is the percentage of people who rated Wrecking Ball to be stronger in the matchup. The community consensus was that Wrecking Ball is strong against Winston and Reinhardt, but in contrast can struggle to compete against Brawl and off-tank.
But see, this is exactly like people will, and the other problem is as well, I'm going to let him talk a little bit before I start nitpicking, I promise you. But even this is scary because Wrecking Ball is never been good versus tanks. Even in Overwatch 1, when he was better versus tanks, he still wasn't considered a good anti-tank tank. That's not where he gets his value. So hopefully this isn't used as a plot point as, hey, look, Wrecking Ball's bad. We know Wrecking Ball's bad, but this isn't necessarily why Wrecking Ball's bad. It's part of the reason, but it's not the full reason. And people obsess over this tank matchup, you know? Ball is good versus Monkey because he has really good range poke on Monkey. It's really easy to counter mines Winston engage. It's really easy to poke out a Monkey. But that's the funny thing is you look at this and you're like, oh yeah, Ball is a counter to Monkey. No, he's not. He's okay, but he's fine versus Monkey. But it's not a counter to Monkey.
That Wrecking Ball is strong against...
I wouldn't say this video is cringe. Let's let him cook. But I'm trying to critique things as he's presenting them so that I don't have to like vomit everything at the same time.
Winston and Reinhardt, but in contrast,
so let him
compete
cook
against Brawl and off-tank type heroes. The vertical...
But the funny thing is that Ball is actually bad in dive. Ball is actually exceptional versus Brawl and poke characters. Just not Brawl and poke tanks. Ball is generally, Winston is way better in dive because the survivability of Wrecking Ball and adaptive shields and mines fall off dramatically in value versus dive compositions. And a character like Winston is significantly better.
Percentage of people who rated Wrecking Ball to be strong.
My update stream title, so it says, yeah.
In the matchup. The community consensus was that Wrecking Ball is strong against Winston and Reinhardt, but in contrast can struggle to compete against Brawl and off-tank type heroes.
Well, again, one more time. Wrecking Ball is actually really good versus certain Brawl compositions. He's not the best tank in the game, but it's one of his strongest matchups. These Mei, Bap, Lucio comps, that's actually where Wrecking Ball is actually at his best. Because he only has to worry about Mei freeze. Ryan can't stop him consistently.
The vertical column is a percentage of players who rated Wrecking Ball to be at a disadvantage in the matchup, but there's actually a third dimension to this graph. If we take a look at Wrecking Ball's matchup against Doomfist, we see 30 and 53%, which doesn't actually add up to 100. This is because 17% of the votes indicated that the matchup between the two heroes is fairly even. Though not common across all of the matchups, there are a decent number of cases where this kind of disparity shows up. When we take all three dimensions into account, we can evaluate that though the majority of the players find it difficult to play Ball against Doomfist, Doomfist isn't necessarily a counter against Wrecking Ball. Then once you assess this graphic, are we done talking here? No, definitely not. This is primarily an evaluation of the community perception and ignores many factors such as the rank and level of understanding of the game as a whole, which makes it insufficient to call this the end-all be-all. Especially for the tanks released in Overwatch 2 like Junker Queen and Ramattra, the statistics seem to be a little bit unreliable. And we can't forget the fact that the current in-game balance and the hero composition of both enemy and ally teams can impact these tank matchups. The real takeaway from this graph is the patterns and trends apparent across multiple heroes. The first pattern is a similarity between Doomfist, Wrecking Ball, and Winston. These three heroes are generally assessed to be weak against most other tanks when compared side by side. Because all three of these tanks are reliant on utilizing their mobility to create chaotic fights and have a playstyle of targeting a vulnerability of the enemy team, they generally aren't used to pick battles directly with the enemy tank. The dive tank archetype is clearly distinct in its characteristics, making it the first of the rock, paper, scissors groupings. The other groups for poke, anchor, and rush don't have such distinct patterns for the tank matchups, but at least for dive it's easily distinguishable. The second pattern is a group of heroes with a high number of green values. Orisa, Zarya, Ramattra, and D.Va fit this pattern, while Sigma also stands out by having basically no distinct counter. If I try to rationalize what these 5 tanks have in common, it essentially boils down to the fact that within the past 6 months, each hero has played a solid role in the past few metas.
But it's just matchups. It's just matchups. Like you think about Orisa's, Zarya, and Ramattra and Sigma, is that they have much more favorable matchups versus tanks, but have much worse matchups versus supports. We just did this a second ago, guys, right? When you look at what countered Zarya, obviously Ryan Brand at points were kind of tricky, but she had a whole list of counters in the DPS and support category. You know what I'm saying? And the same thing goes with Sigma. Like Sigma is countered by Sombras and Tracers and Kirigos. He's not countered by Divas and Orisas and Roadhogs. So to me, it's like the archetype is that dive can choose its targets. So because it chooses its targets, it pays the price by being bad against the targets that are easiest. Whereas brawl characters, spam characters without mobility, like Sigma, Zarya, Orisa, Ramattra, Roadhog, and so on, they don't have the capability to choose the target that they want all the time. So they're generally better versus all targets. That's the balancing tweak here.
By having basically no distinct counter. If I try to rationalize what these 5 tanks have in common, it essentially boils down to the fact that within the past 6 months, each hero has played a solid role in the past few metas. In other words, these heroes generally have a positive matchup because they're strong heroes to begin with. So then, should we ignore these heroes and assume their stats
I don't
are
agree
not
with that
meaningful,
necessarily.
and it's just a byproduct of the balance patches? No. This means that we need to dissect these heroes as in-depth as possible because they've been a part of the core meta for an extended period of time throughout multiple patches. In Overwatch, the kit itself often makes heroes retain meta relevance, and it's likely that this will continue to be the case. For now, we can simply consider these heroes to be one of our best tanks to main. Mastering just a few of these tanks basically allow you to cover 99% of the rock, paper, scissors situations in your favor. And in contrast, the remaining tanks are sort of the niche case or off-meta heroes. Heroes like Reinhardt, Junker Queen, and Roadhog have been off-meta picks in the last 6 months, making the evaluation of these heroes less accurate from the community. To summarize, Winston, Wrecking Ball, and Doomfist fall into the dive category as a distinct group in rock, paper, scissors. Orisa, Zarya, D.Va, Sigma, and Ramatra are meta-agnostic tanks. Reinhardt, Junker Queen, and Roadhog are outliers which require a more in-depth evaluation. Now, let's take a look at each of the 11 tanks and evaluate them based on the rock, paper, scissors system, but also incorporate the pro and top 500 one-trick players' insights to evaluate each hero in the rock, paper, scissors ecosystem. Let's start off with Winston, the bread and butter dive tank. Out of the 3 dive tanks highlighted from the community data, Winston has the lowest base stats for dueling. 1v1ing another tank beyond contesting them for space is, in most cases, going to be a terrible decision. However, despite being a dive hero, Winston has multiple options against other tanks, being able to sustain yourself with bubble or even divide the enemy team up by dropping the bubble between the enemy front and back line, which is something none of the other dive tanks are capable of. Because Winston's default playstyle is dive, he shows a distinct
This is why I think this kind of a discussion I think is flawed. Winston dumpsters Orisa. Also, Winston dumpsters Ramatra, depending on the composition of the map. These characters are not fast enough or pokey enough to be able to deny Winston from staging, nor are they good enough to peel off the Winston from diving. The problem, I don't know. This feels so messy.
Tanks like Zarya,
This looks
Though these tanks
great
have high
and
damage
statistically
output, due to their
accurate,
lack of
but
mobility, you can leverage amazing value from your speed and vertical mobility. And wait, Winston beats Zarya even though she's a rush tank? Well, by the generic definition of rock, paper, scissors, rush should technically beat dive. But this isn't necessarily the case for Winston, making it a key characteristic of the hero. In the case of Doomfist and Wrecking Ball, who we'll cover in a bit, they fall into the standard rush beats dive dynamic. And this is what sets Winston apart.
But is Zarya even a rush tank anymore? Is Zarya even a rush tank? What is Zarya right now? Honest question, guys. What is Zarya? Like, Zarya gets destroyed by rush tanks and brawl tanks. She gets destroyed. You know, she has better poke. She has the ability to enable dive with her bubbles and so on. Right? This is why I think, like, I don't know. I think when you try to fit old, I don't know. This is why it's really hard to, like, I know that I'm guilty of this sometimes, but I think it's really hard and or really dangerous to try and put, try to have tight little categories for everything, you know?
Isn't necessarily the case for Winston, making it a key characteristic of the hero. In the case of Doomfist and Wrecking Ball, who we'll cover in a bit, they fall into the standard rush beats dive dynamic, and this is what sets Winston apart from the other 2 heroes. The dive style Winston rush beats dive characteristic of the hero. In the case of Doomfist and Wrecking Ball, who we'll cover in a bit, they fall into the
But Doomfist and Wrecking Ball are really freaking good versus rush. Really freaking good versus rush, and they're way more flexible too.
standard rush beats dive dynamic, and this is what sets Winston apart from the other 2 heroes. The dive style Winston is especially weak against rush and anchor tanks with higher 1v1ing capabilities. This includes Roadhog, Mauga, Junker Queen, Orisa, and D.Va. However, in these matchups, the enemy and ally compositions play an important role in determining the outcome of the fights. For example, Winston's high synergy support, Ana, is also one of the best counterpicks against these
Rush beats dive, and then we see this in the background.
fights. However, in these matchups, the enemy and ally compositions play an important role in determining the outcome of the fights. For
Which
example,
I know is what he's
Winston's
talking
high
about.
synergy support, Ana, is also one of the best counterpicks against these enemy heroes, so there's plenty of room for your allies to cover your weaknesses in the tank battle. There were a lot of questions raised about Winston's rush capabilities in our previous video, but they've already been proven in the past by utilization in GOATs as well as a full dive composition, meaning your entire team is structured around jumping in as a single unit, without leaving a diveable backline, which is
What
the
is
entire point and
rush?
characteristic
What is
of
rush, guys?
In this this way, a rush-style Winston can take advantage of the more exposed.
What is a
backline
rush-style
against,
Winston? What is a rush-style Winston? Like,
their dive tanks like Doomfist and Wrecking Ball. Meanwhile, the anchor and poke playstyle is more or less unusable and is reflected in the entire 7 years of.
It's not an anchor poke playstyle. It is shooting the tank. It's the tank trade. Hey y'all, is this a good place for playstyles? We don't really do pugs that often. We usually do Patreon pugs, Lagman, but we don't do group pugs as of yet. That's something that's been suggested in the past, but we don't do it this time. Maybe in the future. Like
the IP's history. Next is Doomfist. He's the most extreme case of dive and excels in assassinations. Rush, anchor, poke, and the other 3 playstyles aren't available for this hero and specializes in melting the enemy backline. Amongst the dive tanks, Doomfist has the highest raw specs, having the lowest time to kill on squishies compared to Winston and Ball. As such, Doomfist is unable to assassinate tanks with his burst, making him especially vulnerable to stronger rush and anchor tanks with.
But the irony is he's way better in tank matchups than either Winston or Wrecking Ball.
Higher 1v1ing capabilities. Tanks like Orisa and Hog have the CC to cut off your power block, making it one of the roughest matchups even in comparison to other dive tanks. However, against point-blank burst damage rush tanks like Junker Queen, Maga, and Diva, you'll have a slightly better time relative to your hard counters. In his matchup against Zarya, Doomfist has the ability to sustain through Zarya's damage, but because she can easily peel for her allies with Bubble, this ultimately puts you at a disadvantage. Meanwhile, against Ramatra, who has lower damage output, and Rush Rhine, who relies on coordinated teamfights, it's much more of a 50-50, but we'll explain more later in the video. Next up is Wrecking Ball. He falls between Winston and Doomfist in terms of diviness, but the biggest difference between Ball and the other 2 tanks is that you can pressure rush tanks more effectively thanks to your primary fire. Because his primary fire is medium range, he can pressure the enemy team more consistently and enables his allies to play more freely as well. In this manner, Ball can contest Winston to a degree and puts him at a slight advantage. Additionally, his rush and poke are surprisingly decent, and because of his exceptional mobility, can survive against rush-style tanks in 1v1 situations. So against Roadhog, Maga, Orisa, Diva, and Ramatra, you have the ability to pressure down and sustain fights, making your chances much better against your counter heroes in comparison to what Winston or Doomfist can do. Meanwhile, if the enemies have a standard full rush composition or has an overwhelming amount of sustainability, things get much more difficult. So playing.
But they don't. It's the opposite. The comps with a lot of sustain, Wrecking Ball is really good versus because he doesn't have to worry about the crowd control or burst damage or counters that he otherwise would. That's why when we talk about Wrecking Ball, like would you mirror rush in high levels? Yeah, you'd probably just mirror rush in higher levels. But in ranked, even all the way up to top 500, you're playing versus a Rhine Bap comp or a rush comp. Ramatra's Wrecking Ball destroys that comp because they don't have the CC, they don't have the burst damage to consistently stop him from engaging. And also, because those characters are shorter range, they generally don't have the mobility to deal with things like Slam. They don't have the capability to deal with things like him taking any off angle that he wants, or things like Mines, double in value.
Full rush composition or has an overwhelming amount of sustainability, things get much more difficult. So playing against tanks with stronger close range damage and sustainability.
I mean, look at this. This is actually a perfect example of what like Ball is doing well. Look. He's literally saying like why it doesn't feel as good, but look at what this Ball is doing. This is with a Sombra. Shoot, cancel hack, adapt to shields. Everybody turns on him. Slam, bam. He just used Mines, keep in mind. So he's already at 24% ult charge. Grapple, roll, boop. Shoot. I don't know why he kept shooting there, but this is the value of Ball. He's already 40% ult charge. And oh my gosh. And like, this is a ranked game. And like, I don't know. I completely disagree. And Zarya, it does terribly versus Ball because it's really hard to bubble off Ball engages. And it's really easy for Ball to not fee charge.
Ruin your day. And against Reinhardt, there's also a more interesting dynamic. If the Reinhardt's team composition is a strict rush and is on a rush map, the enemy team's sustain becomes much higher than Ball's ability to displace and disrupt the enemies.
That's not true. That is not true.
But like in many competitive matches, if Reinhardt is running more of a dispersed dive style rather than a unified rush, Ball's disruption is able to get much more value, turning the table.
Ball is amazing into raw brawl. It's probably his best composition.
Incorporated by the tanks, the counters can also vary. But before we move on to the
Ball's not a very good hero. But I'm not trying to beef here. No, these guys are smart. I think they just totally, I think Crow has some really good videos and some really, because they're run by like Korean tier 2 coaches and it's really good, but they are wrong with this. They are wrong with this. They are wrong with this in the previous Rock, Paper, Scissors video. I do not agree.
Rush style tanks. Let me elaborate on dive.
I don't know if this is the Eastern bias, right? And maybe I'm bringing some Western bias into this, but I'm telling you guys, facing versus immobile compositions without heavy CC is Ball's dream. You might not be able to pick the Widowmaker in the back, but you will get 4-man slams easy adaptive shields, no CC to stop your roll throughs. Mind value is tripled. Yes,
Right.
yes, it
Right,
does.
despite
Anima.
being a poster hero of rush compositions, is often utilized in a more similar fashion to Ball, Doomfist, and Winston. Rhine Rush is more demanding in terms of coordination and ally composition, so in many competitive games, we see more players taking advantage of a dive-style engagement, where you aggressively utilize charge to close a gap on a target. That's one of the reasons why the community data indicates vulnerability against other tanks like we saw with Ball, Doom, and Winston. But a key difference is that against Junker Queen, you have a stronger frontline presence, meaning it's easier to take control of space, and a similar strategy can be employed against Hog. Dive Rhine isn't the most optimal playstyle in terms of the tank matchup, and I'd honestly recommend playing one of the other tanks if you really wanted to dive. With that out of the way, let's get into Rush, the most complex group in the rock paper scissors system. First up is Zarya. She's one of the core heroes of Rush tanks and also shows an aptitude for anchor. Of course, depending on whether you have low or high energy, Zarya's playability against other tanks can vary. In a high energy state,
That's
she's
true.
one of the best Rush heroes out there, but in a low energy state, it's extremely difficult to beat any hero for that.
This is why I don't like using the terminology rush poking out, because she's better in the rush when she's higher charge. It doesn't, but you kind of see what I'm saying. Like we're talking about like the tank trades here. I think it's more about this is so much easier when you, instead of categorizing playstyles, you'd be like short range tanks, longer range tanks, dive tanks, or just even tanks that are good versus other tanks that are bad versus other tanks, low mobility, high mobility, whatever.
Matter, which can be a huge weakness for the hero. This is why against Winston and dive-style Rhines, she lacks in value. But on the assumption that Zarya is able to build a significant amount of charge amongst the rush tanks, she can be the strongest hero in terms of raw output, and thus is the only rush hero with an advantage against anchor tanks like Orisa and D.Va. In this state, as long as a map—
And see, here's another thing too. I don't necessarily agree with this placement either. I think this is probably something more of a high rank placement where it's easier to deny charge to a Zarya. But in mid to low ranks, Roadhog, no way. And this is where, like, again, like the rank discrepancy is a little bit tricky here, you know? It's very hard to make a tier list like this, you know? Very hard to make a tier list like this. I would not even say in low ranks, Sigma she's weak versus Sigma. Because here's the funny thing. We're talking about, this is why you can't even trust pro players. Why is Zarya good versus a D.Va? She wins tank trade, right? Why is Zarya weak versus Sigma, chat? Why is Zarya weak versus Sigma? Is Zarya even weak versus Sigma? Tell me. You might have to think carefully about this one. I want you to get into the mind of the pro player answering this question and tell me why Zarya is weak into Sigma. What comps do you play Sigma with? What comps do you play Sigma with? What kind of comps or what kind of maps? Poke comps, right? Range comps. Characters that Zarya cannot interact with at all. She's not weak versus Sigma at all. She's great versus Sigma. I would say she's as an advantage over Sigma. I think she actually soft counters Sigma. But Circuit Royale, Junkertown, I'm not playing Zarya on that map. I'm gonna get my head blown off, right? So they say it's about the tank matchup, but then have this. They're incorporating the tank matchup sometimes, but not the comp, and vice versa. And that's where the inconsistency of this list is coming from. Not to mention they're just, I think, straight out wrong a couple of times. So what's going to happen here is someone's going to pick Zarya in a plat diamond game and go, oh, I can't play into Sigma on King Zero. Right? Or a D.Va that can't play into Zarya on, Dorado. I'm just saying that this is why you can't really make lists like this without at least finding a happy medium. And especially when you're trying to classify them, I just don't think it works. I just don't think it works.
Isn't designed for long sightlines, Zarya can even put up a decent fight against Sigma, who in theory has the upper hand due to poke beats rush logic. One key flaw of Zarya is things like Orisa and D.Va. In this state, as long as a map isn't designed for long sightlines, Zarya can even put up a decent fight against Sigma, who in theory has the upper hand due to poke beats rush logic. One key flaw of Zarya is her small health pool, which in turn results in a lower sustainability. The difference in health makes her weaker against other close-range tanks in the rush category. She can be bursted down by tanks like Ramatra and Mauga, and the reworked Hog also serves as a challenge. This also makes her more vulnerable to being split off from your backline by heroes like Winston and Rhine. However, in the lower ranks, most fights occur as a head-to-head battle, and there's a lack of discipline when it comes to not charging her bubbles, making the hero efficient when pressuring down the front line. Furthermore, the lack of health and sustain is often mitigated.
So are we incorporating lower ranks or not?
by the fact that both teams have non-synergistic compositions, and the lack of Winston mastery in these ranks also acts as a plus. With Zarya, it's also possible to use an anchor playstyle. This playstyle often gives you the ability to shut down an engaging Orisa or Junker Queen, but this also means that Zarya struggles to break through a queen who's hiding over cover. Otherwise, she's incompatible with poke, but for dive, you can utilize her bubble to enable allies that are engaging like Reaper or Genji. Now for Junker Queen, anchor and poke is off limits, but she can dismantle space control with a
Thank you for the fucking softball names. I appreciate it. Cheers, mate.
rush or an anti-dive playstyle. In the case of anti-dive, you can either play reactively to punish the dive or take the approach of melting the dive backline. The complicated dynamic is with rush. Compared with other rush tanks, Junker Queen has the lowest tanking ability, but excels at challenging enemy spaces by boosting your allies with shout. Because of this AoE buff characteristic, her effectiveness can vary depending on the ally composition, which makes the matchup against Ramattra, Roadhog, and Reinhardt fairly neutral. However, against Orisa and Zarya, you're at a very clear disadvantage. Zarya's bubble and honestly all of Orisa's abilities can shut down Queen fairly easily, even with a synergistic team comp. As such, in comp games, Junker Queen is arguably more effective with an anti-dive playstyle. But the most complex matchup for Queen is the Sigma and Rein. The map, ally, and enemy compositions make a large impact in the matchup. At its core, it's a question of is the backline easy to melt. If the Rein's backline is Sim, Bastion, and Baptiste, who have high damage and survivability, it can be a start to a very rough game. Against Sigma, the question is whether you can quickly close the distance or not. On long sightline maps like Circuit Royal and against a full poke composition, Sigma is highly favorable, and in reverse, on enclosed maps like Lijiang Tower, or
good.
if the Sigma's team comp is meh, Junker Queen is able to take control of the game. It's difficult to simply say that the matchup is a 50-50 because results can differ heavily.
This just feels like a much more balanced approach, and I think I agree with like the approach here. I think it was just missing in so many of the other matchups. I think they were too pro favored and flat out just wrong at points. You guys are so cute.
On map and situation. Next is Ramattra. Though he isn't very good at peeling for his allies, he's able to take significantly more aggro in the front line than any other tank, thanks to his block ability. Whether it's anchor, poke, or rush, the playstyles are all supported through his kit. In Nemesis form, shields can't stop your punches, and in Omnic form, you have quite a bit of poke damage available to you. While he isn't able to dive to stop your punches,
Yeah, but I don't think Ramattra is very good versus Winston personally. I think that's a very map situational thing. I chew Ramatra's like 3-week-old broccoli. If the map's good for Winston, right? I don't think there's a lot that you can do. Like I think Ramatra's way too slow.
and in Omnic form, you have quite a bit of poke
No, I can talk about the patch notes. I'm not under any NDA. I just don't want to.
damage available to you. While he isn't able to dive directly, he has a clear way of punishing dives, making him a jack of all trades. These characteristics make it incredibly difficult to balance Ramattra, and the state of each patch seems to have an impact on who comes out on top for the neutral matchups. Due to his versatility, we see Ramattra being experimented with a lot in tournaments. In respect to rock, paper, scissors, he doesn't exactly fall under the standard archetypes. With a rush beats dive logic, he's generally good against Doomfist and Ball, though I would argue that because Ball's mobility is so high, he can easily avoid Ramattra to begin with. Against other rush heroes like Zarya, Rein, and Junker Queen, Ramattra can effectively hold his ground. Given his current state in the meta though, he's still great purely in respect to the tank fight, just not necessarily in the context of the entire team fight with all 10 players. He's just far too vulnerable to CC abilities, and as a result is vulnerable to Orisa and Roadhog as well. Now for D.Va, she dominates the standard dive tanks, making her a great pick for anti-dive. So when pro players pull out the D.Va, it's usually for this exact purpose. Meanwhile, against strong 1v1 rush tanks like Zarya, Sigma, Junker Queen, and Ramattra, she doesn't have as much success. This can also be applied to a standard Rein rush, but since coordinated rushes are uncommon in ranked, it's not something to be too worried about. With respect to Roadhog, though he can be classified as a brawl type rush tank, D.Va has the means to mitigate this with the anchor playstyle, with a focus on peeling for your allies. Otherwise, we also have the dive style assassination D.Va. When the enemy is playing rush or poke style tank, the strategy here is to avoid brawling the enemy tank directly and focus primarily on the enemy backline. Though this would normally be an unfavorable matchup, with good enough mechanics, you have the potential to
It's so funny because the last few points, I feel like we're really nailing it here. It really feels like this, it's so many points, it's just a disservice to the narration behind it. Am I the only one? Like, it feels like here, it's like, ever since the Zarya maybe matchup, like, agreed, but I don't agree with what he's talking over half the time. The things that he's saying make total sense. Agreed. I like the playstyle discussions here and avoiding the tank and going for the backline in certain situations, and other times that you can mark the tank as its dive or whatever. Yeah, but so many points. It just feels like it feels like the sample size here, the polling hindered the quality of this video. It gave it almost like a fake, like, sort of legitimacy that doesn't really back up the data that actually matches the average ranked experience. You know? I don't know. So it feels like it's more of like a list of disclaimers than it is actually like teaching and giving good advice.
Has a very well-defined role of an anti-dive in the rock, paper, scissors ecosystem, but her weakness to rush is also a distinct limitation. Let's take a look at Orisa. She's a hero optimized for countering other tanks, but she's terrible at supporting her allies. Orisa is usually played to counter a specific...
Like, don't tell me that pro players think Orisa is very strong versus Winston, depending on the map. It's just it's the 1v1, it's not the composition. Orisa wasn't touched in an entire year of Winston meta. Not even tried. She was trash. She cannot deal with the dive composition. Now, if you're talking about a dive tank, maybe. But even then, it depends on the map. Most of the time, the Winston's going to be able to avoid the Orisa. I don't know.
Specific playstyle. As you can see with the pro player votes at the top right, we can see 2 votes for Orisa as a counter to Queen, 4 votes against Ramattra, and 3 against Doomfist. However, she's limited by the fact that she doesn't have a clear synergistic composition. Despite being great against other tanks, her utilization from a macro strategy perspective is pretty limiting. She's more of an outlier in the rock, paper, scissors ecosystem, though she still has counters available like Zarya and D.Va. D.Va serves a very similar role to Orisa, but has significantly more mobility, putting Orisa...
We don't know, One Autumn Sun. We've gone back and forth between the two. Not necessarily the narration. I think the narration is trying to find the good balance between, but the pro players that were polled were very swingy. Sometimes they talked about the tank, sometimes they talked about the composition. There's been it's not been moderated well, the numbers.
At a slight disadvantage. As long as Zarya is able to fill her energy up, she can dominate Orisa from a close range, especially when Zarya only chooses to focus you down. You honestly have no playstyle options to mitigate this, making Zarya a hard counter to Orisa. Next is Sigma. He has a very distinct poke playstyle, and because of his high survivability, is even able to provide rush capabilities. However, there's zero dive potential, and when Sigma rush clashes with other rush tanks, he may need a helping hand. So in most maps and situations, Sigma's primary targets are going to be the squishies rather than the enemy tank, which is what set him apart for success in the recent metas. Additionally, thanks to his long range, on poke maps, he's the most dominant tank. Currently, there's just no other tank for poke comps like Sigma. It's just not even a competition. Against Sigma on a poke map with a full poke composition, you need the most perfectly executed rush, which is extremely difficult to pull off in rank. However, in most maps and on average compositions that force you to play rush,
this game sucked, dude. We were like one team fight away. We messed up our support ultimates. We would have gone to Dallas if we not choked this ultimates. I remember this game. This is the game where we beat Atlanta, but we dropped this map unnecessarily. It hurts.
To pull off in rank. However, in most maps and on average compositions that force you to play rush type Sigma, he can struggle against Zarya and Orisa, who are great at brawling you out through your slow fire rate. Furthermore, it can be difficult to stop dives from Balt, Doomfist, and Winston. But against space-oriented brawl tanks like Hog, Rhine, Queen, and D.Va, it can be much more of a skill matchup. And finally, for the reworked Roadhog, is his exceptional ability to anchor down using Hook and Pigpen. He's very powerful against Ball, Winston, and dive-style Rhine, as well as Doomfist. He has an aptitude for rush, but due to his limited range, can struggle against ranged tanks like Sigma and anchor-style divas that keep you out of your effective range. In the case of Orisa, her CC and her range advantage previously made the matchup more difficult, but now with a new breather, your chances aren't as bad as before. Other rush tanks have a pretty similar effective range, and the high kill potential of your hook results in a fairly even matchup. And of course, he's not going to be very good for dive or poke. Then what about Maga? This one is purely speculation, so please take it with a pinch of salt, but from a playstyle perspective, he seems to have an aptitude for rush and dive. It's really a question of can you proc your passive, but ultimately it's a question of whether you can proc your passive. He's a bit weaker against Junker Queen, D.Va, Sigma, and for the rest of the rush heroes, it's pretty neutral. In the rush category, he shows similarities with tanks like Zarya and Ramattra, but looks to have the higher damage output, making him potentially better against the two heroes. With the high amount of close range burst, massive health pool, and hard mobility shutdown ultimate, Maga also has a bit of an anti-dive quality. But
I'm not talking about the freaking...
we'll have to wait and see how things play out. Wow, this was ridiculously long, but I think we did a pretty good job at explaining the tank ecosystem based off of the past year of Overwatch 2. But like always, this is all stats and numbers, just theory in an isolated environment, which means in reality there's always so many more variables to consider, like maps. Maps like Lijiang Tower is so favorable to rush that even your average Joe Reinhardt can pull off an effective rush composition with his team, but we'll save the maps topic for another video. Ultimately, the key consideration in the tank rock paper scissors is the playstyle incorporated, as well as whether the direct matchup is truly taking place. Simply put, Zarya has...
You know, this is a perfect timing because I was actually thinking about maybe playing a little bit Overwatch here, so this is going to be super humiliating again. Every single time Melio shows up, I'm in a situation where I'm going to embarrass myself live on stream. I appreciate the raid, mate. Thank you. I don't know. I think this video is like... it was really good at moments. Like it had some really bad moments, I think, that were really off. And I think that really showed their Eastern bias. The Korean coaches behind this, that really, I think the Wrecking Ball was really off. I think the Reinhardt had its moments that was off as well. And I think that, like, if you're going to pull, I think it's good to utilize the pro players thing here, but you had to see the bias in the data. Like, you had to see the bias in the data that was inconsistent with considering the tank 1v1 versus the compositional matchups and the ability to avoid the character entirely. And I think that was a big flaw of this video. I think that toward the back half of the video was, I think, quite good. And obviously, because it's Crow, there's a lot of good information here. The production value is just next level. I don't know. Here's the thing. The reason why I'm being nitpicky so hard in this video is because Crow is, like, they're such a good channel. They have so many good videos. The production quality, the educational quality is so high. You're going to find videos in here that you're not going to find anywhere else. Brig analysis, symmetry analysis, a lot of their pro analysis is really, really, really good. Controlling of off angles. So many things in here that I think are, like, really, really crazy. My expectations are a little bit higher, I think. That's all. My expectations are a little bit higher. And I think that they've missed the mark with the meta discussion stuff. This video as well, I did not enjoy as well, because I don't think that their perspective is, I think they're too niche in their perspective. And I don't think that they were able to see the biases as easy as they were. Actually, the mechanical intro part and doing. Yeah, send it to me later, Melio. I'm probably gonna be done with Hammertime for now, but I'll do it. I'll do it later for sure. Good. That is the challenge. It's easy for me to get up here and gripe about this, but it is really challenging to incorporate both the high ranks and the low ranks. I guess for me, it would have been better if it had been clear about what was the demographic it's aimed for, and it'd be consistent within that demographic. My main problem was the inconsistency with the pro players when it came to compositions versus hero matchups. Saying that Ball had, like, what was it, a bad Ramatra matchup is, like, such a kind of silly statement to me. Because why would Ball ever go for Ramatra in the first place? Ball is more concerned about a Roadhog than it is about a Ramatra. Good luck, Lexi. You'll be fine. You'll be fine. Trust me. Keep me updated with how you're feeling, all right? What is there to do, guys? Honest question. Ooh. Oh, chat. Should we do Mischief and Magic? Is that the thing? Dude, I freaking love Prop Hunt. Should we do it, chat? So glad they brought this back. I love Prop Hunt. I might play worst map than Blizzard World? All right, we'll give it a shot. If I don't like it, maybe I'll play, like, some ranked or some quick play and let you guys choose what character I play. Why is a POV weird? Flashbang.
We got our hands on the rune of disguise again. Where could she be hiding now?
Wait, does it have different maps? Wait, do we have 3 minutes to hide? Why? Chat, there's no way it's 3 minutes. Oh, 10 seconds. I'm an idiot.
Three,
Where should I go, chat?
1. Come out, wherever you are.
Like the damage change? Sorry, what happened? I don't know why May's the announcer. I'm gonna get meleeed here, I'm pretty sure.
That rogue's a sneaky one. Caught one of the rogues. There are 4 rogues left.
Got this, chat. Got this. Oh, that's right, the Lunar New Year. Yeah, that's true. Come on, you little rat. Oh, it's terrifying. I couldn't get. It was a terrible copy. I didn't know what to do.
That rogue's a sneaky.
My arms. Yeah.
Oh, that's got to hurt.
Oh, I always forget about the wall climb.
Hey there.
Yeah, you're right. I needed a wall climb there. I forget about the wall climb.
That rogue's a sneaky.
Oh, it's terrifying.
Only 2 rogues left.
Come on, buddy. Come on, buddy. You can double jump now?
30 seconds until it's over. Only in here.
Wait, did they not see that? Oh, no. Oh, no, chat.
2-1.
I died too fast. I did too fast. I needed to live like another 10, 15 seconds. I also find it's really important. I think it's important to go to the spawn. I think going to the spawn's broken.
That rogue has cursed you, Night Genji. Every attack you make will now.
Maybe it's me. But I think going to the spawn is broken because it takes so much. It's not just about like you're hard to find, but like it takes so long for them to go back, you know? You know what I'm saying? If you're able to go to the spawn, it really helps them like waste a lot of time. Alright, come on guys, we got this.
2,
Please.
1. The search starts now.
Over there.
Oh, that's got to hurt.
Oh my gosh, that stuns like an extra second, did it not? Wait, why am I bleeding? Wait, what happened?
Alas, poor knight.
Wait, do I do...
There are 4 knights left.
What? 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 Come on! I mean... Oh. Read what? The patch notes? Dang it, man. I'm sorry. I don't... Every time Club says anything, I don't listen to it. Wait, no, but when you walk over a Kiriko, do you hear it, at least? Like, if I walk over somebody, will I notify them? I'm not listening to May. So I can't even scout?
Guess carefully, or the curse will take your life. I hope that rogue didn't take any. That rogue's a sneaky one.
Over here. Understood.
Wow, I feel like that's a huge buff.
That's the rogue. There are 4 rogues left.
I feel like that's a huge buff for Kirikos. They must have had like terrible win rates or something.
Well, you're busy, Genji.
This was like a...
Okay, if I catch up on my reading. Oh, that's got to hurt.
Over here.
Would this not just be a massive buff for like the Kirikos? Like massive, massive buff.
There she is.
The
3
dragon
rogues
becomes me.
remain.
Yeah, I mean, it was easy, but...
Oh, it's getting close. Who will win? 3 knights remain. There's the rogue.
Well, I didn't... I know, but I messed up. I made a mistake. My teammates all grew... Nobody came with me either. Everybody was on the same side of it. You have to spread out. Like, none of the Kirikos came with me, which was also my teammate's fault.
Got a few tricks.
Wait. Oh, you heal yourself by killing somebody.
1 rogue left. 5.
Holy crap.
Score.
Oh, that's right. The dash... Or blade. Yeah, blade is good. That Kiriko messed up, mate. Like, I guess she was dead either way.
That rogue is hiding somewhere as we speak.
Surely this will work, chat. Wait. That won't work. Surely, chat, this will work.
Only 10 seconds left to find a spot.
I always want to like...
3, 2, 1. How many hiding spots could a castle have?
Come on, guys. Oh, this is not working. This is not working. No, they'll see me for sure. I'm dead. I'm absolutely 100% dead. I've made a huge mistake. I've made a huge mistake. I've made a huge mistake. Oh, my cheeks are clenched. Where are they? No! Ah! No, please, no. Please! Oh, please. Where am I gonna go? Dude, look, get out of here! Go away!
How cunning!
Look, don't judge.
Yes.
Cut one of the ropes. There are 4 ropes left.
No! What do you do? That guy is stream sniping. That is stream sniping right there. That's the guy that asked me if I was Spilo. Man, come on. Man, this guy asked if I was Spilo. Did I let go of the pin button? I moved? Wait, no way. Oh, no, dude. Oh, no. Oh, what?
That rogue's a sneaky
Lonely in
one.
here.
Oh, dude.
Cut one of the ropes. Only 2 ropes left.
See, this is what you have to do. You have to go to the other side of the spawn. Oh, that's an unfortunate copy.
Only 10 seconds left.
I think we're good, guys. I think we're good. I think we're good.
One rope left.
Ah! Dang it.
To 2.
All right, you gotta spread out.
Stop her.
I can't believe I moved. Yeah, maybe, you know what? I think I was holding it down unnecessarily. I forget that. I need to like actually test that because I don't remember if it's a cold or what. Okay, we got this.
3, 2, 1. Check every nook and cranny.
Should I spin a melee, guys? I should spin a melee. Look at it right in the eyes. Come on, which one of you little rats? What do you guys think? Barrel?
Hi. Yo. Hello. Hello.
Crap. Should we spend it? Is there a hammer?
There she is. There are 4 rogues left.
Over there. Over here. I understand. Over here.
How cunning.
Eyes here.
Rogue found and caught. 3 rogues remain. There's the rogue. Only 2 rogues left.
Over here.
it's getting close. Who will win?
The dragon becomes me.
That rogue's a sneaky one.
Over there.
They can't be over here, right, guys?
The dragon becomes me.
Group up.
Only 10 seconds left. Hurry, find them. 5, 4, 3, 2,
Where is she? Ah! Come on!
5.
Bro, what the heck, man? I'm sorry, I forget about the HP regenerating. I'm sorry. But seriously, where there was not even a single voice. I was so busy in listening. Where the heck, man? Where? Aww, that's... Oh, that's scamming. She hacked. Dude, she literally hacked.
4, 3.
Oh, that's so lame, bro. I was like, where is she? Dude, she's literally in the walls.
2, 1.
That's so scammy, man. Freaking hacker, bro. She hacked into the mainframe, bro. Come on. That's so scammy. Because I was like going all over. I didn't even hear her voice. Like, I was like, what's going on? Man. Dang it, dude. That's lame. All right, you know what we should do? Should I play rank, chat? Okay, what would you guys, if I were to play rank on my alt account, what would you guys watch? What would you guys want to watch? What would be fun? Zen, Torb, Roadhog? Maybe we'll do a poll. I'll anything that's nominated twice or 3 times, I'll put on the list. Doom, Torb, Ryan, Ball, Genji. Okay, let's do it. What to play? Doom, Torb, Genji, Ryan. What else was there? Roadhog just feels dirty, man. What was the other one? Was it Brig? I'll throw in Brig in there, why not? Okay, there's the poll. Just a heads up, I actually don't know what rank this account is because I haven't played it in a while. So I hope we're not smurfing here. I wouldn't want to smurf. Oh yeah, Ball. My bad, guys. Too late now. You know, I shouldn't have put Torb. I don't want to play Torb. I'm not doing Torb. Torb feels lame. I don't want to do any like cheese characters. I'm not doing Torb. Why did I say no Torb and then immediately Torb gets a vote? Okay, chat, this is not a good sign. This is not a good sign for today's excursion. Why is the first thing I say, thanks for playing, gold 1. Guys? Oh no. When? Oh yeah, I remember the last time we did this, we played Symmetra. I played this in season 4? Oh yeah, it was dude. 100% win rate. I played like 5 games and won all 5 easily, and it gave me gold 1. That's wild. All right, Doom. Oh gosh, guys, Doomfist. I've never played Doomfist. I have like very few hours in Doomfist, especially tank Doomfist. close the pole there.
Our
Are my keybinds even right here? I honestly don't even know here. But it's not even working. What the heck?
Prepare yourself.
Okay.
I'm on the attack.
Oh no, plat 4. This is so bad because either I'm gonna win and feel guilty, or I'm gonna lose and feel really stupid. Chat. Okay, I'm almost this close to joining voice and not saying anything and just muting, but I don't know if that would be if I would mental boom. But oh, this is an awful skin as well. I don't have Malga on this account. I never play this account. I used this account back in the day to one-trick Genji to Masters. You'll 100% mental boom? Okay, so yeah. Okay, so then I guess I should probably just leave chat then at the same time.
Trying. It's not pleasant, but you'll see.
All right, guys. Oh gosh.
I
hope so.
Look, I might unironically be like, all right. Like, I can't help it if the game places me here. I've played this account for years. Come on, guys.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
I like it.
Capture objective.
Devastation. That's better.
And she's just straight up ignoring me.
Just what I
Oh, there, that was not good.
Seizing the objective. Rally here.
No. Ah, my bad. Sigma chat ignoring you, yeah. Well, we got a kill, I think, so maybe we can walk forward here. Oh, that's bad. No, I was trying to go around it! I did not mean to do that either, guys. Oh, I choked. Oh, chat. Oh no, guys. Oh no. No. I cannot hit the freaking headshot of that. Oh no, what are we doing? Oh no. No! No! I'm not losing this game! I will not lose this game! Oh man.
This is your warning.
Oh man. Ah! Straight in the last. Woo! God, I'm stuck in the tree. I'm stuck in the tree. There is no way.
There is no more time. Seize the
There is no way. No, 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 no. That's not the place to go. Oh man. Oh no. No, no, no.
certainly her mother's devastation.
Hey, it's Kiko.
Complete. Score 0-0. Switching sides.
Okay, listen. 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 I'm sure your tree is trying to help you. All right. Look, I really struggle with the follow-up on the headshot. I cannot get that. I gotta practice that. I have like, oh no,
Watch your
no,
flanks. Can I try
no,
something?
no, no.
Prepare yourself. Rocket punch. Devastation. Every battle makes me stronger.
No, not 1 in 5 DPS, 1 in 6. But that being said, I mean, I don't know.
Send my greetings to Asa Sensei.
You can say hi yourself.
Is that you, Yari?
5,
Oh, I guess.
3, 1. Attackers incoming. Defend objective A.
Yeah, I thought I saw Ana there. Maybe not. Roadhog. All right, well. Oh my gosh, he's dead, and we haven't even started fighting yet. What is my Zen doing there?
I can't fight all your battles for you.
Come on! Actually, I probably should have shot the pylon first before I dropped.
Regret is for the weak. Lightning shot. Wait for it. A unanimous victory.
Dude, like, just come on. Like, what the heck, man? Like, what? There's just, I'm so bad. I'm the worst at the game. I knew it as soon as I dropped. I'm like, why are you dropping? Why are you dropping? Why are you dropping? Why are you dropping? What are you dropping for? What would be your reason for dropping there, sir?
I rise. Devastation.
It's like the easiest trap in the world. I'm like, why?
Lightning shot.
Not again. Thank you.
Group up with me.
My ultimate is ready.
They have an ult here, right? Oh, we're going in? Oh no! I got this. I got this. Focus, focus, focus.
Meteor strike.
Oh, you rat! Rats. Poop in the cheeks. I can't believe this, dude. I didn't do anything. I just did nothing the entire game. I did nothing. I did absolutely nothing. Platinum game. Oh my gosh. Dude, unironically, could my ball have been even worse? No way, right? It could not have been worse, right? At least the ult would have been better.
Send your best. I'm ready.
I'm not like what? Look, plat 5. We're still in it.
Select your hero.
We're still in it, guys. We're still in it. Oh, do I have the role chat? Wait, do I have gold role challenger? Do I have it? Where's my how do I do this? Oh, customization. I don't really do titles. Let's do it, guys. I will quit gold role challenger.
Our future will be forged.
Here we go. AHK, gold roll challenger. Let's go. Yeah! Let's go, boys. Let's go.
Don't be afraid to ask for help out there.
All right. I'm feeling a new resounding burst of confidence. No, I'm not actually gold 3. It's a gold roll challenger because the game decided to put me on Symmetra. Let's go, let's go, let's go. They won't know what hit them. Because it won't be me. All right, he's beginning to believe. You bet it, guys. You guys, here it goes.
4, 3,
What is that? What is that? What tank is that? Moira? Widow? Oh, there's a Malga. Friendless. Unfortunate. Sombra. Yeah! Yeah, you want that, daddy? No! My bad. What tank is that? I should have tapped that. Wait, where'd she go? Oh. I tapped it late. I'm stuck. I'm stuck. I went the wrong way. Oh, that's just so. It's just right there. Why did I did? Like, how did you not? Okay, they're dead either way. I love Malga so much.
We'll crush them. I'm on the attack.
Thank you. Wait. Oh crap. He's gonna have ult 100%.
Meteor strike.
Oh, I died fast.
Send your best. I'm ready.
Oh dear.
Just keep that coming.
Ah. awesome. Dude, that hero's not real. No way we're rezzing this. We're rezzing this.
I'm getting 60 seconds.
I'm on the attack.
Oh man. Don't know where she went. Holy crap! I hate it! I hate that thing! What is that thing? What is that?
It's all connected.
30 seconds remaining.
No. Look at him. Look at Scrinch Lord. Look at you. What are you doing? I'm dead again. Gold shot. Gold roll challenger. Gold roll challenger. Wait. No! 7 deaths. 7 deaths. 7 deaths. 7 deaths. 7 deaths. 7 deaths. Oh my days. I can't even. 7 deaths. Oh my gosh.
Score 0-0. Switching sides.
Oh my. I can't believe it. Oh, hello, Subjorka. It's a great time. Thank you, Nickelback, for the sub. All right.
Our future will be forged in conflict.
We got this, guys. We got this.
Stay close.
We got this.
Can't hear you if you stray.
I don't. Okay.
All connected.
You look like a talented bunch. This should be quick.
Got a few tricks.
It's all connected. It's all connected. The party is
5,
Funny.
4,
Trust.
2, 1. Attackers incoming.
I'm on the attack.
Let's put a sauce on payload.
Payload.
Come here for healing.
Devastation.
No. Again, not a real character.
You should unmute your teammates. They are probably just trying to work with you.
Yeah, you're super funny there. I just. Okay. Kind of an awkward spot for me to fight. Still winnable. Oh no. Not winnable.
The payload is approaching its destination.
Oh my gosh.
Do you need some help?
No, Brax. No. It's just. Oh. I can't. Okay. It's okay. We're learning. We're progressing. We're progressing. Cues are fast. Mental's refreshed. Watch this, guys. No, I didn't mean to do that. I did not mean to do that. You're a worthless hogwash of a human being. I didn't mean to do that either. Yeah, this is real. Like, well, I don't. First placement doesn't count. First placement doesn't count, guys, because I placed gold on this account. You guys already saw it, right? We already talked about that. That doesn't count. But if I do 2 placements through, oh no, we're dropping.
Prepare for battle. Select
We're falling. What skin, chat? I don't have any good skins. Like general. Should we just roll out default Overwatch 1 skin? All right, default Overwatch 1 skin.
Our future will be forged in conflict.
This foolish mission is taking time away from my experiments, Akande.
Think of it as field work.
Hi. Hello.
4, 3, 2, 1. Objective unlocked. Defense.
That was bad.
The earth.
Taking flight. Gotta go.
Oh no. Oh. Where are the other DPS? Oh my gosh! Dude, that's the real move. Same Samra, I think. I guarantee this is a support player. Okay. Oh no, why do I keep messing up the combo? I'm trying to like... Oh my gosh. That was bad. I probably should have gone for backline there, even though they were far away. I had ult for that. Hey, Bat. You've caught me at a great time.
Ready for a knockout? Meteor strike.
That's scary. Ah.
Never die. It's go time.
Face my burning fist.
Okay. All right. Okay. Yeah, I need to do the slam after y'all for sure. I messed up. I thought there was a Mega over here, but I forgot it's over here.
Surrender to my will.
Let's go.
Crap. I probably should have stayed in that top left room. I think that would have been better.
Hi. Enemy team has placed the robot. Hi.
Enemy in sight.
Land there. Hey, what?
Duplicating bruiser.
I'm on the attack.
Not your finest hour.
Game down. Escorting the robot. Let's move.
I'm on the attack.
Yeah, ping a Kiriko. Oh no! Like, death.
Meteor strike.
I need to slam out for the ult, you're right.
This is your warning. Send me someone who can fight back.
Zoning backline.
I feel all warm inside.
Fully charged.
Crap.
Prepare yourself. Much better.
That's fine.
The enemy has the robot. I thank you.
Hello.
On some, bro. Dare you. Wait, you're not real. Oh my gosh. Chat, it is I who is not the real one apparently. Oh, I should have tap punched him.
We can't let them push ahead.
Seismic slam.
She's here somewhere. Man, she is thirsty. Holy crap. So risky too. Like so many of these, if I'm just even slightly mechanically better.
Your services are no longer
I'm bro.
I'm on the attack. Break the earth.
Forward spawn activated.
Much better. Meteor strike ready to be unleashed.
Do I ult chat?
We cannot allow them.
I think so. We have red.
Meteor strike.
No comment on that chat. Oh, no comment on that either. Well, that might be a mistake.
Thanks.
Crap! Alright guys, we're getting there. We're getting there. Oopsies.
The enemy has the robot.
She's gonna do it, isn't she? Got her.
I'm on the attack. My ultimate is charging. Prepare yourself.
Oh no! No!
Take back the robot.
I'm just gonna die. Man, she's salty. Gold roll challengers don't let things like that boon to boon them. What is she doing? You're totally by yourself.
It's go time.
Oh no. No, she's right here. Get the res? Oh, we got the res already.
We cannot allow
Oh dear. There's the roll. Oh my gosh, I have to get out. I messed up. Losable, chat.
Get it together. We can't lose our advantage. My ultimate is ready.
Prepare yourself. The enemy is pushing their barricade. I'm on the attack.
Oh no. Oh no. Oh no, chat. Wait, no, Mercy, no! You said that, stop! What are you doing? Oh, guys, there's no way I lost the game! No! No!
Welcome to Paris.
It's okay, we're getting there. Oh, wait. Chat, I lost the gold game. Oh.
This is your warning.
No, it's not pixels, man. This is real.
Welcome. Prepare your defense.
Gold 4?
Select your hero.
Dude, I'm gold 4. Gold 4!
Our future will be forged in conflict.
Weather report. Lots of sun.
Rocket punch.
Thank you, Brax, for the 5 subs. Oh.
Can I try something?
They're on Roadhog. Should I go for it, chat? Should I go for it? Should I let the voices win?
Stay close.
Hello.
I can't hear you if you stray.
Should I let the voices win? You guys feel? You guys feel it? You guys feel it?
5, 4, 3,
What is my Symmetra doing?
1. Attackers incoming.
What is my Mei doing?
Stop the payload.
Let him walk. Let him cook. Let him cook. There's a hog. There's a hog in my spawn, guys. Not to alarm you, but there is a hog in my spawn. No, 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 no. Please, 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 please. Oh my gosh, darn it. I actually have to go back main here because they're so close to capping. Actually, I don't know if I had to, but... Oh, jeez, guys. Oh, no. Wait, Lucia's off the map. Or no, she's not off the map. Nice, guys. Torbolt wins this. Torbolt wins this. Trust, trust, trust. No hook. Don't C9. Now we just need to make sure we don't C9. Actually, I'm not going to walk forward because I'm scared of C9. Nice, we're good. Guys, we got this. It's over! You could go Bastion, Rhoda, Cassie, I don't give a frick! You're not beating Big Daddy! Where am I going? Good. Ah! I did the thing, guys. I messed up. Yeah, but I... No! What happened? Oh, no. That's actually my bad. I messed up my timing too much. Let's try and just... Honestly, we're just gonna die in this joke. That's my bad. I shouldn't have done that. I shouldn't have done that. I got a little too silly with it. Did you guys just see that flash grenade? Anyway.
Get off your butt and stop the payload. Seismic slam.
I know. I messed up timing really bad. All right. Torp's gonna die here. I think.
Prepare yourself. Let's stop that payload from getting any further. Foolishness has consequences.
Heroes never die.
Oh, frick. Can't aim. There we go.
Now you see. Now you don't. Seismic shock.
Where are we at? Reaper's on the cart. I think he's expecting a C9 from the Lucio, and he might not be wrong here, honestly. Yeah, there it is. Got him again.
Cause and
He's-
effects.
Questionable.
60 seconds remaining.
These guys really like beating punch. Oh,
I like meteor strike.
I kind of gambled there because I knew. I kind of gambled there, I want to say, but I was like, surely we get enough follow up. Oh man, there's. That's man's.
10 seconds.
I think they can. I don't think they can touch here. Okay, we're back in it. We're back in it. It's not a bad hold. It's not a bad hold. It's a gold lobby, but it's not a bad hold.
0 to 1. Switching sides.
We're getting there. We got this. Yeah, surely the attack will be good. Should I say its stream title? Okay. Gold Challenger Doomfist.
Our future will be forged in conflict.
There's our stream title for the day.
I've learned a lot from my experiences.
It's incredible.
Dodge this.
Alright, we got this, guys. They're on Roadhog. Well, I'm having fun. Even on the games I lost, they were fun.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Fashion?
I'm on the attack.
Why is it not? I need to change my pings up because it's the wrong ping.
Seismic slam. Charging. What a shame.
Thought I heard the Roadhog. Oh no, not what I wanted. Oh no. I can just keep him looking at me, then we're good. Kind of egoing here. You can kind of see, like, I'm making a lot of mistakes.
Wise decision.
But if I just am, like, doing good enough, then it's okay. I actually think I might play the tank brawl here, because we're on point here. I might...
Heroes never die.
Yeah. Because I think it's kind of a hard choke to cross, and I don't have my ult yet.
Meteor strike.
Oh, I thought he was going off the map.
Everybody egos at gold 4, Spilo. Remember my VODs?
Yes, I do. Thank you for the bet. they do it again? They will do it again. They will do it again. They will do it again. Oh no. Okay, well, it was fun while it lasted. I might even be able to get a roll here. Yeah, there's Discord. Right, so that was a little bit of disrespect. That was a little bit of disrespect. Just a little bit of disrespect. Sorry, guys.
We find strength. I'm on the attack. Dodge this.
Heroes never die.
Meteor strike.
I need to slam. Oh my days. Oh my days. Mechanics EXE. Alright. Well, that's that. Yeah, it's still a losable game, 100%. We need an actually good old cycle. I'm not hitting people with my ult well enough. Like, that Sin should just die. Like, this is a gold Sin. Like, oh dear.
Meteor strike. Dodge. Seismic slap.
Oh my gosh! What is that? Do I win? Do we win off of that? We might win off of that. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Why? What? Come on, man! Oh, it's still windowed. I didn't even see the Oh my gosh. I just... Did I...
Ready for a knockout? The payload is idle.
Holy crap. Here comes the... No.
Heroes never die.
What is my Mercy doing?
Meteor strike.
I need to get the kill here. No. Oh, no. So winnable, so winnable, so winnable, so winnable. We almost have Reaper ult again. Need to kill that Cassidy.
This is your warning.
Crap! Good, huge, huge. Actually carrying me right now. Oh my gosh, please. No, Zen! Oh! No, please! Okay, kill.
Meteor strike.
No. Dude! What the heck, man? We won a game.
Play of the game.
Our future will be forged in conflict. Mix up.
Got it, guys. We got it, guys. Thank you.
This is your warning.
Okay. Flat soon. Yes, we got this. Gold 2 lobby, gold 3. Flat 5.
To attack. Select your hero.
Flat 5, guys. Does having a vast understanding of the game make playing more frustrating? Yes, absolutely. So, like, I think definitely, I mean, you guys can relate with this.
My last rank.
Thank you, Brax. Thank you for keeping me grounded. Thank you for the bits. I think one thing you guys can relate with, like, when you take a break from the game, you come back and you D-rank, or you have like an unlucky loss streak. Have you guys ever had an unlucky loss streak that put you in a low rank that you felt like you deserved? And instead of like card grinding and applying yourself to the game, you get frustrated and tilted that because you're better than that, and then you start playing bad, and then you lose fights because you're disrespectful, and then you lose fights because you're irritated, and then you lose fights because you're tilted. You ever have that? That's happened to everybody, right?
Hi.
Yeah. It happens. It happens. I'm unironically not tilted though, because I've been here before. I know what this is like. This stuff doesn't bother me, but I've also had a lot of practice. Like I've had a lot of practice of not just playing the game necessarily, but of like situations like this. This is just fun for me. It doesn't really bother me that much. So it took me a long time to get there though. I mean, it definitely is. There's times where like, you know, years ago, this might have annoyed me more than it does now. Let's put it that way. But you know, I'm here to have fun. I don't really care. Just for content, you know?
That's better.
Oh, I'm also stuck in a tree, so.
Prepare yourself.
Oh dear. Mercy. But no, it doesn't really bother me. I've had moments like this before where just things get messy, but it'll turn around.
I don't die.
I've had heroes where I actually started in ranks like even lower than this before. And you just go back to masters. Distress. What rank is this again? This is a plat 5 lobby. I have no idea what rank this is. Had this with Genji back in Overwatch 2 release, where I was so rusty mechanically. I was high gold. I was probably like high plat, but rank was weird at that point in time. Oh dear. Oh dear, Ana. Okay. As soon as I start talking, I get distracted.
Over there.
I slept the target.
We got the Doomfist, guys.
Enemy over here.
The payload sets out on its course.
Pulse. We have res.
Meteor strike. Seismic slam. Meteor strike.
Freeze.
Pursued and brought down. Rocket punch. Seismic shock.
Hi there.
here. Oh, wow.
Send me someone who can fight back.
Oh, I didn't. I tried to get the punch off. Oh, no. That sucks. I knew that was going to happen, too. Oh, I pressed Q too slow.
Down and out. Break the earth. Meteor strike.
Huh? Oh, here. Ooh, very killable here. Hey, listen, Kron. Listen, Kron. Oh no, I thought I had my block. That was feed. Oh, Nelly, that is not what I wanted to do. Huge nano, actually. Oh. Nice. Yeah, I'm definitely the GOAT. Definitely wasn't the nano.
Score 3-0.
Wait, Kiss has been real quiet. Yeah. The problem, okay. The problem is when I actually start. Yeah, I don't know. This is the same problem I have with Patreon pugs, where it's like I want to be funny guy, but I can't be funny guy and like actually play the game at the same time. I'm not like you, Kron. Kron is just a natural born clown. He's so bad at the game so that he's funny, but the people just think that his gameplay is good because he's funny, and so I'm not quite as adept at letting my mouth run while my fingers feed. You know what I'm saying? My fingers really feed in really less interesting ways.
Our future will be forged in conflict. Overwatch again, Destiny.
That's not what I intended to do.
Worthy of your talents.
That or spend the rest of my life passed out in various.
My Ultra Instinct natural since we're still playing? Yeah, sure. Sure. That's one way to put it. So I can yap all I want. Yeah.
Dallin's my third choice.
Well, because I have to think too hard with characters like Doomfist. I have like no hours in this character. That's the real thing, is I can play in Yap, but I can't play a lot of characters in Yap.
Stay in sight, and I'll keep you
Most
safe.
characters I have to like actually think, and I'm too. How come I'm not GM? I could be GM on. Couldn't be GM on Doomfist. GM on Doomfist would take me a long time. I think it would take me at least a month.
Attackers incoming. Defend objective A.
But a lot of the characters I'm more comfortable with, like Winston, Ana Zen, Mei. I could beat Grandmaster in a couple weeks. Ana Zen probably even faster. Ooh. I'm trolling. Oh, what happened there? That's happened like a few times. I think I keep messing up my... I don't even know what I can do here, honestly. I messed up. Might try and disengage it, yeah. We can recontest this. This Tracer is like... Oh, I fed. Found into James who needed a fresh Easter start. That's unironically true. I've thought about it. Well, a long time, at least a month, I have the advantage of knowing exactly how I would train. Exactly what I would do. I did this with May. I started in like Plat with May and I came to Masters 2 or 3 in about 2 weeks. But it's kind of cheating for me. What is going on right now? In moments like that. Not the same spot. Not the same spot. I try and stall payload a little here, depending on where this on it is. Yeah.
Meteor strike.
I really wanna. You gotta love it. I didn't really want to go in because the backline was so far, you know? I was gonna say there's a sleep dart over there. We're kind of good, honestly. I'm okay, I think. Oh, there, the body block. I live. Hey. Mercy, come to me. Oh, that's actually a huge pulse. Oh, yeah, I just... Oh dear, lower than I thought. Oh dear. That is not what I want to do. I thought about it, chat. I could have done it if I pulled the trigger earlier, actually. Gosh darn, holy crap, dude. That was a bad punch shot.
Let the Kitsune guide you.
Shut up, Tech.
Heroes never die.
Maybe killable? Ah, frick. You guys see that? My punch keeps dying, like. Oh no.
My ultimate is almost ready.
Oh dear. I'm missing way more of those than I would like. I feel like that is not good. I should not be missing so many of those.
You are a disgrace. Devastation. I'm on you.
Oh my gosh, I just died. Should be able to res that. Maybe. What are we doing, guys? There we go.
Justice reigns from above.
Can we even win this? I think so. Oh, no, 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 no. That was an opportunity to miss.
Meteor strike.
Oh, crap. I thought you were good. Ah, that was bad. That was really bad. Oh, wait. I'm getting res. We're still alive here, too.
Let the Kitsune guide you.
No, go Mark Hog here. Just need to just punch that. Need to start pulling the trigger on that faster.
Heroes never die.
Oh,
30 seconds.
nice. We got her. Nice. Oh, crap.
I'm on the attack.
Crap. I don't want to ult there. I don't think we win that one. Find a different game, Lexa. We should have won that one. That's why I think mechanics needed to kick in there, like that deathmatch kind of moment, you know?
It's for the weak.
Need to clear a little space here. I think we can poke her out here. I might be able to catch her.
60 seconds remaining.
You know what I need to go is I need to go for the Moira here. They have no real CC here, so that far is by yourself somewhere.
Meteor strike.
What should I go for? What should I... Where's Fade? I'm boring, but it does the job. Oh, I almost got it. I did not mean to do that. I was... That's almost really bad. I thought we killed the Pharah here, actually. Go for the Pharah. Oh, no, he's dead. Yeah. Okay. Wait, did I get play of the game? That's the only question I got. If so, how bad was it? Nice, guys. We got play of the game. We're the greatest ever. Let's go. Enjoy. Oh, come on, guys. Let's just sit back and enjoy this. A little shaky here. Oh, that's just unbelievable. It's I don't know about you guys, but I would guess GM3, GM2, maybe top 500, top 300, 200. If you could choose one unrestricted change, could be character matchmaking, what would your change be? Oh, I don't know. I can't be a character change, I don't think. I think that's too short-sighted. I'm honestly not too sure. Platform! Ta-ta-ta!
Select your hero.
Hey.
Guys, what if I get plat? Wouldn't that be so disappointing? No. I am on my alt account dominating with Doomfist as we speak. I can't tell you it's a secret. Unrestricted change, I don't know. I really don't know. I think maybe the current matchmaker, but they're already changing that. Not the matchmaker, but the way the rating systems work. I don't know. I don't think any one character change would make the list for me at all. I don't think there is any one change that that matters that much as like some fundamental systemic improvements. Show SR? I don't have SR. I don't have SR.
5, 4,
Oh, DVD. Yeah, my bad. Yeah. I need to change my ping hotkey. What is that? Is that a Sombra behind? Oops, I did not mean to do that. Okay, so they've got really low damage comps, so there's a lot of opportunity to kind of do this stuff here. I need to actually do something now. I'm gonna come up here. Oh my gosh, what is wrong with my slam, guys? I swear. I'm the worst today. Oh dear. What is going on? I'm bouncing like around like crazy. Where's my team? They are not here. I will disengage. I need to get a little healing. Might have cooked, chat. I might have cooked. Shoot. I'm sorry, Brax. Remind me later. It's kind of an awkward time at the moment. Huge pulls from this Life Weaver, man.
I don't die that.
I should have waited that out. Man! Look at my life was on cart. That's what happened. Alright.
Rocket barrage incoming. Apagando las
This is... Oh dear. Dude, look at me. I'm getting stuck in corners and all sorts of crap. Oh, I thought I was going to cancel it. Wait, what? Oh, yeah. Oh my gosh. Not real. Oof, that's unfortunate. I think I got her. I don't think I got him. Oh man, I thought I'd catch him. There's the hog swap, which is chill. I'll just sit here and peel for a second. I can't really dive backline that far away.
I'm on the
Now we chill a little bit. The hog can look at me a little bit. A little bit of a peel there. Jesus. Oh, that was bad. That was done. Pressure on the Sombra, get the cover. Kind of go deep here.
meteor strike. I can't fight all your battles. Not this.
Oh, huge grab. Not sure if I should chase that far actually. Oh, unfortunate. No, I did not. Jeez, man, like, come on. No. The brain and the body are just not on the same page, bro. No. Okay, I gotta go. No way we lose to that. We are gonna lose because I jumped off the map. I thought it was 99% on my ult. It was 98. So I punch off, thinking, oh, I'm gonna get the ult, faster rollout. It was 98.
Score 2-0. Switching sides.
Oh, bless me. All right. Not my finest hour. Yeah, that's fine. We're okay though. That's a fine push. Comeback season right here, exactly.
Our future will be forged in conflict.
You look like a talented bunch. This should be quick.
Seismic shock.
I need to make this jump, bro.
When have I not?
Okay, I'm gonna get this right now. Where is the ping? Communication. Yo, Bum, thanks for the sub. Yes, I do deserve it. I need all the support that I can get. If you're not emptying your wall, wait. No. No. Secondary fire. No.
5, 4.
There you go. There you go. I was like scared for a second. I was like, crap, my secondary fire.
Incoming.
Enemy in my sight.
Stop the payload.
Wait for it. was war.
I'm gonna try and push me, I think. Maybe.
Your warning. Seismic slam. You know who
Oh no. That was my bad, I think.
odds are against us. Ready for a knockout?
They got so much cart progress so fast. Ouch.
Come to me.
We died so fast. You know what we're bashing. That's not a good sign. What?
Just one. Seismic slam. Meteor strike.
Ah, crap. I should have known that was coming. Man, we cannot get any pressure at all. Feels like we're just... I can't. We lose that. Shoot, man. I should have taken the high ground instead of going directly to cart and try to drop punch somebody. But we have zero pressure at all. Like, zero. Nothing. They're not taking any damage at all. Should be able to clear out soldier. Kill me. Like, how are we even losing this?
This time we will crush them.
Got that fight? +2. Oh my gosh, this guy.
Delay the payload's advance.
And I'm really trying here. Oh my gosh. Alright. Come on, Tracer, hit the pulse, hit the pulse. I have ult here, but I don't think it's gonna matter.
Meteor strike.
Oh my gosh. And then the res. Yeah, that one was... I didn't place any noticeably worse than the other games. It just... Team had a bad round. I think too many of our players just sat in front of the Sigma. And I think that's probably why Sigma, Roadhog, Orisa and stuff, it's just like the dive. Like, how many times did my Kiriko or Tracer take an angle that fight? Oh yeah, highlight. I'll take a quick look at it, Brax. Oh, well maybe not. What's Brax? You have to send it to me, mate. It's buried under the thing. Unless you message it to me, I don't see a message from you.
Select your hero.
We're at 2-4 right now. We lost 3 in a row, and then we went 2-1.
Our future will be forged.
Just tank gameplay today? Chad voted for it. So.
Nice melody. Does it have a name?
No. Sometimes I just hum when I'm thinking.
3,
I can stop.
Humming?
Oh, I went to go for the Genji here. Ah. Crap. Is this a Torb gameplay? True, we said no to Torb. I just did a whole lot of nothing that fight, to be honest with you guys.
I don't die that easily.
The problem is that we kind of have a low damage comp as well, and nothing's really dying here. And I'm not really hitting enough shots. A while since you see me on Zen? Yeah. I'm actually good at Zen though.
Face me. This time you crush them.
Guys.
Ready for a knockout? What? Hello. Seismic snap.
Oh, he's really going in.
Meteor strike.
Hit this guy.
Over there! Let the Kitsune guide you!
Over here.
Over there!
This is your warning.
Oh no. Crap. Oh, I hit the tracer. Crap. I tried to peel on the squishy there because if I can get the punch there, he dies. But I missed.
Best round lost.
Their comp was actually really good versus ours. But I don't think Doomfist is bad into that. You're just
Score.
more about consistent pressure and being able to do that.
You better keep up. This isn't to take care.
Stay in sight, and I'll keep you safe. 5, 4, 3, 2,
All right, let's see.
1.
Prepare yourself. Rocket punch.
Capture.
Do not falter. This is where we prove our worth.
primed and ready. Today.
Punch him off here if they.
Let's push them
chance at that. Here. I don't know, man. Not sure.
We find
Looks like random stuff is happening. There you go.
Thank you. My ultimate is almost here.
I think I kind of need to go in aggressive here, because they're gonna blade here. I'm very sure of it.
A challenger. Meteor strike. You are a disgrace. Seismic slam.
Time for the reckoning! Nanoboost administered.
Oh,
This is your warning. Face my burning.
crap. That was close. You know what it feels like? Here's what it feels like. It feels like our characters. Oh dear. Oh my gosh, that needs it. Ah, crap.
My ultimate ability is power.
Daddy doesn't know.
Seismic shock.
Do we have ults here? We do have ults here, so maybe I don't have to be as cheeky here.
My ultimate ability is power.
I'm gonna peel back. I need to hold space here.
Time for the reckoning!
Oh, I almost got him. Crap, guys, we didn't even have our ults. Did we? Oh, chat. I just needed to find the Kiriko. I needed to find the Kiriko.
I'm ready.
That's a disaster.
Ready for a knockout?
Chat. Oh no. Alright, well. No, I needed to hunt down the Kiriko more there at the end there for sure.
Our future.
The highlight. Well, Brax, drop it in here if you're here. I don't know, mate. I might have to. I don't know if I'm in a good position to roast anymore. You DM'd it? I don't see it, mate. I do not have a DM for you. I do not have a DM from you.
Lead lost.
All right. All right. Let's take a look. Better than Spilo Doom. What are you guys saying? Pistol. Squash the enemy diva. I don't know the Kiriko is there. Sniper diva. Wait. Okay. Let's watch this one more time. So a double squash. Listen. More successful than I've been today. And that's the roast. Like the fact that's all I've got to say is about the only roaster that I have. Wait, what is going on with my game here? Okay. That's a nice play, man. I didn't know you play tank at all. I can't even roast. Yes, fill me in, Brex. Yeah. Yeah.
Our future
Lost the 1v1.
in conflict. Every battle makes me stronger.
That's tragic. That's tragic. Yeah, but did you really lose the 1v1 at that point? No, Alexa, they've not been compliments. The wind is out of my sails. I will sail into the west.
5, 4,
Alright, guys.
3, 2, 1. Round 1. Capture the objective.
I actually don't really know the rollout on this map, honestly. Well, yours was pretty good.
Cry some more. Cry some more.
I want to overchase that.
They're on the objective. Bring them back.
Oh. Oh no, I went. He was hacked.
My might.
Somber now. I saw her make it. She does. That was not what I want to see against that. Oh no. That was so winnable too. Oh. I poor Hanzo.
I will strengthen this road.
Alright, we got this.
Meteor strike.
Oh, why didn't I got stuck. I got stuck. I got stuck. Ara.
Let the Kitsune guide you. Enemy advances on our
Oh no.
positioning. Try some more. Over there.
Enemy here.
Watch now. Oh crap, I tried to get the cover, not fast enough though. Good dragon though.
Seismic slam.
Man, I'm just not quite fast enough, shoot. Would I consider letting other people coach my content? Maybe. Maybe. It depends on the coach. The problem is it's like I have a lot of experience with self VOD review, and so generally whenever I've done stuff like this, I've just kind of done my own VOD review. Maybe for content it might be fun, but I'm not sure.
What are you up to, Moira? Wouldn't you like to know?
Fine.
Let bronze player coach good content. Yeah.
Stay inside, and I'll keep you safe.
5, 4,
It'll be fun.
2, 1. Round 2. Capture the objective.
I once had Backbone coach me a long time ago. That was fun. I mean, a long, long time ago. Oh, they're going straight to point here. That was scary. Ah, crap. Dang it, man. I didn't have very clean in and out cycles there. I got greedy.
We have unwelcome guests on the objective. Hey, come here.
Oh, this guy's feeding. Oh gosh. Get up, Pixel! Wow.
My touch. My ultimate is ready.
My ultimate is almost ready.
Enemy here.
I see a hostile.
Nice.
Meteor strike.
Fend them off.
Let the kitsune guide you.
Oh my gosh, what? No. No. Oh no. Mechanics. Mechanics out in EXE. Mechanics out in EXE. Crap, man. Verticality's killing me.
What a shame.
Nice.
Enhancing your life. Take caution.
Just a challenger attaining the objective. I see one. This is your warning. Feel my might.
Oh jeez. Ah, this is just mechanic divs. Way too many 1v1s I've missed. That Mercy has been 1 HP like 3 times. Crap, dude. That's actually insane.
Loss.
Hey. What is it? Whenever you're done. Let me know. Give me an each, yeah.
Score.
Yeah, that's probably fine. Yeah.
1.
I run.
Yeah, I don't think there's such a thing as common misplays at each rank, to be honest with you. That's been, I think that's it's just never really been true ever.
Hello.
Zanne.
Bronze players are just bad. Silver players are slightly better. Gold players are slightly better. Plat players are slightly better. Like, it really goes player to player. You know what I'm saying? I've never, and this is after thousands of VOD reviews. I have never found a pattern from player to player, and I think that anybody that claims that they have is lying or trying too hard. Come on, push. They're on Sombra. Sure, what's the plan? Was that? Crap. I need to hunt Kiriko. I need to hunt Sombra.
I don't die that soon.
Obviously the most precious.
Ram's isolated. Oops. My Hanzo is doing there. That was a mistake. Missed my punch. Shoot. The problem is that anything where there's a skill, it doesn't make sense for there to be a more common error in lower ranks, more so than other things. Because it's like asking, like, what's the... Because every skill is important, right? I'm gonna try and res this. Ah. Man, I feel... You know what? I'm feeling the difficulty here. Because... Because if I can't, it feels hard to like secure a kill here. I suck at tracking, yes. But there's no difference between, I suck at everything, right? Like, I didn't get a lever penalty. Oh, almost got a lever penalty. Yeah. Gold 1 back. Here we go again. Ouch. Should have won the first or second round.
Select your hero.
Yeah. I think there's more variance with lower ranks. I think is the only consistent theme. Is that there's more variance with lower ranks from game to game because some players legitimately are really, as you get higher in ranks, there's generally people across the board have a better idea of how to play with different tanks or versus different tanks. So there's like less, the outliers get shaved just a tiny bit, you know? But there's still very toxic people. There's still very stupid people. There's still mechanical freaks. There's still people who have no idea how to use their ultimate. There's still like you look at somebody like Metro, right? Like Metro, who, you know, we joke about. Metro is really not good positionally. Like he's really poor positionally. Like I would go as far to say like diamond level positioning, right? But his CD usage is just really good. His healing usage is just really good. His mechanics are really good. And it's like that's what carries him. I have not exactly studied his gameplay, but that's the stuff that's immediately stood out from watching his play. I go for the Moira there, even. Oh dear. Bad. Where's Hog? Oh, what was that, buddy? That's just strict mechanics, dude. Oh my gosh, where are we? There's a counter swap, by the way. You guys see that? Sombra, Ana, Hog. And you guys can see it. It's like, it's not even like, dude, the counter swapping has not even felt like a problem, really. Like, at no point during this career, I mean, it's only a small sample size, too. But, I don't know. Like, these guys are so bad at these characters, you know? I feel like counter swapping is just more about, like, if you don't know how to adjust, that's where things feel really bad. You know what I'm saying? The adjusting itself is not even hard. Maybe it's hard for me to say. It's hard for me to say. But it really helps when they don't really know what they're doing either. You know what I'm saying?
Meteor strike.
Where's this Roadhog? Oh my gosh, he just died.
Devastation.
Bingo indeed. I got the Sombra.
This ends now.
Wow, okay. No way that actually worked too. Oh. No. Alright, I gotta actually put some effort into this.
The odds are against us.
Come on.
I wreak chaos.
Keep fighting.
Prepare yourself.
Ana back here. Now she's just stacking herself. Didn't even fade.
Approaching the final
In games like these. Well, that was something. Well. Yeah, that was something. They needed to give more counters there, I guess. Yeah, I think more than anything else, it's just like... I learned this with the Sombra thing. It's just honestly just like kind of like... Not learn this, but was reminded this with the Sombra thing. It's just like, just chilling, you know? It's just chilling.
Trap prepared to attack. Select your hero.
I don't know.
Hey.
I have wanted to do this for some time, but do an actual version. I would love to, at some point, actually properly do this with maybe Genji. Honestly, maybe Doomfist. Maybe Doomfist wouldn't be too bad.
Our future.
where we actually just like start and try and go for Grandmaster and see how long it goes. But I'm not sure. My problem is like actually finding a character that I enjoy it with, you know what I'm saying?
Test me.
I did enjoy playing Sombra, I did enjoy playing Mei, I did enjoy playing Brig.
We must all find a cause where
Haha, Speakeasy, I didn't even see that you were here. Life Weaver is fun. I played Life Weaver for a while, that was fun. Tracer, probably not to Grandmaster. It took too long mechanically. That's why I'm hesitating to do this with Doomfist. Because it's just, there's a lot of like unique mechanics, you know? Like I don't want a character where the challenge is gonna be mainly mechanics. At least not unique mechanics, you know what I'm saying?
This is your warning.
I really am messing up my slam a lot. Fired? I don't know.
Just what I need.
Hey,
Over
it's
there.
Eagle.
Here.
Much better.
Please. I'm having a hard time for my team opening up angles here. I need to cancel that. Need to cancel that. Need to cancel that. I need to cancel that more versus Diana.
Personne n'échappe à mon regard.
There you go.
Heroes never die.
I see what you show.
Огонь по готовности!
Come here. Here.
It's your strike. Who is the next fool to defy me?
So shaky, you know? Oh, there's Zen. Poker really enjoyed his unranked jam. Yeah.
Seismic shock. Ready for a knockout? That's seismic slam.
Oh dear. Here it is. Oh dear. Looking for grab. I think she's looking for grab. No, she doesn't have it yet. Oh dear. Ah, it was too slow. Still winnable. Widow's one.
Let's kick this off.
Hello.
I will achieve my vision
Here to support.
as though I needed it.
Thanks. I think we can actually get her right here. I don't know what she's doing.
Seismic slam. Damn. Just what
I don't think they go back up top. But I think I do, because I think I use this angle here. That sounds promising. Go too soon. And you see, like, I am not going to ego for that. Because I know that if I go in there with sights, I'm going to be dead, so... Go to sleep. Go grapple.
I see one spotted a turret.
He's looking for grab. Oh dear. Where is she? Oh my gosh. Awareness 100. Can't help there, but I can get out.
Just what I needed.
Okay, let's nano, grab. Should have killed that widow. So she is there, so that means the path to main is open here. And she's gonna drop, which means I'm gonna go all in triple here.
Meteor strike.
Okay, that was nice. Really nice little bit of ult combo for my team there. Get that out early. There's the Discord. Nice. Okay.
Enemy turret destroyed.
I ate my carrots.
Score
How about anger range? That's nice.
0. Switching sides.
Yeah, break would be fun. I don't know about Ryan. Ryan might be fun. Maybe. Zen would be too easy. Ana would be too easy. Genji might be a good one. Genji might be a good one because my Genji mechanics are not as bad as my Doomfist mechanics. Because I do have hours on Genji way back in the day. But they're unbelievably rusty. And he's a very popular character. Genji might be a good one. And also, it's not as many unique mechanics as like a Doomfist, for example. No, it's not a ranked GM. Yeah, Genji's a good idea. I really do Genji.
Hello there. Hello. Hoi Seven. Hello.
Negative.
5, 4, 3,
Hello there.
2, 1. Attackers incoming. Defend objective.
There's the counter swap.
My web been snared today.
Versus them. Wait, what? There's a counter swap. Crazy, man. This Orisa has no idea what she's doing. And yet she thinks she has a better chance of beating me on Sombra or Orisa than she does on whatever else she was playing. Farah, Lifeweaver. Oopsies. Did not mean to do that. Here comes the peel. We have time to recontest. I'll try. I must forget about Javelin. Man. Bad news here is I don't have a lot of space to avoid the tank train. Oh, I got rolled.
Guide you.
Oh my god, that was on purpose, sure.
Keep your head down. Ready for a knockout? Outnumbered. How indeed.
Hello.
My ultimate is ready.
Here comes.
Hello there.
Meteor strike ready to be unleashed.
Greetings.
Here's the Discord.
Join me.
On me.
Hot salmon.
Meteor strike.
Oh my gosh, we just didn't touch.
Tactical visor activated.
I am noticing that. A lot of no touchies. Which is understandable. I mean, it's Orisa, you know. I should be paying more attention to that. Haha.
Hot salmon. Hello.
Oh dear. Oh dear. Oh dear. Oh dear. Oh dear. We made a huge mistake. Ah, crap.
Seismic slam. That's more like
The battle is raging.
aesthetics are distracting. Tactical visor activated.
Let the Kitsune guide you.
Heroes never die.
Yeah, I really struggle with his guns. A lot.
This will be over quick.
Enemy here.
Meteor strike.
Just in case. I went back to point because I just didn't want the Orisa to get further progress, but that ended up being more losable than I thought.
What's up?
Me. Thanks. Thank you.
Straight on the wind.
A victim appears.
Boosting your damage.
Let them out. Let them out. Get the Zen. Could have hit that punch. That's the worst part about missing your abilities as well. When you don't get the HP. Tactical visor, let's go.
Tactical visor activated.
He's like, it takes so many shots for me to kill him. Oh, I thought that. We can kill him, maybe. Maybe not. Hey, yeah, Death Blossom. That's gonna be big. A big kill. Over here. Nice. W. Oh my god. Yeah, you're right, Chapadoodle. Alright, well. What do y'all reckon? Did we get one more? Do I get myself a plat game again? Yes, it does. Just check the wiki. The wiki will tell you for the how long it stuns.
Hey.
No, I'm not smurfing in gold right now. We are 4 and 6. Dalsindra, I said I don't appreciate the disrespect. She needs to be nicer to me.
Our future will be forged in conflict. Curse me all you want. Without conflict, there is no future for humanity.
I really enjoy Winston. He's probably my favorite tank, probably my best tank. Well, actually, Orisa might be my best tank, unironically.
Move the robot.
Genji. You guys walking Malga, crap.
Take back the robot.
Time to put a stop to their efforts.
Ah! I don't know if I could have gotten back to my team there.
That's better.
Once we lost one, I decided to go YOLO mode. No pun intended. He's in deep. Ah! I needed to punch there faster to get out of position.
They've got the lead. Let's hustle. The enemy is pushing their barricades.
I might be in trouble here.
I thank you.
That's sleep dart. Oh my gosh, shoot.
The robot has been taken.
Still winnable.
Rocket pod. Let's put a stop to that.
Winnable for sure.
Seismic slam.
That's nade. I really don't want to go in there. Oh, he took high ground.
My ultimate is almost.
Come on, kids. We're almost at the finish line.
Meteor strike.
Oh man, I need to slam chat. Oh my goodness gracious.
This is your warning.
Oh shoot, that was bad. Crap. I've lost so many fights because I don't slam after that. I try to shoot instead. Go. There's the Sombra swap. Careful, doing something. There's the. Oh. He's up there. There's a sleep dart. Oh, my Moira is with me. Need to go clear that high ground. I can't get out. Oh my gosh, that was a misplay of epic proportions.
Tactical visor activated.
Did you guys see that? My Moira looks at me and just like walks away. Alright, this guy's definitely beating. He's looking for ultimate. Keep your distance, keep your distance.
Trying to put a stop to their efforts.
That was questionable.
We have the robot.
I'm on my way.
Moira trashes for her? Nah, she's alright. She's alright. Probably gonna come out this door here. I might have fed there, ladies and gentlemen.
Meteor strike.
I believe the robots will open up. Don't you?
I can spawn camp. Nice, mate. Nice. A little messy for me there.
Sorry about that.
Yes.
Over here.
Good cooldown trade. That's unfortunate. I don't think we can stop that.
Life protects life.
Take back that robot.
Oh yeah, that's alright. That's alright. That was a lot of ults. 1, 2, 3 ults.
2 minutes remaining.
Or at least 2 ults.
Forwards first.
No comment on the leagues, really.
Devastation. Meteor strike ready to be unleashed.
Alright, let's see what we can get out of this. I kind of egoed it there. I was watching her very carefully.
Challenger.
Got her. Oh, nope.
Group up with me. My ultimate is ready.
Come to me.
60 seconds.
Protect yourself next
I
time.
heard that sleep too late. I have to hold that, sadly. Nice. Clean. We're getting there.
Pushing this barricade.
Devastation.
Oh, that's a nice kill. We're really only 2 fights away from winning this.
Seismic slam.
Show them our superiority.
Brimming with firelight.
Go sleep there. Our ults didn't get much. Oh no, I actually have to. That's tragic. We missed all of our ultimates.
I've got you in my sights.
Crap, guys. I think I needed to set up. If I had stayed on that high ground, they did a good job clearing me out. But if I had stayed on that high ground, I think we could have won that. I needed to start on that high ground, flank around behind, and then kill the Kiriko immediately, or the Genji immediately. But this kind of goes to show, like, you know, like you just don't win just because you think you performed a little bit better. You know?
Our future will be forged in conflict.
Yes. What's up, Nup? What's up? How are you?
Send your best. I pray.
Hit your punches on or primary fire and Doom? Both. I don't think either one is less important. I think they both are very, very important. I don't even think you have to be prepared to hard carry. You just have to be prepared to put in the work. Like if I'm like, let's say right now I'm performing at like a plat 3 or plat 2 level, which is probably not too inaccurate. I might win 55-60% of my games tops at this point right now. So I'm still going to lose. And if I have any bad luck, you know, that could very easily turn into winning 50 or 40 or 30%, you know?
Will be forged in conflict.
Lovely ammo for a mission, isn't it?
I don't have to play any differently. I just have to play well. That's all. Win rate right now is not good. Probably close to 40%, 38%, something like that. 36%. So what happens whenever I play a character like this? It's the same thing with Sombra. I dropped all the way down to 40% win rate with Sombra. It might have actually been lower than 40. And then I won about 20 games. I went like 25-2. Okay. Alright, buddy, Ro. What do you got for me? That's actually insanity. Why did I go down? It's just from what? That high ground? Now don't read too much into what I'm doing, because we're not playing at a high level right now. But the idea was that if I was take the high ground angle on a backliner, but the backliner ended up being too far away. I helped my brig there. Oh, I meant the win percent for Sombra. Oh, I went down? I didn't go down. I just was bad at Sombra. Like, it was another very difficult mechanical hero, especially after the new rework, you know? So they're actually clearing high ground here. Nope, they dropped. Trying to hold this space here just in case he gets pushed. Yeah, he's gonna get pushed, so I'm gonna try and push this. Yeah, I mean, I don't avoid mechanically difficult characters when I'm playing. There's just always a very steep learning curve. Because I haven't played seriously since 2018. There's the Ana. Orissa's super isolated. Probably gonna get counterpicked this next round. Their DPS, they'll probably go. I mean, I don't know. They've already tried to counterpick, but that point is too good. If it's Ilios Ruins, it's gonna be a lot harder. So Ilios Ruins, yeah. So Ilios Ruins, I'm gonna have to play like a little bit more frontline style, but like to deny myself. As long as I don't get like CC too much, I can win the frontline war. Because it's really hard to go deep in this map. There's not very good high grounder angles. No, I'm not talking about the new patch. Nice DVD, perfect timing.
We used to come here on vacation. Let me know if you need any directions.
So, I like our comp a lot versus comps that counter me though. The Zenyatta, the Soldier, the Junkrat really help versus the Sombra, the Brig, you know, the Orisa. So I'm gonna get here early, try and deny hacked Mega if they go Sombra. Kiriko, Widow. Interesting. That's Sombra. There's the chase.
Enemy over here.
Do not make me say happy.
I'm at the objective. Rally up.
go that peak, I can tell. Can't get caught up too much in the tank trade here, even with Discord. I kind of have to keep guarding these angles here. I probably should have gone for that kill, to be honest with you. Oh no, ran out of mass bad space. Try and stall a little here. Was it worth it? No, it was not. I probably should have just let it. Their comp actually is pretty tough now, because the D.Va is... I don't know how good they are at D.Va, but D.Va will be a little bit tricky. Alright, so I need to go for that Widow here. Ah. Armor's having a hard time. Relax, relax. Hit the shots, buddy. Thank you. Cancel the boosters. Hit the Kiriko. May now. I'll be able to kill this. No. Not. That's a tilt ult. That's a tilt ult, which means we've won. Thought for sure. Where is she? Where is that Widow?
This is your warning.
Oh my days.
Underestimate me.
I am effervescent.
Okay, well, that was that. Chat, what do you guys guess? What do you guys guess? What do you guys guess for rank? I'm guessing plat 5, plat 4. What do you guys guess? Has to be plat 5 or plat 4, right? Plat 5, plat 4. High gold 1, gold 2. The greatest. Maybe the greatest of all time. See? There it is. No longer plat challenge or gold challenger Doomfist. Thank you very much. Plat challenger Doomfists. You get what I'm saying? Easy, 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 easiest. Easiest game in my life. All right, well, we'll end it there. Thursday, we have... There'll be a talk on timing. We might do the ult guide on Thursday. Maybe we'll do more of this on Thursday. I don't know. Maybe it'd be fun to get it to like diamond or something like that. We could get it to diamond for sure. From there, maybe mid-diamond. I don't know. I might call it because I don't know how much time I want to spend in this. Because at that point, it's going to have to take a little bit more of a commitment and like masters and so on. So at least for my mechanical level of this character. So anyway, loves and kisses. I will see you guys later. I will see you guys on Thursday. Like I said, we'll have some fun stuff on Thursday. And yeah, that is all. Let's actually toss a raid over to somebody. Let's toss a raid over to somebody. I need to find somebody to raid. Stick around. Let's get somebody. Wait, no, that's the video. I didn't want the video on live channel, so I was so confused there for a second. I want to raid somebody smaller than Joystick. I know Joystick. Wait, whoops, I accidentally pressed that button. Kabamio, She the Reaper main? She's streaming right now? I've not heard of Kabamio. Give me a second. Let me see if I can find her. Yeah, we'll do Kabamio. Why not? I don't know who this person is, but I'll trust that it's a good choice. I'll trust that this is a good choice. Chat, this person is a turd muffin. It's not my fault. All right. I'll see you guys later. See you guys on Thursday. We'll have a lot of fun stuff on Thursday as well. Yeah, that is all. GG's, loves, kisses, exclamation mark, coaching, exclamation mark, page, exclamation mark, your mom, exclamation mark, loves and kisses. Goodbye.